starting now. Honorable members, today, the 23rd of March, 2022 is the 91st anniversary of the martyrdom of the legendary heroes of our freedom struggle, Sardar Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev ji, who laid down their lives on this day in the year 1931, exemplifying great valor, undaunted courage and unflinching patriotism towards our motherland. These martyrs, who were still in the early 20s, laid down their lives while putting up a strong fight against the oppressive colonial regime. They marched to the gallows with a smile on their faces, shouting slogans against the British imperialism. Exhibiting fierce and unflinching courage, these martyrs acted and lived by the lines, Mera Rang De Basante Tola, in letter and spirit, and has conquered the greatest fear, the fear of death in pursuit of independence from colonial rule. These martyrs not only strived to free our nation from the fetters of colonialism, but also envisioned just an ideal society. Please. See, today is a very pious occasion. Members should not speak among themselves. The martyrs not only strived to free our nation from the fetters of colonialism, but also envisioned just an ideal society, devoid of communalism, hatred, economic disparity, and retrogressive ideas. Their vision for our nation was the embodiment of voices, concern, and aspirations of the young and striving Indians who were steadfast in their efforts in laying foundations of a new and independent India. The heroic trio has become the immortalized for all the times for their uncompromising determination and supreme sacrifice, and the saga of their bravery and patriotism inspired by many and will continue to inspire the generations to come. Honorable members, the achievement of our independence was combined effort of the people of the nation who got united to play their due role with diligence. The freedom that we enjoy today was the outcome of the concerted effort of all sections of our society. To harness the energy of the masses was the key element to uproot the colonial establishment from our country. Members, to carry forward the legacy of cooperation, unity and fraternity, it is our bounden duty to sensitize our fellow citizens of the invaluable contributions of our freedom fighters in general and this heroic trio in particular towards achieving freedom of our nation. The celebration of the Azadi Ka Amrita Mahotsav with one of the themes on freedom struggle is a commendable step in paying our tributes and heartfelt gratitude towards our freedom fighters. On this day, let us resolve to uphold the cherished values for which these martyrs lived and laid down their lives. I request the members to rise in their places and observe silence as a mark of respect to the memory of these brave martyrs. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Amar Rahe. Good. Papers to be laid on the table. General Retired V.K. Singh.
Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to lay papers mentioned against my name as serial number 1 of the revised list of business. All these papers consist of notifications for fee collection at various stalls in India.
Sri Nityanand Rai.
महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यावली में क्रमांक संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लिखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्री रामेश्वर तेली।
सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सामने क्रम संख्या 3 पर वर्णित दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी।
सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यावली सूची की क्रम संख्या 4 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लिखित दस्तावेजों को मैं सभा पटल पर रखती हूँ।
सुश्री प्रतिमा भौमिक।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 5 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लिखित दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखती हूँ।
Dr. Subhash Sarkar.
सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यवली सूची की क्रम संख्या 6 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लिखित दस्तावेजों को मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ। नमस्कार।
Report of the Department Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, Women, Children, Youth and Sports. Sri Gopal Narayan Singh.
विभाग संबंधित शिक्षा, महिला, बाल, युवा और खेल संबंधित स्थायी समिति का राष्ट्रीय डोपिंग रोधी 2021 संबंधित 340वां प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
Report of the Department Parliament Standing Committee on External Affairs, Srimati Jaya Bachchan.
Sir, I lay a copy of the 12th report of the Department Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs on the demands for grants of the Ministry of External Affairs for this year, 2022-23.
Report of the Department Parliament Standing Committee on Finance, Sri Mahesh Poddar.
Chairman sir, I rise to lay a copy of the report on the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021, Hindi and English versions of the Standing Committee on Finance as mentioned against my name in today's list of business. Thank you.
Reports of the Department Parliament Standing Committee on Water Resources, Sri Arun Singh.
Next will be on the table the 15th and 16th report of the Standing Committee on Water Resources 2021-22 I listed against my name in the today's list of business.
I have to inform the members that a letter has been received from Srimati Seema Dwivedi, member stating that she would not be able to attend the sittings of the Rajyasabha due to urgent domestic work at her native place. She has therefore requested for grant of leave of absence from 22nd March to 8th April 2022 during the current 256th session of Rajyasabha. Does she have the permission of the House for remaining absent from 22nd March to 8th April during the current session of Rajya Sabha? The permission to remain absent is granted. Honorable members, I have received notices under 267 from Sri Ram Gopal Verma, Sri Vishwambar Prasad Sri Ram Gopal Yadav ji. Sri Ram Gopal Yadav ji, Sri Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Sri Vinay Viswam, Sri Shakti Singh Goyal, Dr. Saeed Nazir Hussain, Sri K.C. Venugopal regarding the issue of prices of cooking gas, petroleum, diesel and kerosene and also other essential commodities like pulses and edible oils. I have considered it and I find this is not an issue to be discussed under 267. It's a general issue. It has to be discussed during the demands and grants.
पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स के दाम बढ़ाते ही सारी चीजें महंगी हो गई, सारी चीजें कंजम्पशन की।
जनरल please. I have mentioned already. I have mentioned it.
No, very important. अगर देखिए, I have given a notice under 267 to bring to your kind notice regarding that this house to suspend 0 hours on relevant rules relating to question hour and other business of the day to have a discussion of
Once the chair is not admitted, it's not meant, it is not admitted.
cooking gas, petrol, kerosene, all prices are going.
What I have said, I have not admitted it. It can be discussed during general discussion. There are 24 important 0-hour submissions I have admitted, and it is the right of the members. Yesterday also we asked of this thing. Please. Nobody can dictate to the chair. That way. Please. Then that's okay. Please. Kargeji, I have not allowed it. Please.
That's why it is very important. I request you to kindly take up
This is a matter of
I have to go
national
through
urgency,
the
sir.
notices that I have admitted. Sri Vishwambar Prasad Nishad, encouraging criminal tendencies among police personnel. Where is Vishwambar?
When I am standing and request.
I heard your request. So that means you are not interested in other public issues. What can I do? What is all this? What is all this? Let the names of the people who are carrying these placards be put in the bulletin and be released to the public for information. The house is adjourned to meet at 12 noon.
प्रश्नकाल क्वेश्चन नंबर 211 श्री कनक मेदला रविंद्र कुमार जी। सर क्वेश्चन नंबर 211 माननीय मंत्री जी।
Chairman, the statement of laid on the table of the House, sir.
फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री।
Sir, my specific question to the.
सर क्वेश्चन और नो प्लीज नथिंग एल्स क्वेश्चन और
Whether the government has taken note.
क्वेश्चन और प्लीज सर नहीं क्वेश्चन और है माननीय लोग क्वेश्चन और है चेयर की मजबूरी समझे क्वेश्चन और है प्लीज प्लीज नहीं मजबूरी है कि जो बिजनेस हाउस के सामने आप जानते हैं आप बहुत अनुभवी आदमी वही बिजनेस होगा क्वेश्चन और में कोई और चीज में नहीं ले सकता ये चेयर की मजबूरी है प्लीज जी प्लीज आपकी बात ही रिकॉर्ड पे जा रही है आपकी बात ही रिकॉर्ड पे जा रही है फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट
Honorable L.O.P. is speaking.
प्लीज
Yes, sir.
प्लीज
Sir, the answer of the government, the Honorable Minister is, National Commission to examine the subcategorization of scheduled caste in Andhra Pradesh report submitted on 1/5/2008. So what is the report contains to see and advised the government to make an amendment to the Article 341 to create subcategorization to the community. Whether the government has recognized the injustice caused to the Relli and Madiga community in the Telugu states, whether if so, what are the steps taken by the government to promote it?
थैंक यू माननीय मंत्री।
Honorable Vice Chairman, the Honorable Chairman, the matter is related to the subcategorization is not only the pertaining to Andhra Pradesh, sir, but even in Karnataka over 2-3 decades, the Madiga community and various organizations like Madiga Dandora and Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and also they have protest dharnas and rallies demanding the subcategorization, sir. And the implementation of Justice of Ramchandra Raju, Justice Sadashiva Commission report to similar status with 5 other states also, sir. Karnataka cabinet had written a letter to the department in favor of subcategorization when it was asked to opinion in 2012, sir. As per the Article 341 subclause 1 and 2 of our constitution, it specified that the caste, race or tribe at the time of gazette notification for the scheduled caste list, it was notified that all the castes are homogeneous entity. But all the castes are not homogeneous entity in the nature, practice, rituals, their lifestyle, livelihood and culture are not homogeneous entities in the nature, sir. In fact, certain communities in the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe are not equal in the matter of education and economic development.
Honorable Minister, please be brief in your answer.
Yes, sir. Sir, this is the major problem in South India.
I know
actually, sir.
all questions are important, answers
They
are
are
also
important enough
important,
and
but you have to be
development.
brief.
India every larger share in the reservation, sir. On the other hand, of the certain communities were well still on the threshold, and such communities may not be able to enjoy the fruits of the reservation in the next several years of the facilities that may empower them to enjoy the fruits were not available and accessible to them, sir.
You can place that report on the table of the House.
It's not the report,
Please.
sir. It's not
Yes,
the report,
so be
sir. The
brief.
actual- sir,
Be brief.
There is a gap between untouchable and scheduled caste and touchable scheduled caste who are enjoying the fruits of the reservation, sir. They have been observed that reported by Justice Ramchandra Raju, Justice Usha Mehra Commission, sir.
Please be brief. Do not read. मैं
Sir.
रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सारे मेंबर से, पूछने वालों से भी, उत्तर देने वालों से भी, एज पर चेयरमैन डायरेक्शन, प्लीज बी ब्रीफ, अदरवाइज आई विल मूव टू अदर क्वेश्चन.
Sir, what our member asking, what is the actions and what is the process are going in the courts and somewhere, sir. That's why the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly on 2004 and 98 had passed the resolution unanimously on need of the categorized scheduled caste reservation to ABCD as recommended by the Justice Ramchandra Raju Commission, sir.
Honorable Minister, I requested, I'm requesting time and again, please. Please be brief.
The said act was challenged by one of Mr. E.V. Chennaiya in the High Court and Andhra Pradesh. The High Court upheld the act.
Honorable Minister, then you send your reply here. Thank you. Second supplementary. Second supplementary. Sir, please be brief. And I am also requesting माननीय मंत्रीगण और माननीय सदस्यों से बार-बार चेयरमैन कहते रहे, और जब से पिछले प्रश्नकाल में इस सत्र में मैं बैठ रहा हूं, उनका रिक्वेस्ट आपको बता रहा हूं, जिनके क्वेश्चंस रह जाते हैं सारे मेंबर्स आते हैं और मिलते हैं. प्लीज डू नॉट पुट अस इन सच एम्ब्रेसिंग पोजीशन. ये आप लोगों को ही हल करना है. प्लीज सर, प्लीज.
Sir, in the reply, Honorable
Please.
Minister stated that the matter is pending before the Supreme Court and it is sub judice. My specific question is the sub judice with regard to the matter which are pending before the Supreme Court with regard to the powers of the state, whether the state has got a power to subcategorize or not. But not as far as the category, what is the stand of the central government with regard to the categorization, that is not pending before the Supreme Court.
Question.
That matter is before the larger bench. That matter pending before with regard to the powers of the state to subcategorize under Article 341, Clause 1. But the question is, my specific question is to the Honorable Minister, whether you are going to recognize the disparity among the Madiga and Relly communities in Telugu states since Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you.
And Gadkari, Honorable Gadkari, the then President, all of them recognized this right and submitted representations to the
Thank you.
government. Whether
Thank
you
you.
have considered and
Thank
allowed
you.
the categorization
माननीय
or
मंत्री जी,
not.
briefly, please be brief in your answer.
The Andhra Pradesh High Court, comprising the 3 judges, upheld the Andhra Pradesh scheduled caste the recognition, sir. Act 2000, in the year of 2000, letters was challenged before the Supreme Court. The bench comprising the 5 judges has struck out down the Act of 2004, sir. It was again challenged on the August 8, 2020. The bench comprising the 5 judges opinion that the Supreme Court order required received by the revisited by the larger bench, sir. The bench was their opinion that they cannot visit because it has the same strength, so it is requested to Honorable Chief Justice. The place matter before
Honorable Minister, please.
7 judges considering the approaches, sir. This matter was subcategorized, scheduled case presently sub judice, sir. We cannot disclose anyway. The government is positively looking for the Supreme Court. 5 members constitutional bench observed that the subcategorization SC community is to be revisit the bigger bench and request Chief Justice in India to form the bigger bench and receive the. We are waiting for the.
Please, please send your written reply to Honorable Member. Please. Dr. Hanumantaiya. Dr. Hanumantaiya, please, Ravindra Kumar ji. Dr. Hanumantaiya.
Sir, the answer given.
Please.
Sir, please. Dolaji. Sir, the answer
Please
given.
seat पर बैठ करके ना बात करें.
The
Please.
issue of subcategorization of scheduled caste is presently sub judice in Supreme Court. Sir, there is no stay given by the Supreme Court. It cannot be sub judice. The government has to amend Article 341 and allow the states to make subcategorization of the scheduled caste. This is what. Why the government is not doing this?
Right.
What is the problem to amend the constitution of 341 and allow this subcategorization to happen?
Put your question.
This is my question, sir.
Thank you, Hanumantaiya ji.
Sir, we will allow all the August House to discuss one day or the 2 days. I have no problem. Let us discuss and send the proposals for the amendment, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Binay Vishwamji.
Of reservation for the Madiga and Relay communities. The ruling party of today had a position earlier when they were in the opposition. That was to support this idea and to go forward with the
Question.
idea. My question is that in those days, the BJP has proposed for an all-party meeting to discuss the matter and find the solution. Will the government hold that all-party meeting immediately?
Thank you, Vinay ji. My Honorable Minister.
Sir, that is left to our Prime Minister and the party. They will take the decision, sir. Anyway, we will convey these things to our Prime Minister, sir.
Thank you. Manye GVL Narsim Rao.
Sir, thank you for the opportunity.
Vinay ji, please. Nothing is going on record. Please.
Sir, the reply given by the Honorable Minister mentions that the commission, the Usha Mehra Commission that was established, had found that Madiga and Reli communities have received benefits, reservation benefits, less than their share in the population. So that was the conclusion. And subsequently, this was submitted in 2008.
Question, Mr. Rao.
In 2014, the previous government did not act on this. But our government, sir.
Question.
Sir, the question, I'm coming to the question. The last, sir,
please.
the government mentioned in a different reply that they have written to the state chief ministers seeking their opinion on the recommendations of the Usha Mehra Commission about recategorization. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, what was the response received from the state governments and chief ministers concerned?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So far, 20 states and the Union territories have responded. 14 states are not favor of the subcategorization, sir. But 6 states, including the state of Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Haryana, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Telangana, Punjab, in favor of the subcategorization, sir.
Thank you. Question number 212. माननीय रेवती रमन सिंह जी.
212.
माननीय मंत्री जी. पहला सप्लीमेंट्री माननीय रेवती रमन जी.
मानवर, जो जवाब माननीय मंत्री जी ने दिया है, मानवर अगर उसका एनेक्चर 3 देखें, उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि जहां जिन देशों में ज़्यादा कैदी बंद हैं, अफ्रीका 114, बांग्लादेश 1630, म्यांमार 152, नेपाल 463, नाइजीरिया 615, श्रीलंका 220। मानवर कुल टोटल जितने बंद हैं फॉरेन नेशनल 3467। मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूं कि इन लोगों के खिलाफ किस तरह के मामले लंबित हैं और कितने दिन से लंबित हैं।
धन्यवाद।
माननीय उपाध्यक्ष जी, एनेक्जर 2 में हमने जो संख्या दी है वो ऐसे जो कैदी हैं विदेशी मूल के हैं और हमारे यहाँ हैं, उनके विषय में एनेक्जर 2 में हमने जानकारी दी है। माननीय सांसद जी बहुत ही वरिष्ठ हैं, उन्होंने उस प्रश्न को पूछा है। इसमें ज़्यादातर नारकोटिक्स के हमारे जो पासपोर्ट के कुछ ऐसी सुविधाएं जो उन्होंने असुविधाएं की हैं, वीज़ा का, ऐसे जो हैं उन मामलों में ज़्यादातर कैदियों को डिटेन किया गया है या वो विचाराधीन कैदी के रूप में वो जेलों में है।
दूसरा सप्लीमेंट्री।
मानवर, मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहूँगा कि ये कब से ये मामले लंबित हैं कोर्ट में और कब तक सरकार उसमें चार्जशीट लगा के न्यायालय में पेश करेगी जिससे कि अग्रिम कार्रवाई हो सके।
उपाध्यक्ष जी, विचाराधीन कैदी जेल और जेलों में बंदी ये राज्य सरकारों का विषय होता है। तथापि जो हमारे यहाँ विदेशी मूल के कैदी हैं उनकी संख्या 4926 है, जिसमें 1140 अभी तक कन्विक्ट हो चुके हैं। 3467 के विरुद्ध न्यायालयों में वो विचाराधीन है, प्रक्रिया चल रही है। ये एक सतत प्रक्रिया होती है, FIR होती है, उसके बाद विचारण होता है, ट्रायल होता है, ये सब एक सतत प्रक्रिया के अधीन सारी चीज़ें चल रही हैं।
धन्यवाद। माननीय आनंद शर्मा जी।
Deputy Chairman, sir, through you I want to ask the Honorable Minister, from his reply it's clear that in 32 prisons across the country, almost 3,500 foreign prisoners are there, belonging to a large number of nationality, representing virtually every continent, every part of the world. So my question to the Honorable Minister is that all these prisoners would be under different crimes, some heinous, some narcotics, as his reply has said, not all of them. Some have been held in prisons for long. There are international protocols and agreements India is signatory to about the conditions and the duration. Will the government consider setting up fast-track courts for those who are under trial for long, so that the process can be expedited? Either they are convicted under the Indian laws or set free.
Thank you.
उपाध्यक्ष जी, भारत सरकार लगातार इस बात के लिए चिंतित है और मानवीय संवेदनाओं के साथ ही विदेश के जो विदेशी मूल के विचाराधीन कैदी हमारे यहाँ हैं, उनके लिए निरंतर एडवाइजरी गृह मंत्रालय के द्वारा जारी की जाती है। उनको कानूनी सहायता, उसके साथ साथ हमने वहाँ पे क्लब बनाए हैं, विधिक क्लब हैं। ऐसे 1090 से ज़्यादा क्लब विभिन्न जेलों में काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें उनको कानूनी सहायता के साथ साथ जो उनकी आवश्यकताएं हैं वो भी हम उनको देने का प्रयास करते हैं। उसके साथ साथ विदेश मंत्रालय की नोडल एजेंसी है, जहां पर काउंसलर के माध्यम से अगर विचाराधीन कैदी ये चाहते हैं कि हम अपने देश के जो मूल वहाँ का जो काउंसलिंग चाहते हैं, तो उनको हम काउंसलिंग के द्वारा भी मदद करते हैं, कैसे वो हो। और दूसरा ये है, जब ट्रायल की बात है, ट्रायल की एक सतत प्रक्रिया है,
प्लीज
आप यही ट्रायल की सतत प्रक्रिया है और निश्चित रूप से हमारा ये प्रयास रहता है जो विदेशों में के हमारे मूल के कैदी हैं उनको हम अधिक जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय दिला सकें। दूसरा, हमारा विभिन्न देशों के साथ ये ट्रीटी है, एग्रीमेंट है, जिसके माध्यम से जो सिद्ध दोष कैदी होते हैं, जब तक उनकी कानूनी प्रक्रिया हमारे देश में जिस कारण वो पकड़े गए हैं, जिन धाराओं में उनका चालान हुआ है, वो अगर पूरी प्रक्रिया हो जाती है, उसके बाद वह व्यक्ति अगर अपने मूल देश में जाकर के उस सज़ा को काटना चाहता है, उसकी भी व्यवस्था हमने की है।
माननीय सुभाषिष चक्रवर्ती जी।
फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट के बारे में पूछ रहे थे।
माइक।
What is the number of accused under trial and convicted foreigners who have been deported, sir? What is the ministry's procedure in situation where a convict is not accepted by deportation by his home country, sir?
Thank you.
देखिए, किसी भी विदेशी मूल के सिद्ध दोष व्यक्ति को तभी उसके मूल देश में वापस किया जाता है जब हम और वो देश दोनों सहमत हों और उससे पहले उस व्यक्ति की सहमति हो। वो उस देश में जाकर के शेष सज़ा अगर काटना चाहता है तभी वो होता है। और दूसरी 31 देशों के साथ ऐसी हमारी समझौते हैं जिनके माध्यम से हम ट्रांसफ़र करते हैं। और अभी जो हमारी सूचना है वो 1 मार्च 2022 तक ऐसे 11 कन्विक्टेड कैदियों को हम लोगों ने दूसरे देशों में ट्रांसफ़र किया है।
धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर विनय सहस्त्रबुद्धे जी।
और मैं आपके माध्यम से ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि जो आंकड़े दिए गए हैं उसमें पश्चिम बंगाल में सर्वाधिक इस तरीके से विदेशी मूल के नागरिक पकड़े गए हैं या उनको हिरासत में रखा गया है। मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि इसमें पशुओं की अवैध निर्यात या चोरी, इस विषय में कितने मामले प्रलंबित है और क्या पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार इसमें केंद्र को उचित सहयोग कर रही है?
न्यायालय के अधीन होता है। आमतौर पर जो भी लोग पकड़े जाते हैं, जो विचाराधीन कैदी होते हैं, उसमें हमारी चालान और विवेचना की व्यवस्था होती है, लेकिन अदालत के संबंधी जो भी निर्णय होते हैं वो न्यायालय के अधीन होते हैं, जिसमें सरकार का किसी किस्म का कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं होता।
धन्यवाद। क्वेश्चन नंबर 213, माननीय श्री केसी राममूर्ति। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Answer is laid on the table of the House, sir.
फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री।
Sir, I appreciate the efforts of the Ministry and the AICT
in its efforts to improve the quality of engineering education in the country, sir? So the answer is very elaborate, but however, I want to know from the Honorable Minister, you have mentioned about the surrendered seats. What are the seats vacant in all these engineering colleges, particularly government engineering colleges? How many seats are vacant in different engineering colleges?
Thank you. Sir, I have already given the answer to the honorable member. There is no seat vacant in the government engineering colleges.
Second supplementary.
Sir, that is the answer is different, sir. Sir, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that many of the deemed universities are admitting large number of students as they have no limit of intake of students. These deemed universities are also taking much more number in preferential departments like computer science, etc. Whether UGC and the AICTE or the Ministry of Education have given thought to it or taking any steps in this direction. That's sir. And also, how is the component of skill development integrated into the engineering courses for increasing employment?
Ramurthy, you have put one question already.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Adharaniya Deputy Chairman, sir, I am giving honor to the honorable member's emotion, but at the same time, I am assuring him that in the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, our ministry is performing very well, and education is being reached to the everyone, and with an equity, quality, affordability, and it is accessible to all. Considering this, I am telling that deemed to be universities are required to take approval of the relevant statutory councils such as AICTE, NMC, DCI, PCI, BCI, etc. for starting programs under these councils. Intake of each program is also decided by the councils. In case of violence, if there is any violation, necessary action is being taken by the relevant statutory council as per its norms. Even in case of the programs which are not under the statutory council, sir, the intake is decided by the deemed to be universities with the approval of its statutory bodies. And this intake is decided on the basis of the infrastructure, faculty and other facilities available with the deemed universities. And again, I am giving assurance, in case of any violation, the UGC will take action under its regulations.
Thank you. Malni Swapandas Gupta ji.
Sir, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister that there appears to be a complete mismatch of perception between the number of seats available and the number of seats filled by what the questioner has asked. Now, purely from anecdotal evidence, it is quite apparent that a large number of seats in engineering go unfilled. At the same time, there are complaints or observations in corporate circles that core engineering competence is not available.
Please.
Is not available. I would like to ask the Honourable Minister whether the ministry or the AICTE is seized of this problem and how to fulfill this gap between supply and demand.
Thank you.
Madam, what is your problem? If I ask a question.
Please, आपस में बात ना करें, please. Please.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, the question is asked on the subject of government engineering colleges. And I would like to make assured to the honorable member by giving the data that in 2019-20, the number of government engineering institutes is 506 and the approved seats and in the 1,70,177. 2021, it became 522 and the seats became 1,73,932. And again 2021-22, the engineering colleges become 534 and the seat became 1,77,553.
Thank you. Honorable KRN Rajesh Kumar.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, whether the AICTE considering to redesign the engineering course that industrial intensive program in the syllabus minimum 6 months during the 4-year engineering course.
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I am very happy with the emotion of the honorable member, but at the same time I am assuring him that student internship program is being successfully done by the AICTE, and I am informing to the House that 6,000 institutions have already registered and 23,000 MOU has been done with the industries. And there is a portal has been developed by AICTE, and there the students and the industry, just like shadi.com, it is like this, that everybody have the choice, industry have the choice, and the student have the choice.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Santanu Senji.
As you all know that because of mushrooming of engineering colleges and improper planning, probably every alternate house in our country is now having unemployed graduate engineer. Through you, my question before my learned minister is, can he please speak out the placement data of last 5 years so far the AICTE approved engineering colleges are concerned? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, honorable member has put a definitive subject, and I would like to make him assure that since 2014, and I am giving the data from 2016-17 to 2020-21, that yes, engineers there are unemployment. I could agree with this. But till now, even in the pandemic, the rate of placement is not at all decreased. I am giving the data, sir. 2016-17, the placement percentage is 37%. 2017-18, placement data is 37.8%. 2018-19, that is a 42.8%. That was the highest. And 2019-20, 42.7%. And 2020-21, it is 39.9%. And if we take the average set, it is 40%. And apart from this, there are some other persons which is not included in this. Sometimes it is placement from the institute set.
Thank you. Question number 214, Manya Kamakhya Prasad Tasa, a special recruitment of youths from northeast states.
Question number 214.
Manya Mantri ji, first supplementary.
चेयरमैन सर, मैं मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, क्या वो विस्तृत से क्वेश्चन का आंसर दिया है। विशेष के आर्म फोर्स रिक्रूटमेंट के लिए जैन के नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स एंड नक्सल अफेक्टेड एरियाज, इसके बारे में मंत्री जी ने आंसर दिया है। मैं मंत्री जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या ये रिक्रूटमेंट का बाद इसका क्या प्रभाव रहा और जो यूथ्स का पार्टिसिपेशन कैसा रहा, ये मंत्री जी करंटली बताइए।
बहुत अच्छे प्रभाव इसके आए हैं, क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट और JNK और लद्दाख के संबंध में माननीय सदस्य महोदय जानना चाहे हैं, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के क्वेश्चन पर इनका फोकस भी है, उत्तर प्रश्न भी यही है। लेकिन भर्तियों में जो सीमावर्ती हमारे राज्य हैं, उनके जो ज़िले हैं, उनको हम CAPF की भर्तियों में प्राथमिकता देते हैं और उसके लिए कोटा भी निर्धारित किए हैं। उसका परिणाम यह आ रहा है कि सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों की भौगोलिक स्थितियों से वे परिचित होते हैं और समस्याओं से भी परिचित होते हैं, तो सीएपीएफ को, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स को बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी के लिए या अन्य कामों के क्रियान्वयन में उनको सहूलियत होती है। और मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं और मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि बॉर्डर के जितनी भी जवान भर्ती हो रहे हैं सीएपीएफ में, वो अपने परिश्रम के साथ और अपने संकल्प के साथ बहुत ही अच्छी सेवा दे रहे हैं। बहुत अच्छी सेवा के लिए मैं उनको बधाई देता हूं। ऐसा प्रभाव आया है।
धन्यवाद। नवम रबिया जी, सॉरी, सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री।
थैंक यू सर। मैं मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। ये इन्होंने लिखा है 3139 वैकेंसीज खाली है, वैकेंसीज है और 2018 से रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं हुआ है। मैं मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूँ क्या रिक्रूटमेंट को होगा और जो स्पेशल पुलिस है उसका कोई बैठक होता है या रिव्यू होता है, इसको मंत्री बताए।
माननीय सदस्य जी जानना चाह रहा है स्पूनर और सीएपीएफ की भर्ती जिस संख्या की रिक्ति की बात की है वह 2021 से इस भर्ती की प्रक्रियाधीन है और उसमें जो रिक्त पद है नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए जो उसका 3000 उत्तर में हमने उसको दिया है कि जो 3139 रिक्तियाँ पूर्वोत्तर के राज्यों के लिए उसमें आरक्षित की गई है और उसकी प्रक्रिया पूर्ण होते ही यह रिक्तियाँ भी भर ली जाएगी। और स्पूनर के विषय में बताएं तो स्पूनर में अभी कोई रिक्तियाँ नहीं है। पहले भी स्पूनर की स्थापना के बाद उत्तर में हमने दिया है कि उसमें कितने स्पूनर में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों की उसमें बहाली हुई है, अधिकारियों की भी और जीडी की भी उत्तर में है, जिसका आंकड़ा है। और आगे जब भी भर्तियाँ आएगी तो उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों का जो उसमें हक बनता है वह हक उस रिक्तियों के साथ पूरा किया जाएगा। जैसे 2015 में 490 रिक्तियों को भरा मैंने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को लिया गया है, 2018 में 585 को लिया गया है। स्पूनर में अभी रिक्तियाँ नहीं है, आएगी तो भरी जाएगी।
धन्यवाद। नवम रबिया जी।
थैंक यू सर। ये बेज बरुआ जो रिपोर्ट है दैट इज़ वेरी एग्जॉस्टिव एंड वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिपोर्ट आपका मंत्रालय को दिया है नोटिस के बारे में। मैं इस संदर्भ में आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा, कमिटी ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट सेंटर खोलने का दिल्ली में जो रिकमेंड किया उस दिशा में कहाँ तक ये आगे बढ़ा है, आपसे मैं जानना चाहूँगा। थैंक यू।
पेज बरवा समिति की सिफारिशें जो भी आई है वह लगभग उन सिफारिशों को सरकार पूरा की है और उसके तहत दिल्ली में भी जैसे स्पूनर की स्थापना हुई उसी प्रकार से उसमें स्पेशल अधिकारी भी बनाए गए और उसके लिए केंद्र की स्थापना भी की, उसके कार्यालय भी खुले गए। साथ साथ मैं माननीय सदस्य को यही बताना चाहूँगा कि सिर्फ दिल्ली में ही नहीं, पूरे देश में जहाँ भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के हमारे भाई बहन रह रहे हैं उनके लिए एक एडवाइजरी भी जारी की गई है कि उनकी सुरक्षा, उनका संरक्षण और उनकी समस्याओं के लिए एक नोडल अधिकारी को नियुक्त करें और उनकी समस्याओं को सुने। सांस्कृतिक एवं सूचना केंद्र नॉर्थ ईस्ट काउंसिल कन्वेंशन सेंटर के लिए 13 द्वारका नई दिल्ली में भूमि आवंटित कर दी गई है और निर्माण के लिए भी आदेश दिए गए हैं जो उसको पूरा कर लिया।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। सुस्मिता देव जी।
The opportunity. I agree with all my colleagues that the Baisborough Committee report was one of the most comprehensive reports regarding the people from Northeast. The backdrop was a racially motivated crime, sir. So there are figures that the Honorable Minister has given about recruitment of the special police unit. The figures are there. I don't want to repeat it. I would ask the Honorable Minister that what is the reason that after 2018 there has been no recruitment. There has been no recruitment because the idea of giving this unit was only to deal with racially motivated crimes against the people of Northeast. So why has there been no recruitment after 2018? Please, I would like to know the reason.
Thank you, Sushmita.
2014 में इसकी जब स्थापना हुई थी स्पूनर की, तो उसके बाद 2015 और 18 में इसकी नियुक्तियाँ हुई हैं और पहले भी हम उत्तर में बताए हैं कि जब रिक्तियाँ होगी तो उसको भरा जाएगा, लेकिन अभी अच्छी संख्या में अधिकारी और जो नियुक्त किए गए हैं हमारे कांस्टेबल और उसके कर्मचारी, उनके द्वारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों का विशेष ख्याल रखा जा रहा है। उसमें कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं हो रही है। अगर कहीं कोई दिक्कत की जानकारी किसी भी सदस्य को मिलता हो तो उसके समाधान के लिए यहाँ
थैंक यू। प्लीज माननीय
रिक्रूटमेंट की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ कि 2018 तक हुआ है और उसमें जितनी भी लोगों की भर्तियां उसमें हुई है, अधिकारी से कांस्टेबल तक, आगे जब रिक्तियां आएगी तो उसको भर ली जाएगी।
माननीय वीरेंद्र प्रसाद बैस जी, प्लीज।
Honorable Chairman, sir, thank you. Sir, Best Bureau Committee, constituted by Government of India in a very special circumstances, sir. People from Northeastern region who are staying in Delhi in many occasions, especially girls and women from the Northeastern region, insulted and harassed by the people here. After the recommendation of the Best Bureau Committee report, Government of India decided to recruit some people. They have introduced one police unit in Delhi Police, and they have started the recruited police in Delhi, and accordingly 2018.
Question, please.
My question is that, sir, the report of the Best Bureau Committee is a very important committee, sir. And one of the basic reasons of the committee was that unemployment issue of the Northeastern region, sir. There is no industry in Northeastern, lack of industry, sir.
Question.
So there is a limited source of appointment opportunity in the Northeastern region. In many occasions, people of Northeastern region asking Government of India to...
Your question, Virendra Vyas,
my question
please.
is very specific question, sir. Is Government of India is going to from some special police force or paramilitary force to recruit specially people from the
Thank you. Thank you.
मैं पहले भी उपसभापति बता चुका हूं कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों के लिए और सीमावर्ती इलाकों के लोगों के लिए जो भर्तियां सीएपीएफ में करती है, जो गृह मंत्रालय के द्वारा होता है और उसकी कई एजेंसी भी है, तो उसमें उनको आरक्षण दिया गया है और उसको हम पूरा फुलफिल करते हैं, कहीं खाली नहीं रहने देते हैं। तो यह भी एक रोजगार का साधन, रोजगार के विषय में पूछ रहे हैं तो भर्तियां हम करते हैं, लगातार करते हैं। अभी भी लगभग 54,000 अभी हम भर्तियां जो पिछले साल किए हैं उसमें भी जो सीमावर्ती लोगों की संख्या के आधार पर और सीमावर्ती इलाकों के आधार पर जो भर्तियां होती हैं उसमें भर्ती। दूसरा उन्होंने रोजगार के संबंध में पूछा है, तो माननीय मोदी जी की सरकार के नज़र में नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बहुत प्राथमिकता है और प्रयास से, केंद्र सरकार की प्रयास से परिणाम भी आए हैं। जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जब वहाँ विकसित हो रहा है, हवाई क्षेत्रों का विस्तार, असम में नई रेलवे लाइन, मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी, जल मार्गों का, रोजगार तो मैडम रोजगार के विषय में उन्होंने पूछा है।
प्लीज माननीय मंत्री जी, आप चेयर को संबोधित करके आपस में बात न करें। चेयर को
उपसभापति महोदय, रोजगार देने के लिए नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को केंद्र सरकार वचनबद्ध है और विभिन्न माध्यमों से रोजगार के अवसर सृजन कर रहे हैं। वहाँ जब हम विकास के काम कर रहे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जब हम वहाँ बढ़ा रहे हैं, उसका निर्माण कर रहे हैं, उससे भी रोजगार मिलता है। साथ साथ रेलवे लाइन बन रही है, पर्यटन के विकास पर वहाँ ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, उद्योग पर ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, नई हवाई अड्डे बन रहे हैं। यह सब सारे विकास के आयाम हैं और इन विकास के माध्यम से रोजगार के भी अवसर मिलते हैं।
धन्यवाद। क्वेश्चन नंबर 215, माननीय श्री विकास रंजन भट्टाचार्य जी। ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, प्लीज बैठकर टिप्पणी न करें प्लीज, उसके लिए प्रक्रिया है, फॉलो दैट प्लीज। फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री की पटल पर रखा गया है। फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री सर, आई एम पेइंग टू चेयर पर बैठकर बात न करें, इट विल नॉट गो ऑन द रिकॉर्ड्स प्लीज।
Chairman, sir, I am pained to say that the answer given by the minister is really no answer to my queries.
these are all advisories. Let the minister give specific answer. My first supplementary, do the government of India maintain any record of these school mergers, consolidation, state-wise? If not, why?
Thank you, Vikas ji. Chairman, sir. Sir, nobody can dare to mislead this House. Let me try to answer certain specific, in specific way. Let me see how I can satisfy my honorable friend. He has put a question whether the merger and consolidation and closure of school is part of Sarva Shiksha Abhijan or NEP. Sir, my answer it is no. This is not at all part of Sarva Shiksha Abhijan or Samagra Shiksha or NEP. State education is in the concurrent list, and especially how do you run your school? It is up to the respective state. How state will decide how many schools will be there, where it will be decided by the respective state. The present question is put in the supplementary. Do you have any information of how many schools are there in the different district? Yes, there is a portal by Ministry of School Education and Literacy, UDICE. We try to take information from the district level, from the state governments, and put it in the public domain. It is already in the public domain. It is open to everybody, but especially merger, consolidation, opening up new school, it is the part of respective state government.
Thank you. Second supplementary, Vikas.
This is not my answer which I expected. Anyway, the question is, have the government of India due records about the dropout of the students, and what is their action to check this dropout?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Chairman, sir. I have answered. If honorable member is not satisfied, he can come to see me, and I can invite him for a cup of coffee, and we can give the entire information.
It's good, please. Good, please.
Sir, human needs and human expectation are unlimited. Please. I am a small fry. I have tried my best. And regarding the dropout ratio, again I will politely say all these things are in public domain in the UDICE. And what are the steps taken by Government of India? Yes, the entire focus of NEP and Samagra Shiksha Abhijan meant for improvement of quality education, where dropout number will be reduced. The Pradhan Mantri Poshan Abhijan is an ambitious program on that direction. Upgradation of education quality, teachers' education quality, all these were very much focused with the consultation with the respective state governments, and we are committed to improve the quality of our teaching learning process up to the 21st century expectation.
Thank you. Mani Abdul Wahab ji. Mani Abdul Wahab ji.
Thank you, Chairman sir. Just I want to ask our minister, number of schools merged, consolidated and closed in different states as a part of Samagra Shiksha and NEP. It is NEP to a part we are also welcome, but students being affected by mergers, consolidation and closure of government schools in different states under NEP and Samagra Shiksha policies, what are the measures taken to address that and mitigate the effect?
Thank you.
This is the same question again put in the different mode. With utmost politeness, I will say merger, closure and all these things are not part of Samagra Shiksha or NEP. These are up to their respective state.
Thank you. Honorable P. Bhattacharya, please.
Please have an answer for Honorable Minister. In the new educational policy, how much importance you have given to the regional language? Are you going to introduce the regional language up to the university level? If it is so, then clarify the entire things.
Good question, sir. Deputy Chairman, sir, in the new national education policy, there are some important features. If I proudly mention this feature in this August House, giving importance to local language, mother tongue is one of the primary strategy of national education policy. Already, we are talking about in higher education vertical.
Please.
Sir, I need your protection, sir.
बैठ करना बोले, please.
Sir, I need your protection
Yes,
because
please.
this is a very important question. If
I'm
people will, in
requesting all the
Rajyasabha,
members.
people will shout, sir, then my language will be limited, sir. मेरा गला बंद हो जाएगा.
Please.
Sir, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, there is utmost importance given to how in higher education for a critical thinking, unless until a student, whether it is in the school education level or in the higher education level, if he or she will learn entire process, the language he is comfortable, which is somewhere known as mother tongue, known as the local language. National education policy has given utmost priority. I can cite one example. All India Institute of Technical Education, AICT, has already started translating engineering course books to the respective language. In some part of southern India, some part of western India, and some part of eastern India are also already, since some institution, around 14 institutions, we have already started teaching in the local language. Local language, we all agree on this concern. Local language has to be given priority.
Thank you. Srimati Fauzia Khan ji.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. While we speak about the national education policy, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister, sir, through you, that the formula which the government has recommended in the policy, 5+3+3+4, is very commendable. But when you include the pre-primary section into the school ambit, today it is with Anganwadis. I want to know, Right to Education Act, which makes education compulsory between the ages of 6 to 14, whether the RT Act will include this age group, and when will this legislation be brought into Parliament?
Thank you, Fauji. Deputy Chairman, sir, we have to see in the NEP, the new pattern. The Honourable Member has rightly appreciated the approach, 5+3+3+4. That means a student at the age of 3 will come to play school, to oblique Anganwadi. This will be a formal arrangement by government of different governments, by the state governments and government of India. RT, I think NEP, in a way, is an overarching strategy on RT. RT has to be added here. This is a new scenario we are entering. If necessary, we can explore that possibility also.
Thank you. Question number 216, Srimati Jharnadas Vaidya ji. Manni Mantri ji.
Answer is laid on the table of the
First supplementary, Jharna ji.
Sir, my first supplementary is, what are the union budget announcement in respect of increase investment on education sector?
Thank you.
Sir, I am happy to inform the Sadan that this is the first time in education the budget has crossed the 1 lakh crore rupees. This is the first time. And considering to fulfill all benchmarks under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, and with the educational team, our Cabinet Minister, under his leadership, Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji, we will achieve the goal.
Thank you. Second supplementary.
My second supplementary, what are the recommendation of the 15th Finance Commission in education sector?
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, according to 15th Finance Commission, it has made every minute fields also, drawing recommendation in education sector in order to incentivize the states on the basis of performance, which is being recorded by Ministry of Education, and PGI is on the basis of 5 parameters. One is the learning outcomes and the quality, and the second is access, third is infrastructure and the facilities, and fourth is equity, And fifth is governance process. The recommendations are as follows. The grant of, sir, I need your protection, sir. Grant of rupees 4,800 crores and to incentivize 6 states each year, rupees 200 crore incentive per year per state, and also grant of rupees 6,143 crore for online learning and development of professional courses. These are for the incentivizing our education field.
नहीं हो गया, दो सप्लीमेंट्री। थैंक यू। प्रोफेसर राम गोपाल यादव जी।
यस सर।
श्रीमान, इस सवाल में ये पूछा गया है कि कोई लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया गया है जीडीपी का, कितना पैसा शिक्षा पर खर्च किया जाए। लक्ष्य तो बता दिया 6% है, लेकिन समय सीमा नहीं बताई कि कब तक खर्च कर देंगे। जो स्थिति है 2014-15 में 4.07% थी जीडीपी की, स्टेट और सेंटर दोनों को मिलाकर, सब मिलकर ही होगा। कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में है तो वो स्वाभाविक है, दोनों का ही होगा। जो बढ़कर अब 5 साल में 4.32% हुई, 4.07 से 4.32% इन 5 ईयर्स। मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि इस रेट से, इसी गति से अगर आपने शिक्षा में पैसा बढ़ाने की कोई लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने की तो 6% प्राप्त करने के लिए कितना समय और लगेगा आपको? और दूसरी बात ये सर, बड़ा बजट खर्च होता है स्कूल एजुकेशन पे। स्कूल एजुकेशन को मिड डे मील की वजह से अगर एक टीचर 2 टीचर है तो सारे दिन खर्च बनाने में कंप्यूटर में लगे रहते हैं। पूरा एजुकेशन जहाँ गरीबों का लड़का पढ़ता है वो सब खत्म हुई जा रही है। मेरा आपसे ये सवाल है कि क्या आप हर प्राइमरी स्कूल के लिए कंप्यूटर जानने वाले एक व्यक्ति को अलग जो एमडीएम की व्यवस्था करे और टीचर्स मुक्त हो जाए, पढ़ाए, ये व्यवस्था करेंगे?
2 सवाल हो गए प्रोफेसर राम गोपाल जी। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I am very grateful for our senior members' anxiety. But at the same time, he has also been convinced that the total GDP, percentage of GDP from 4.07 to 4.39 we have come. But at the same time, we have not given a long jump only, we have given a hop step jump. Regarding our spending of budget in education sector. And again, I am giving some data, sir.
This is not proper.
I am giving some data. Please listen.
There is a system for that, you know.
This is, it is for your information. That is a percentage of GDP. We are much higher than China. If we consider about the BRICS countries, but definitely, because with our honorary leadership, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, in this year, we'll achieve further in a better way, and within a short time, definitely it will give a total participations of state, center, and the public participations.
Thank you. Mr. KJ Alphonse.
I had the privilege of being a member of the committee which formulated the NEP. And since the government of India has taken the courage to implement it, I would like to know whether you have sufficient funds to implement the radical reforms which you have proposed under NEP.
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, we are always, our Honorable Prime Minister, which he is deciding, which he is uttering in the public domain, always we are executing to our commitment. Wherever we see on the Swachh Bharat, in the Pradhan Mantri Awasan, everywhere. At the same time, in education, we are also committed to meet our target, and that's why in this year, a good jump has been given. There is a more than 1 lakh crore has been given to education.
Manye
field.
GC Chandrasekhar, please. GC Chandrasekhar, please.
Our Karnataka government has announced this is the first state to announce implement the national education policy in the country. But the problem is our state budget is per annum around 24,000 crores, primary education. So out of 24,000 crores, 20,000 crores goes to salaries and other 4,500 crores goes to midday meals and other expenditures, and only 80,000 crores is left out for development. And also I wanted to know how much allocation from the central government for implementing NEP, and what's the estimate for every year to implement the NEP program in the state.
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairman said, again I am telling that implementation of NEP is a continuous process, and it is being done by the ministry and at the same time different organizations. So on the budget, it includes all the education department's budget will be committed for this program.
Thank you. Question number 217, Mani Vijaypal Singh Tomar. Mani Mantri ji. First supplementary, Mani Vijaypal ji.
महोदय, मैं माननीय मंत्री से जानना चाहता हूं कि स्किल हब इनिशिएटिव क्या है, इसके उद्देश्य और कवरेज क्या है.
Sir, first of all, let me thank the honourable member for asking this question, sir, because it is an important question and it goes to the essence of skilling, creating more opportunities for our youth in the rural economies, in both the farm and the non-farm economies. And sir, we have given a very comprehensive answer in terms of what are these skilling programs being run that will give these opportunities for the youth in the rural areas. So to his specific question about skill hubs, the whole objective of skill hubs, sir, is to use the existing infrastructure of both the education system and the existing Skill India infrastructure and network to be able to provide a comprehensive skilling and vocational training program to students, dropout students, and also to those who are seeking employment and skilling opportunities outside the education system in various skills. These skill hubs are going to be in the 5,000 in the first phase, and we expect skill hubs to be present in almost every part of India as a conglomeration of both the education and the skilling networks.
Thank you. Second supplementary.
महोदय, मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूं कि प्रत्येक जिले में बैंक द्वारा RSETI के प्रबंधन से ये योजना चलाई जा रही है ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के लोगों को करने के लिए. केवल जिले में एक लीड बैंक ही इसको चला रहा है, जो नेशनलाइज्ड और बैंक हैं, क्या उनसे भी इनको चलाने की प्रारंभ किया जाएगा?
The member has drawn the attention of the House to the RCT program, sir, which is being run by the Ministry of Rural Development and not really by the Skill Ministry, sir. So I will refer his query to the ministry and will revert back to him with the clarification, sir.
Thank you. Manya V. Vijay Sai Reddy.
Sir, thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, the rate at which the women participation in the workforce has gone down in the last few years is very, very alarming. Is it true that the share of the women in the trained workforce under the skill development programs is low compared to the men? What steps has the ministry taken to encourage the incentives to skill development programs for women,
Thank you.
Especially women in the rural areas?
Sir, it is not true that there has been any major disruption of women participation in the workforce leading up to the COVID. But as the member would appreciate, sir, during COVID there have been significant disruptions in the overall workforce, and it is very likely that women participation in the workforce was impacted. But I would like to draw the attention of the House and the member through you, sir, that depending on the job roles and depending on the segment of the economy, women participation has in many areas increased significantly. For example, sir, the information technology and the technology space, women participation has exceeded 44 to 45%. To the specific question that the member has asked, sir, about rural women, sir, our Jan Shikshan Sansthan network is primarily aimed at skilling women in rural areas and is doing a very good job, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Sumer Singh Solanki.
धन्यवाद माननीय उपसभापति महोदय। नर्मदे हर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के युवाओं के लिए कौशल विकास के अंतर्गत कृषि, हस्तशिल्प, कपड़ा और हथकरघा जॉब रोलों की संख्या कुल 165 है, जिसमें प्रशिक्षित की संख्या 13,25,120 है। नियोजित रिपोर्ट 70,535 है। मैं माननीय उपसभापति महोदय आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री जी से ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के युवाओं को, विशेषकर जनजातीय युवाओं के लिए कौशल विकास के बाद स्वरोजगार की दिशा में लोन लेने के लिए बैंकों के द्वारा बहुत सारी कठिनाइयाँ उत्पन्न की जाती है, उसका सामना करना पड़ता है। माननीय मंत्री जी या मंत्रालय द्वारा इसके सरलीकरण की दिशा में कोई कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं? मैं ये
धन्यवाद। Sir, the member has drawn the attention of the difficulties in capital for those who have gone through the micro entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship programs in the skill ministry, sir. If the member meets me, sir, and sits with me, I will try and address those issues, sir.
Thank you. Srimati Jaya Bachchan ji. Srimati Jaya Bachchan ji. Question aapka. Sorry. House stands adjourned to meet at 2 p.m.
माननीय सदस्यगण, जम्मू कश्मीर के बजट 2022-23 और जम्मू एंड कश्मीर अप्रोप्रिएशन बिल 2022, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर अप्रोप्रिएशन नंबर 2 बिल 2022 पर अब तक माननीय 24 सदस्य बोल चुके हैं। लगभग 4 घंटे 7 मिनट की बहस हो चुकी है। अब माननीय मंत्री जी का रिप्लाई हो। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Thank you, sir. So we are discussing since last 2 days the Jammu Kashmir appropriation bill and also the Jammu Kashmir appropriation bill number 2, both relating to J&K's budget for the year. There has been an emphasis on the larger context of the budget being presented here, and also the need for the Legislative Assembly to actually discuss it so that there's representation on matters related to the budget, the taxation in particular. Whilst the points are very well taken, and I thank all the 24 members who have spoken with great interest in the activities which are being undertaken by the government in J&K, political activities and also the economic activities. The economic activities are there for everyone to see as much as the political activity in the context of the delimitation exercise which is going on is being undertaken with all the stakeholders actively engaging with the authorities. So with certainty and also with a sense of rapidity, both the economic and also the political activities are happening, and for everyone to not just see but also to participate. And therefore, in the context of post 370, Article 370, the concerns expressed by the honorable members and also the activities which are getting represented in the various budgetary allocations, where the context of the discussion and the content of the discussions as well. I thank again all the 24 members who participated in the discussion And whilst I give an overall sense of what is happening through the budget, I also will address some of the concerns raised by the members, which are on the political side of things. As one of our honorable members did happen to state, the discussion went on to talk about many other things which may be core to the political economic situation prevailing in the state, but it was relatively lesser on the budget and more on the other things. That's well taken as well. Sir, post 370, many of the members have referred to the fact that about 890 central laws have now become active in the state, and they've become applicable to J&K as well. Whilst it's been applicable as and when the law has been passed in the parliament, the entire country benefited from it, but J&K has started getting benefit of it post removal of 370. And many of the unjust and discriminatory laws have also been, at the state level, have also been removed. 250 state laws have been completely repealed, and 130 state laws have been modified. The various impediments which prevailed in the state for industrial development have also been removed, and the industrial promotion scheme of J&K given by Government of India has opened new doors for the development in J&K. I was happy to hear from both the MOS Home and also from MOS Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs. Both speak on how even a delegation from the Gulf cooperation countries are at the moment, even as we are discussing these issues, are in J&K looking at possibilities of increasing their investment propositions. So the activity and the pace at which the activities for bringing investment, greater job opportunities, and also providing the political representation is going on. Importantly, sir, all of us have over the decades spoken about Article 73, 73rd and the 73rd and 74th Amendment to the Parliament Constitution, and as a result of which most of us see how the third layer of our democracy is getting represented by people from all backgrounds at the panchayat level. However, this level of democracy going down to the roots of the system and to the level of the villages was not available in J&K. So it is only after removal of Article 370 and particularly now this implementation of the 73rd and 74th Amendment Act has been made effective, and that has created an environment through which you find that the three-tier democracy devolution is actually now happening. And for the first time, there are over 30,000 grassroots level elected members in J&K, which is made possible now after the removal of 370. Also, in the name of devolution, which should actually happen in most of the states, 27 functions have been transferred to the PRIs, and 7 departments have been transferred to the urban local bodies. These are certain concrete developments post the removal of Article 370. So, looking at what is prevailing post the pandemic and after the availability of the vaccines, all states have undertaken measures to ensure that vaccines are available for all their citizens. And now that we're talking about J&K budget and J&K health situations and the provisions made for health in the budget, it's important here to record that 100% COVID vaccination of all the eligible population has been achieved in J&K, 100%. And to add to this, 2 500-bed hospitals, COVID hospitals, one each in Jammu and the other in Srinagar, have been established And this has been done by the DRDO. Because of the sense of urgency with which the hospitals had to be made, the DRDO, the Defense Research Development Organization, was brought in, and they have created the two 500-bed each capacity hospital in Jammu and in Srinagar. So even on the quick necessary steps which have to be taken for the sake of the pandemic have also been taken with complete participation and also reaching and saturating on the vaccine. So the sense of security about which many of the honorable members voiced their concern, I just want to very quickly recall the kind of developments which have happened in terms of disturbances to the law and order, terrorist activities, and its impact on the economy. In 2021, the kind of figures we've achieved, I want to show that there has been an overall decline in such activities which disturb peace. There's been a 33% drop in infiltration, 51 in 2020 versus 34 in 2021. So 33% drop in infiltration, 90% decrease in ceasefire violations, 937 in 2020 versus 98 in 2021. 61% decline in terrorism related incidents, where in 2020 we had 244, in 2021 we've had 229. 80% decline in abductions by terrorists. Again, abductions in 2020 were 10, and in 2021 are just 2. 33% decline again in number of police and security personnel who were martyred. 63 it was in 2020 versus 42 it was in 2021. And number of active terrorists from 222 on as of 1st January 2021 to a reduction and coming down to the figure of 188 in January 1st, 2022. So there was no incident of weapon snatching in 2021 and even in 2022 as far as now. So if these are showing decline in those kind of activities which have troubled the J&K for a very long time, post Article 370 removal, and in 2021 in particular, this is the statistics which I would like to place before this Honorable House. So terrorists being neutralized, active terrorists being neutralized is also a very important index on the basis of which we assess what prevails in J&K. 180 terrorists, 148 of them being locals and 32 being foreigners, including 44 top commanders were eliminated in 2021. They were completely eliminated. And about 38 terrorists, 28 of them locals and 10 of them foreigners, have been eliminated this year only up till now in total of 24 anti-terrorist operations. So that's the second level of data that I want to provide. The decline in those activities was the first. Second is neutralization of terrorists. And third, recruitment into terror ranks, which is also worried and bothered all of us about the youth in J&K. Is their recruitment increasing, or what is the situation on that? There's been a 16% decline, sir, in terror recruitment. 164 was it in 2020, and in 2021 it's come down to 138. About 24 youth who have joined terror ranks in 2022 so far, in comparison to 26 in corresponding period of 2021. And the last bit of data which is related to these activities is 89 terror modules were busted, leading to arrest of 670 over the ground active workers, which gave major blow to the terror ecosystem. So I just would want to place this to say, with these kind of containments very clearly happening, the environment for normalcy and also for attracting investments are happening. So one thing which is very important when very many members spoke about inclusion, are all the benefits reaching everybody, is the common man being included in the so-called announcement which are coming, were the words which very many honorable members spoke, and that is a genuine concern, and I would like to address it. Prior to the abrogation of Article 370, sir, several communities were denied benefits. They were not given the right to vote for their assembly, which is a very important right in a democracy. No permanent resident status was given to them. They were not eligible for government jobs, and they were not eligible for admission in professional colleges, and they could not own land. Who were these people? Displaced persons of Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir and Cham. They were denied all this. They were not allowed to vote for the assembly prior to 370, removal, no permanent resident status, and they were not eligible for government jobs, not even eligible to own a piece of land. So these were the realities of Jammu Kashmir before Article 370 was abrogated. So were the West Pakistani refugees, also denied these rights. And I did mention this once earlier, and it is worth mentioning here because many of us honestly and earnestly believe benefits must reach, and that was the constitution given by Dr. Ambedkar. Benefits must reach those sections which have been very much denied of so much of socio-economic developments and benefits. And post 1947, since 1950 January, that is what has been implemented in every part of the country, whereas that was denied in J&K. Valmikis and Safai Karmacharis have never received any of the benefits which rest of the country happily and rightly provides them. That was denied in J&K. So it is only after the abrogation of 370 these benefits have reached them. In fact, I can give you exact numbers. Displaced persons of Pakistan-occupied J&K and Cham, 41,684 families have been given the benefits. They have been given financial assistance of 5.50 lakh per family under the PMDP, the development program of 2015. Reservations in direct recruitment and admissions in various institutions for residents, particularly at the international border, who are mostly people from Pakistan-occupied J&K and also from Cham regions, have all been given these assistance, and their total, as I said a minute ago, is 41,684 families who did not have it any time before the abrogation. So are the West Pakistani refugees, sir. Again, for them, 5.50 lakh per family has been given as financial assistance, eligible for all the domicile certificates which they never had earlier. They are now eligible for government jobs and other benefits. And how many such families? 5,764 families, West Pakistani refugees, have been given these benefits. Sir, I did mention about the Valmikis and Safai Karmacharis. 2,840 domicile certificates have been issued so far to the Valmikis, and eligibility certificates for them being recipients of the domicile certificates. Thereby, we are opening doors for their appointment in government jobs and other facilities. Have all been extended, and I'm sure the August House will be very happy to know that if the deterrent all the while, all the 6 decades, all the while was the article, prevalence of Article 370, its abrogation has immediately brought these benefits to all these people, and that is what I'm sure will make the Parliament of India absolutely gratified about the fact that removal of Article 370 has actually meant benefit to those who so deserved it for so many years. Sir, specific questions related to some of the issues in the budget were raised. Broadly, the question was, how is it that the revenue expenditure decrease, particularly for very many important activities, public works or public health engineering department and so on. I just want to highlight the fact as a part of the administrative reforms which have been undertaken in J&K, the hospitality department saw minus 4.72 decrease in revenue expenditure. Public Works Department saw a minus 8.76% decrease in their revenue expenditure. Public Health Engineering Department saw a minus 1.42%. But all these are part of an administrative expenditure and expenditure reforms which were undertaken. But the capital expenditure on these heads and on other heads as well have only increased and not decreased. And I'm sure members do understand that increasing on capital expenditure is far more constructive and productive as it would go for building permanent assets, and decrease in revenue expenditure is a desirable norm, particularly because after a point the returns on every additional penny spent or every additional rupee spent on revenue expenditure is not going to be comparable with what you get from capital expenditure. So the capital expenditure increase has happened 282% in public health engineering. Disaster management and relief saw 390% increase. Irrigation flood control saw 60% increase. Agriculture saw 26%. Industry saw 33%. Education saw 18%. And tourism saw 10%. Health education, of course, 13%, and culture 18%. So the decrease in capital budget in respect of health department is due to also I'm talking of the health department's capital expenditure in one head coming down, and that one head is the PMDP 2015 works. They've all been completed, and obviously, therefore, on that head, more could not be given. And COVID-related activities and 300 crores under the World Bank aided scheme are all come to a completion. So obviously, new provision this year couldn't have been made. And also in the Public Works Department, there is one head which saw a decrease in the capital allocation, and that is because GSY, the Gram Sadak Yojana, second phase has come to a conclusion. On that head, therefore, there will naturally be a decrease. So on the employment aspects, lots of members, many of them had voiced concern saying what exactly has been happening. The figure is not right. National average is one thing, J&K's average is more. Concerns are well taken, sir. The new industrial policy actually of 28,400 crores will generate 4.50 lakh employment. 4,226 investment proposals. They are worth totally 47,441 crores are also planned to have 1,96,945 youth getting jobs. So these investments are very clearly worked out in such a way that employment for this many number of youth would happen. 20,323 posts referred to recruitment agency already. So for 20,323 jobs for the posts, recruitment process is ongoing. It's already been referred to the agency. Then 1,37,870 youth have been provided assistance under the various self-employment schemes and programs. So they not only are doing their own, but probably employing one or two more in their different self-employed ventures. So on handicrafts, particularly on handicrafts, quite a few members voiced concerns saying J&K is very well known for handicrafts. The artisans are very well respected. Are we giving them something, or are they losing out on this transitional phase? Loan slabs for artisans and weavers have been enhanced from the existing 1 lakh to 2 lakhs. Under the artisan credit card system, 7% artisans have been given credit cards under this particular scheme, and in that 7% interest subvention is being provided to artisans availing facility, and that is a proposal in the current budget. So it's not as if it's been there, nobody picked up, or it is a proposal which this Honorable House will approve of. 7 crafts, including Pashmina. Yesterday I think it was member Vivek Tanka, who's unfortunately not here, and I must concede, I appreciate he came and told me that he wouldn't unfortunately be here once the announcement was made that I shall be replying today. It was a concern that the Honorable Member raised. Pashmina shawls and carpet making have been registered under the GI Act, meaning the geographical indices, which is identity, which is given to certain unique traditional crafts have been given for Pashmina and also for carpet weaving from J&K. So we are taking steps to make sure that the artisans, particularly traditional skills, are working out. In fact, if not part of the budget, not part of the mentions which have been here, but I'm aware that there is a step being taken to revive the very famous filigree silver work, which is very, very delicate and fine work of Kashmir. The filigree work is being restored in master craftsmen from Orissa, if I know right. Amar Patnaik ji will be very happy to know. Filigree experts from Orissa are also being co-opted so that the workers in J&K can benefit from their skills, and that entire filigree thing will get revived. Even this is happening. Sir, much was spoken about the identity of J&K, the symbols which stand for J&K's identity, which I respect. Dal Lake, what's happening to Wular Lake, and so on. Dal Lake in particular, it was a bit sad when members said, oh, it's in a downright bad state. If you go somewhere near it, you'll only have the stench of the lake rather than the fresh, Jammu Kashmir's fresh air. So the work undertaken on the Dal Lake specifically, I'd like to put on record here, sir. The western foreshore road along Dal Lake is to be constructed. Part of the funding is coming from the budget here. It will be constructed afresh. More indigenous lake cleaning machines to be procured. 1.5 square kilometer area to be cleared from what they call lily pads, but I think it is some kind of a weed which grows in the water. They're cleaning it, and during 22-23, 1.5 square kilometer additionally will be taken up for this cleaning. De-weeding and dredging to be conducted along with the shoreline of 1.5 square kilometer area during this fiscal, the coming 22-23. Dredging of acquired lands were acquired near the western side, if I understand right. Dredging of the acquired land of the lake for 60,000 square meters. 60,000 square meters in 22-23, which is to be converted into water bodies, freshly acquired, but they will become water bodies. In fact, many of the members of parliament who would have visited Dal Lake recently would know that it's far cleaner than what it was for ages, and it has to get cleaner even more. So, concern again was expressed about apples, which is the procurement, growing of more apples and orchards, not just apples, but also apricots and very many. On that as well, the Agriculture and Horticulture Department has been working. Efforts are underway to double farmers' income. 8.93 lakh farmers are benefited by the distribution of hybrid seeds. 5,500 metric tons of CA storage, as they call it, added in a year, and further 50,000 metric ton of CA storage is to be added in 22-23. Market intervention schemes such as Parvaz for providing subsidy on anti-hail, ओला जो पड़ता है सर, उसके लिए net introduced. There are anti-hail nets which are now available for horticulture farms. So that net has been introduced to prevent loss for fruit growers. And aside from fruit and horticulture, trout fish, which is a very famous fish there, trout fish production is being doubled from 1,400 metric tons to 2,800 metric tons. So in order that will be helping the local fishermen, the targets have been raised and equal activities are happening for improving the fishermen. So there was concern expressed that the works which have been taken up are progressing very slowly. It's not really happening. Whereas the budget allocation for Home Department is very high. I would like to say, sir, the budget allocated for Home Department is only 10,831 crores, which is almost 10% of the overall budget. Whereas I think the understanding was that 80% of the budget is going for home. It's not so. It's only about 10% which is going. And as regards completion of projects, in 2018-19, sir, 9,229 projects were completed. In 1920, that has gone up to 12,637 projects which were completed. And in 21-22, I'm talking about ending March, meaning in another few days, 40,000 projects are likely to be completed, and the House will be, sometime obviously details will come out. The pace of development has increased manifold since 2019. Numbers are there for all of us to see. So I'm not getting into too much of the employment data, which of course Minister of State Kishan Reddy ji, Minister of State for Home, had mentioned. I'll now come to the 4 specific points that Honorable Member Jairam Ramesh raised, specifically on the budget. He raised questions such as, the state PSU sales have given you increased revenue, so is that going to be your assumption for increasing your revenue in all for the coming year? What are your revenue resources? What are the additional resources that you're going to be identifying? And are you forgetting the usual raising of taxation, toll tax and other things, and going only for monetization? And also your assumption of GST revenues, and finally also about the land being made available by the J&K Industrial Development Corporation, which is a body which is a land bank kind of a body which gives for industrial development. I'm trying to address all the questions raised by Honorable Member Jairam Ramesh. Sir, resource mobilization, particularly in J&K, now that the economic activity of the state is across the board spread and available for everyone to see, our assumptions are based on mobilizing greater resources through the local bodies, ensuring that we have better collection through in some categories having user charges, and also making efficient services of the utilities, so that when the services rendered by the utilities are better served, people tend to pay promptly. And also, very importantly, like the way we are doing at the Government of India level, the removal of inefficiencies in the collection of power utilities, Forest Department, Jal Shakti Department, and also the Mining Department itself holds a lot of promise, and we are able to see that these removal of inefficiency in these areas are gradually showing up in terms of the benefits that we are able to get in the revenue. Asset monetization, sir, has only been 2.65% of our total receipts. And therefore, it's not such a huge big number that it gives an impression that, oh, you're selling everything and therefore your entire assumption for revenue generation for the next year is based only on public sector undertakings being sold off. No, not at all. It is only 2.65% of what we have earned this year. But however, of course, sick public sector undertakings such as, and I give an example only, the Jammu Kashmir Cooperative Supply and Marketing Federation, which is called as JAC-Fed, I think, Jammu Kashmir Cooperative Supply and Marketing Federation, Jammu and Kashmir Cements Limited, and other such SIC units are the ones with the possibility, if we are able to get some kind of a consensus within the state, and also if the economic indices are very clearly analyzed, may be picked up for asset monetization, not privatization, asset monetization. So the GST collection question which Jairam Ramesh had raised is, you seem to estimate that the collection will double. I just want to bring the figures here, sir. The GST collection estimates which were made, which included the compensation for the current year, is projected at 10,462 crores. That's our estimate. The estimate includes the compensation which is getting received. And for the next year, it is slightly higher at 10,600 crores. Now, next year, of course, is from June 22, you're going to have no compensation coming. But still, we've just given slight increase, and I'll explain it how. The level of collection, sir, even for this year, as of February, itself is 12,127 crore. And this is Jammu and Kashmir. And I'm so proud to say that is the kind of revenue being generated in a state which is being governed transparently now, and businesses are able to do their functions. Otherwise, tax collection is just not possible in a state like Jammu Kashmir, which is coming out of the pandemic, which is reviving its economic activity. As of February end, we are saying 12,127 crores, which is much higher than the target set for this entire year. And therefore, even though we are at 12,000 crores, slightly over 12,000 crores, our assumption for the next year, therefore the BE for the next year, is only 10,600 crores. Because we know from July 22, the compensation is not going to be there. So we've not really built on this assumption saying it's doubling, and therefore we are going to double revenue. We have been realistic on that. And a figure which I had mentioned in some of the context earlier answers partly the question which Jairam Ramesh raised about land allotment for industrial development. 4,226 investment proposals worth 47,441 crores have been received, and they are going to generate 1.97 lakh employments. And they have applied for online land allotment. So this is the land bank which is going to give them the land for it. Land for projects worth 14,000 crores has been approved, out of which 5,000 crores land worth in Kashmir division and 9,000 crores worth in Jammu division has already happened. So some of the questions, Jairam Ramesh and also the Honorable several other members about investments which is coming in. Are you really getting investments from outside, or is it just the locals? But if the locals have to do it, is the economy reviving adequately enough? There are questions raised. I just want to quickly give you a few metrics which will help us understand. During the Dubai Expo, which is going on, a lot of states went there and also tried mobilizing investment capital. During the Dubai Expo in January 2022, investment proposals worth 3,000 crores have been finalized. That is for J&K. CEOs of top companies, I mentioned it earlier, Honorable Member Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi is here now. He spoke about how the Gulf Cooperation countries members are still now in J&K talking investment possibilities. They're all there talking on a visit in J&K, which is testimony to the fact that normalcy and also government's commitments to draw investments are fully happening. Lulu Groups has signed an MOU with the J&K government to invest 200 crores for setting up a food processing logistic hub. So that's already signed. That MOU is already signed. Apollo Group has also signed an MOU. They are setting up a 250-bedded multi-speciality hospital in J&K. Private sector coming into J&K, post-abrogation 370, and setting up hospitals, which did not happen till now. Outside, investors, specialists in certain area of investment are coming in. Other global investors, sir, have signed MOU. They include MR Group, which is spelled as all in capital EMAAR, MR. Then there is a Noon.com, Almaya Group, Matu Investments, GL Employment Brokerage, etc. Many of such companies have already come, and I understand land has been already allotted for investment by Jindal Steel. The investments which are happening, and our assumptions of the budget are very clearly explained. So there was some probably factual misunderstanding. I want to correct them. The governor's rule, one of the members, I think it was Vivek ji, he's not here, but I'm taking the liberty to mention it because it's a fact which needs to be corrected. President rule has been there for 6 years. What have you done? So just want to highlight, it may sound that I'm nitpicking, but these are the data which have to be clear. President rule was introduced in June 2018 and not before. So it's not 6 years yet. So there were also questions about, I think again, Honorable Member Rajani ji is not here, but she said you must read a lot. You must know what has been said earlier. Only when you read do you understand. I fully appreciate that concern, but I just want to say that she said, "Padiye, padiye." Huh? Sorry? पढ़ लिया हम सब पढ़ने के लिए कोशिश करते हैं सर, लगातार कोशिश करते हैं, बट पढ़ने में ही हमारे लिए जानकारी मिलता है कि जो एसेंशली J&K भारत देश का एक विषय है, जिसमें आई एम वेरी प्राउड टू से दिस हाउस, बोथ लोकसभा एंड राज्यसभा, in 1991 passed a resolution saying those parts which are under occupation, illegal occupation of Pakistan, are also integral part of India. 1991. It's essentially an India-related issue we are talking about. पढ़ने के बाद ये समझ में आता है कि इस मामले को इंटरनेशनलाइज करने वाले कांग्रेस थे, ग्लोबल यूएन को लेके चले गए। कौन लेके गया? पढ़ने के बाद हमें मालूम होता है सर, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी, जो फर्स्ट प्रधानमंत्री जी है, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, इसको यूएन में लेके चले गए। क्यों? क्यों? बिकॉज समवेयर सर, सर डेटा, बजट,
प्लीज सीट पर बैठकर कमेंट न करें प्लीज।
पढ़ने के बाद जानकारी बोलने में क्या एतराज है? पढ़ने के लिए आप ही तो इनवाइट किया, पढ़ने के बाद हम बोल रहे हैं, इसको सुनने का क्षमता भी रखना चाहिए। हाँ, पढ़ने के बाद मालूम हो रही है कि 1947 दिसंबर में, क्योंकि ब्रिटिशर्स ने उनसे कुछ शायद सजेशन दिया कि ये मामला अदरवाइज सुधरेगी नहीं, आप यूएन लेके चलो, यूएन लेके गए, इंटरनेशनलाइज बना दिया, उसको आज तक हमारे पड़ोसी दुरुपयोग कर रहा है, दुरुपयोग कर रहा है। इसका कारण कौन है जी? पढ़ने के बाद ताई नहीं है, रजनी ताई नहीं है, मगर it is a issue which should not have gone to a global forum. It's essentially an Indian issue. We could have handled it. We are handling it, and we are showing the difference now. Fair. Sir, please. Sir. Now, sir. No. I've always. No. 1 minute. Anand Sharma ji, don't put words into my mouth. Yielding has never been my problem. I yield even now.
I'll yield even now, provided I finish my sentence. I'll yield even now, provided I finish my sentence. So, padne ke baad, when we try to answer, or when we raise genuine issues, or when we answer some of the questions, many of the members won't be present, or they'll walk out. आंसर सुनने का क्षमता रखिए, मैं भी बैठ जाती हूं, यील्ड भी करती हूं, मगर ना जब जवाब देते हैं भाग दौड़ते हैं या रनिंग कमेंट्री देते हैं। सर, मैं बार बार याद दिलाती हूं, मैं जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हूं, मगर जवाब देने के लिए जब मैं उठती हूं बाहर चली जाते हैं या रनिंग कमेंट्री देते हैं, वो सही नहीं है। आई यील्ड।
This is not an issue on which I want to have a partisan discussion or debate. I have also read the same history about our country and of that period. So the fact is that it was the British Parliament which had passed the Union of India Act, and two Dominion states were created, the Dominion of India and the Dominion of Pakistan. There were certain agreements how the princely states, erstwhile princely states, would merge, either join one dominion or the other, through an instrument which was created, the instrument of accession, which is the same sanctity as to be honored, which is a sovereign guarantee and sovereign signature. It was Maharaja Hari Singh who had then approached the government. At the time of the Kabyle invasion, when Kashmir was under attack and the enemy forces were Pakistani forces under the guard of Kabyles or tribals, few kilometers from Srinagar airport. That's where the condition was made by the first Prime Minister and the first Home Minister, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. That history, each page of those files has been read by both the first Prime Minister and the first Deputy Prime Minister, and accordingly it was a unanimous decision that we will send the Indian Army only when Jammu and Kashmir signs the instrument of accession to become an integral part of India. So what she's referring about the Honorable Minister, about the United Nations, I would like to set this record straight. If the matter was taken to the UN Security Council, the issue was whether there will be a cessation of the military conflict or not. India did not accept the plebiscite. UN Observer's Office was never given that sanctity. India conducted elections. There were elected governments in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Not only, we fought wars and we made it very clear repeatedly, this is India's position prior to 2014. Consistent position that Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are an integral part of the sovereign state of India. Let that be put on record.
Thank you. Manya Mantri ji, please. Please, no, Manya Mantri ji, please. No, Anil, please, no. Manya Mantri ji, please. Manya Mantri ji.
Sir, we are reading history and we are coming back with certain
Let us now hear them. Let us hear Honorable Minister, please.
So it is one thing for India to be repeatedly, subsequently fighting wars, defending the territory, also coming to the parliament to say that Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India and so on, but all that is after having taken it to the UN body. So that you cannot deny, which was not necessary at all. So that has to be taken up, and but for the veto.
Please, no.
So this is how it
Please,
is.
अब बैठ कर सीट पे ना बोले, please.
We have to listen to even an intervention which a former minister makes, and everyone was quite listening to Honorable Member Anand Sharma. But no, when I stand up to rebut that, there will be voice. That is the culture of the current opposition, and I'm sorry to say this. That's a culture which should not happen in this house. I'm sorry to say this. Kindly have the patience to answer and listen to us.
Nazir Hussain, should I name you today? Please, you are not the person to sitting here. Please take your seat. Mr. Nazir Hussain, मैं आपको name करूँगा. Please, no, you are not supposed to talk from there. Seat पर बैठ कर running commentary करेंगे. क्या तमाशा है? Please.
Sir.
Please, no chairman, sir. Please. No.
This is the constant
No,
rebuttal,
please.
sir.
माननीय
Even
LOP,
the
please.
chair will be argued with.
आप सीनियर मेंबर इनकरेज ना करें
Even the
चीजों को.
chair will be argued with or commented upon, and I therefore see how it's so difficult for any of us to stand up and answer. So, thank you very much, sir. Other point which I have to underline again is about Article 370. About Article 370, पढ़ने के बाद First Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, in a reply to the Parliament, November 27, 1963, what did he have to say, sir? Article 370, I'm quoting, Article 370 is part of a certain transitional provisional arrangement. It's not a permanent part of the Constitution. It is a part as long as it remains so. As a matter of fact, it has been eroded, if I may use the word, and many things have been done in the last few years which have made the relationship of Kashmir with the Union of India very close, unquote. इसको बार बार हिंदी में भी they used to say घीस घीस करके आर्टिकल 370 खत्म हो जाएगा. घीस घीस करके खत्म होने वाले कानून के ऊपर जब सच में उसको निकालने के लिए जैसे माननीय फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने एनविसेज किया, the way in which he had mentioned घीस घीस करके हो जाएगा, उसको सच में हो जाने के लिए हटाने के लिए जब हम कदम उठाते हैं, no, what is this? How could you do it? You've removed the special status for a state. 70 years that transitional arrangement remained. And when you remove it, you should have gone by what Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had said in 1963. Supported it. The transitional phase is over. And I therefore want to quote here, sir, our Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji, who on August 6, 2019 said it. I quote, Jawaharlal Nehru ji also said that Article 370, I'm quoting, Jawaharlal Nehru also said that Article 370 will be worn out in due process. But Article 370 has been maintained with such an effort that it has been 70 years, but it has not worn out at all. Now you tell me, everyone accepts that this is a temporary provision. Can the word temporary last for 70 years? When will it go? How will it go? How long does this temporary provision have to remain? Unquote. This is what our Home Minister Amit Shah ji said August 6, 2019 while talking about abrogation. And therefore, it is important to understand that although from Jansang's days, our manifestos have spoken about abrogation of 370, and we've kept up that promise. Every BJP manifesto has said it. We've kept up that promise. It's a promise given to the country. And therefore, we had to do it. We've fulfilled it. Sir, also, repeatedly we've heard denial about nothing happened, no genocide, no mass migration of people, no running, no fleeing of people, no killing happened. And also various questions about who was the governor there. It was your rule. You were in alliance in Delhi. I just want to put the facts on records. The National Conference government, with the support of the Indian National Congress, was in power in J&K from November 1986 to January 18th, 1990. And Governor Jagmohan ji reached J&K after the resignation of the then Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah ji. Sorry to take the name here, but he was the Chief Minister then. 20th January 1990 is when the governor reaches Srinagar. But whatever happened in 1990, we all know, we list it out and we are all seeing it also. But what happened in 1989 when this government was still in place? November 86 onwards till 18 January 1990. I'll take just the example of 1989, when that government of National Conference and Indian National Congress alliance government was still there. At least 7 major events and 1/8, which is even more important, all happened in 89. Srimati Prabhavati, wife of Sohanlal in Nagam Chadura, was brutally killed by terrorists, and the FIR is still lying there, 46/89 in Shahid Ganj, Srinagar police station. Sri Dinanath Raina, son of Tarachand, was killed, shot dead by terrorists in Habba Kadal, and that FIR 154/89, 1989 ka incident, still lies in Shahid Ganj police station. Number 2. Number 3, retired Judge Neelkant, who had sentenced Maqbool Butt. जैसे पूरे कॉन्वर्सेशन कश्मीर फाइल्स के ऊपर चला, बजट के ऊपर नहीं चला. Sir, Neelkant.
Please.
You reply on Kashmir budget. Whatever points we are raised, you reply. VP Singh के साथ कौन थे? VP Singh.
I'll answer that also. I'll answer that.
आप लोग खुद सपोर्ट करके वहां पर खुद उधर बढ़ावा भी देते हैं, इधर ये बात भी हमको कहते हैं, और देश बचाने के लिए हमने जो काम किया उसकी मजाक भी यहाँ उड़ाते हैं.
धन्यवाद माननीय.
ठीक नहीं है.
धन्यवाद माननीय.
आपको कुछ कहना है,
धन्यवाद.
एक अलग डिबेट रखिए.
धन्यवाद.
फिर सारे उत्तर हम लोग देंगे.
धन्यवाद. प्लीज 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 प्लीज.
Sir,
माननीय मंत्री,
I'm
आपकी बात रिकॉर्ड पे जा रही है, कोई और नहीं.
I'm very happy to hear the honorable leader of opposition say, first answer on the subject, don't deviate from the subject. On both the points, sir, I have all this while answered point by point on the subject for those members who spoke on the subject. And for those who did not speak on the subject too, I will answer here, and therefore I request the honorable leader of opposition to have the kind patience and give me that space as a member of this house, so that I will be able to answer every one of the members who ask me questions which are somewhat on the budget and which are majority not on the budget. And for that, if you allow me, I will draw the comment of honorable member Jairam Ramesh. Thank you. Honorable member Jairam Ramesh comment I would like to take, so that I will stand here justified for answer that I'm giving now. If the records can be pulled out and shown, I'm paraphrasing, may not be the exact words. Didn't he start his intervention by saying, whilst majority of the discussion has happened on other things, sir, I want to come back to the budget and ask some 4 questions which are pertinent to the budget. I've answered the 4 questions, but he himself, coming from the opposition desk, realized that the debate on the J&K budget was on everything else but the budget. Please take the record and show it. Didn't he? And is it not my duty, therefore, to talk about other things also? So why is this objection by the leader of the opposition? Kind senior member, kindly, I request through you, allow me the space to answer everything that has been said. Undone, sir. So that is number 2. Number 3, retired Judge Neelkant, who was also shot in broad daylight by, for having given a judgment against a terrorist. That also happened in 1989. Vijay Kumar Kupura, son of Shambhunath, also killed by terrorists in Maharajganj, and the FIR 21289 stands even now in Shahidganj. 5th one, Tikkalal Taplu, son of Amarnath Taplu, the FIR still lies in Maharajganj, shot down 169/89, stands still there, the FIR. Advocate Premnath Bhatt, 1989, a resident of Kaja Mir Ali, was also killed, FIR still 512/89, 6th one. 7th, is it not true? Now I'll come to this, sir. Now they talk about NC plus Congress government in there, but you were here supporting the union government from outside. Is it not true then that the Union Home Minister's daughter herself was kidnapped during December 1989? The state government there couldn't do a thing. They couldn't do a thing. And the state government's responsibility, it is the law and order. So, is it not true that even Jagmohan ji, and this is the last point on this ground I want to raise, is it not true that Governor Jagmohan, in his first phase of being governor, when he was asked to leave in July 1989, didn't he warn the authorities at that time itself that the dark clouds of the terrorists are really overpowering J&K? Necessary efforts will have to be taken by the state government. He said that and quit. And after that, all this has happened. And after that is when the resignation of the then chief minister had to happen on 18 January 1990. And then came Jagmohan's second tenure as governor. But this happened when the state government was controlled by National Conference and Indian National Congress. So kindly, sir, do not, I wish the dates are not played around with. No, we were not there, you were there. None of that. All these dates are pakka here in the records. So, for something which has been from then messed around, completely injustice done to the people of J&K, after the abrogation of Article 370, you see justice reaching, democracy reaching, economic development reaching, rights for everybody reaching. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
I shall now put the motion regarding consideration of the Jammu and Kashmir Appropriation Bill 2022 to vote. The question is that the Jammu and Kashmir Appropriation Bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha be taken to consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clauses 2 and 3 and the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 2 and 3 and the schedule are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move that the bill be returned.
Sir, I rise to move that the bill be returned.
Motion moved that the bill be returned. The question is that the bill be returned. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is returned. I shall now put the motion regarding consideration of the Jammu and Kashmir Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2022 to vote. The question is that the Jammu and Kashmir Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha be taken to consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clauses 2 and 3 and the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 2, 3 and the schedule are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move that the bill be returned.
Sir, I move that the bill be returned.
Motion moved that the bill be returned. The question is that the bill be returned. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is returned. Manya members, discussion on the working of the Ministry of Railway, माननीय प्रसन्न आचार्य ने जिन्हें बहस इनिशिएट किया था, इसके बाद डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी बोलेंगे, फिर माननीय एलओपी का डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी।
मान्यवर, आपका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा कि आपने रेल जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने का मुझे अवसर दिया। मान्यवर, भारत में रेल का इतिहास लगभग 170 वर्ष पुराना है।
मान्यवर, ये इसका शुभारंभ बोरी बंदर से ठाणे तक 16 अप्रैल 1853 हुआ था। तब 14 कोचों की रेलगाड़ी 400 सवारियों के साथ भाप इंजन द्वारा 3 रेलगाड़ियां चलाई गई थी। मान्यवर, ये 1853। तो इस तरह से 170 साल पुराना रेल का इतिहास भारतवर्ष में है। शुरुआत में सवारी गाड़ी से इसका संचालन हुआ, लेकिन बाद में इसका बड़ा फायदा माल परिवहन में मिला और वस्तुओं की ढुलाई का काम इसके द्वारा भाप इंजन द्वारा किया जाने लगा। मान्यवर, इसके आज़ादी के बाद 42 रेल प्रणालियां देश में काम कर रही थी। अलग अलग राज्य रजवाड़ों की रेलवे लाइन थी, तो उन सबको एकीकृत करके आरंभिक इन सबको एक साथ जोड़ करके भारतीय रेल का गठन किया गया। और मान्यवर, इस तरह से देखें तो आरंभिक 100 साल तक रेल कर्मियों को श्रम साध्य ढंग से रेल का संचालन करने का काम करना होता था। लेकिन फिर 1950-51 से भारतीय रेल एशिया की सबसे बड़ी और दुनिया की 4 बड़ी रेल प्रणालियों में से एक हो चुकी थी और देश का 80% माल और लगभग 70% सवारी का परिवहन का दायित्व रेलवे पर था। इस तरह से देखा जाए, महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं की तरफ मैं मान्यवर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूँगा कि आज वर्ष 2014 में भारतीय रेल से अब तक भारतीय रेल की जो प्रमुख उपलब्धियां हैं मान्यवर, विस्टोडम यात्री सुविधा बेहतर करने के साथ साथ प्राकृतिक सुंदरता को प्रदर्शित करने के लिए भारतीय रेलवे ने पर्यटन मार्गों पर सौंदर्यपूर्ण रूप से डिजाइन किए गए विस्टोडम लिंके हाफमैन बुश कोच पेश किए गए हैं। विस्टोडम कोच व्यापक बड़ी साइड खिड़कियों के साथ साथ छत के पारदर्शी सेक्शन के माध्यम से मनोरम दृश्य हरियाली देखने का अवसर मिलता है। इस प्रकार यात्रियों को प्राकृतिक सुंदरता का भी आनंद लेने की सुविधा होती है और पर्यटक इससे ज़्यादा रेल में आकर्षित होते हैं। ये कोच कालका, शिमला, गुवाहाटी, बदरपुर, गुवाहाटी, नाहरलगुन, विशाखापट्टनम, न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी और अलीपुरद्वार में चल रहे हैं। मान्यवर, यात्रियों को विश्व स्तरीय यात्रा का अनुभव प्राप्त करने के लिए भारतीय रेल ने विभिन्न ब्रॉड मीटर रनिंग गेज सेक्शनों को 57 विस्टाडोम कोच चल रहे हैं। मान्यवर, औसत वार्षिक पूंजीगत 2019-9 से 14 के दौरान 45,914 करोड़ रुपए प्रतिवर्ष रेलवे पर व्यय होता था, जिसे 14 से 21 तक बढ़ाकर 1,14,000 करोड़ प्रतिवर्ष का परिव्यय निर्धारित खर्च किया गया। मान्यवर, इतना ही नहीं, 2014 से 2021 तक और 2022-23 के लिए 2,45,000 करोड़ रुपए की उच्चतम पूंजीगत व्यय परिव्यय आवंटित किया गया है रेलवे के लिए। मान्यवर, जो रिकॉर्ड है अब तक कि 2,45,000 करोड़ का परिव्यय रेलवे के लिए इस 22-23 के बजट में निर्धारित किया गया है। इसके लिए माननीय मैं रेल मंत्री जी को, माननीय वित्त मंत्री को, प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहूँगा कि इतना बड़ी परिव्यय स्वीकृत करने से देश के रेल की स्थिति सुधरेगी, हमारी रेलवे विश्व स्तरीय रेलवे बनेगी। ये इस दिशा में प्रयास किया गया। मान्यवर, बड़े पैमाने पर नई लाइनों का दोहरीकरण करने का काम और गॉज कन्वर्जन का काम, जो मीटर गेज थी उनको ब्रॉड गेज करने का काम मान्यवर बड़े पैमाने पर किया गया और लगभग 66% से अधिक की वृद्धि हुई है। 2009 से 14 के बीच केवल 1500 किलोमीटर प्रतिवर्ष गेज परिवर्तन का काम हुआ था और 2014 से 21 के बीच 2,533 किलोमीटर प्रतिवर्ष गेज परिवर्तन का काम किया गया। मान्यवर, सिक्किम को छोड़ करके सारे जितने पूर्वोत्तर राज्य हैं उनको रेल सेवा से जोड़ने का काम हमारी सरकार ने किया है, जो मान्यवर एक बिल्कुल जिसे बहुत कठिन कार्य माना जाता था। पहली बार भारत सरकार ने तमाम हमारे पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों को रेल सुविधा से जोड़ने का काम किया है। मान्यवर, एनडीए ने डीएफसी को काफ़ी महत्व दिया और देश के समग्र विकास के लिए पर्याप्त धन आवंटन और केंद्रीय प्रयासों के परिणाम स्वरूप 2014 से नए ट्रैक बिछाने का काम किया गया और क्षमता वृद्धि के रूप में 2020-21 में 1,110 किलोमीटर पूर्वी और पश्चिमी समर्पित फ्रेट कॉरिडोर का निर्माण किया गया, जिससे कि मान्यवर फ्रेट के ढुलाई के काम में बड़ी भारी सहायता मिली, बड़ा परिवर्तन हुआ है। 2014 से 21 के दौरान प्रतिवर्ष रेलवे विद्युतीकरण की गति पर 5.5 गुना अधिक बढ़ी है। मान्यवर, रेलवे विद्युतीकरण प्रतिवर्ष 2009 से 14 के बीच 608 किलोमीटर प्रतिवर्ष होता था, जो 2014 से 21 के बीच
3,400 किलोमीटर हुआ, 440 किलोमीटर हुआ और मान्यवर 21-22 में ये बढ़कर के 6,000 किलोमीटर का इतना महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य प्राप्त किया है इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का रेलवे का। मान्यवर मैं इसके साथ ये कहना चाहूँगा कि रेल को बिजली द्वारा संचालित करने की दिशा में 1920-21 में 21 BU से बढ़कर 72 BU हो जाएगी और डीजल का खपत 2019-20 में 2.4 बिलियन लीटर था, जो कि मान्यवर 2029-30 तक 0.2 बिलियन लीटर डीजल की खपत रेलवे में रह जाएगी। इस तरह से रेलवे इको फ्रेंडली बन सकेगी, पर्यावरण को संरक्षण कर सकेगी, हरित जनरेशन के माध्यम से रेलवे का संचालन हो सकेगा। इस महत्वाकांक्षी कार्य के लिए मैं माननीय रेल मंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा। इलेक्ट्रिक इंजनों के उत्पादन में भी मान्यवर देश में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है। 2009 से 14 के बीच इलेक्ट्रिक लोकोमोटिव का उत्पादन 246 लोकोमोटिव प्रतिवर्ष था, जो उस 14 से 21 के बीच बढ़कर 473 लोकोमोटिव प्रतिवर्ष हो गया। और मानव इस तरह से देखें चालू वित्त वर्ष में ये स्थिति है कि हमने बड़े पैमाने पर और इतना ही 12,000 हार्स पावर के लोकोमोटिव तैयार, इलेक्ट्रिक लोकोमोटिव तैयार करने का, इंडिजिनस लोकोमोटिव तैयार करने का काम भारतीय रेल ने किया है। उसके लिए जितनी प्रशंसा की जाए रेल विभाग के इंजीनियरों की कम है। मान्यवर 100% कोच को बायो टॉयलेट से लैस किया गया है। इससे पटरियों पर खुले में शौच समाप्त हो गया है। मान्यवर 20 अगस्त तक अब तक 11 मार्च 2022 तक 2137 से अधिक किसान रेल सेवाएं चलाई जा चुकी हैं। इन सेवाओं से 7.15 लाख टन से अधिक कृषि उपज और खराब होने वाली वस्तुओं का उत्पादन केंद्रों से उपभोग केंद्रों तक पहुंचाने में मान्यवर मदद मिली है। मान्यवर इसके साथ ही कवच रेलवे में कवच व्यवस्था को संचालन करने से विश्व स्तरीय सिग्नल प्रणाली का विकास हुआ है और आज भारतीय रेल ने 2325 इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और 3917 रिले आधारित इंटरलॉकिंग और 649 ISB ब्लॉक स्टेशनों के साथ 97% स्टेशनों को आधुनिक सिग्नल सिस्टम के साथ कवर करने का काम किया है। मान्यवर मुख्य विशेषताएं लोको पायलट के विफल होने के स्थिति में कवच स्वचालित रूप से ब्रेक लगकर ट्रेन की गति को नियंत्रित कर लेती है और इस प्रकार से दुर्घटनाओं की संभावना मान्यवर बहुत कम हो जाती है। मान्यवर वंदे भारत ट्रेन, हमारे इस बजट का ये प्राविधान है कि मान्यवर वंदे भारत ट्रेन पर विशेष जोर देने का काम किया गया है और इस वर्ष 400 वंदे भारत ट्रेन इन अगले 3 वर्षों में संचालित करने का लक्ष्य है। मान्यवर 15 फरवरी 2019 को नई दिल्ली वाराणसी खंड तक पहली और नई दिल्ली श्री माता वैष्णो देवी कटरा तक दूसरी और 3 अक्टूबर 19 को तीसरी वंदे भारत ट्रेन चलाई गई। वर्तमान में चल रही वंदे भारत ट्रेनों की प्रमुख विशेषताएं मान्यवर यह है कि इस 160 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की परिचालन गति और 180 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की परीक्षण गति, 2 से 12 कोच कार्यकारी वर्ग, दोनों सिरों पर ड्राइविंग कोच, दिव्यांगजनों के लिए अनुकूल, स्वचालित दरवाजा और स्लाइडिंग फुट स्टेप्स, वाईफाई की सुविधा, कोचों के बीच व्यापक गैंगवे को सील किया गया है। LED स्क्रीन पर GPS आधारित यात्री जानकारी उपलब्ध कराई गई है। 20% ऊर्जा बचत की गई है और मान्यवर ऊर्जा कुशल 3 चरण IGBT अंडर स्लिंग प्रोपल्शन इक्विपमेंट लगाए गए हैं। मानव इस तरीके से देखा जाए कि 2023 तक पूरे भारत में 75 वंदे भारत ट्रेन चलाने की योजना है। इसके अलावा ऊर्जा कुशल के लिए 400 रैक 52,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से मंजूरी का प्रस्ताव है। स्लीपर संस्करण वंदे भारत 2.0 की बनाई गई है मान्यवर। इसके साथ ही हाई स्पीड रेल के दिशा में परिवहन क्षेत्र में 508 किलोमीटर लंबाई की एक परियोजना मुंबई से अहमदाबाद तक हाई स्पीड रेल चलाने की कार्य रूप में चल रही है। मान्यवर जमीन का अधिग्रहण कर लिया गया है, पिलर्स बन गए हैं और बड़ी तेजी के साथ हाई स्पीड रेल का काम किया जा रहा है। इसके अतिरिक्त मान्यवर दिल्ली से वाराणसी, दिल्ली से अहमदाबाद, मुंबई नागपुर, मुंबई पुणे हैदराबाद, चेन्नई बेंगलोर, दिल्ली चंडीगढ़, वाराणसी पटना, इन मार्गों पर भी रेल मंत्रालय ने हाई स्पीड रेल चलाने के लिए उसका मान्यवर सर्वेक्षण करने का काम कर रखा है। मान्यवर इसके साथ ही अगर स्टेशन विकास की दिशा में देखा जाए, आज धीरे धीरे हमारे देश के स्टेशन विश्व स्तरीय बनते जा रहे हैं। वाईफाई की सुविधाएं और तमाम तरह की सुविधाएं रेलवे स्टेशनों पर उपलब्ध कराई गई। रेल की साफ सफाई का, स्टेशनों की साफ सफाई का उच्च स्तरीय गुणवत्ता प्रदान करने का प्रयास किया गया। मैडम मेरा 5 मिनट टाइम है।
10 मिनट था और हो गया।
मान्यवर, हाँ 5 मिनट में मैं खत्म कर दूँ।
5 नहीं,
हाँ मान्यवर, इसके साथ ही रेल यात्रियों को अधिक से अधिक सुविधाएं देने की दिशा में लगातार मान्यवर काम किया जा रहा है। मैडम, इसके साथ ही मैं कहना चाहूँगा, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की दृष्टि से रेलवे ने वेंडरों के अनुमोदन के लिए आरडीएसओ द्वारा ली जाने वाली वेंडर आवेदन शुल्क को कम कर दिया है। इस पहल का उद्योग जगत की लागत कम हुई है। भारतीय रेल का निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि आपूर्ति श्रृंखला के साथ साथ अधिक से अधिक उपयोगी भागीदारों को जोड़ा जाए। वेंडरों के सिंगल इंटरफेरेंस अप्रूवल के लिए एकीकृत योजना लागू की गई है। विक्रेताओं को सभी स्तरों पर वितरण चित्र और विनिर्देश दे विक्रेता आवेदन की ट्रैकिंग के मुफ्त ऑनलाइन एक्सेस की जाएगी। मैडम, इसके साथ ही वेंडर इसके साथ ही पहला मेक इंडिया बढ़ावा मिलेगा और उद्योग व्यवसाय लागत कम होगी। इससे रेलवे को अपनी आपूर्ति श्रृंखला को अधिक विकसित करने का अवसर मिलेगा।
थैंक यू वाजपेयी जी। खरगे साहब,
समाप्त हो रहा है।
आई एम सॉरी, द टाइम इज ओवर।
हाँ जी, अभी 2 मिनट है मैडम।
नहीं साहब, टाइम इज ओवर, 10 मिनट्स ओवर। खरगे,
अरे मैडम 11 है।
नहीं, यहाँ 10 मिनट आपके पार्टी ने 10 मिनट दिए और वो कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं।
मैडम, कुछ 2-3 महत्वपूर्ण बातें हैं जिनको मैं जरूर आपके संज्ञान में लाना चाहता हूँ।
कंक्लूड करिए।
ये कंक्लूड कर रहा हूँ मैडम। नहीं, क्षेत्र वाला नहीं रखेंगे
अभी नहीं टाइम।
मान्यवर, 24,000 किलोमीटर रेल मार्गों का विद्युतीकरण किया गया है। भारत सरकार ने 100 कार्गो टर्मिनल बनाने की योजना है और अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट को भारतीय रेलवे के साथ जोड़ा जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति योजना के अंतर्गत सड़क, रेलवे, बंदरगाहों एवं बड़े पैमाने पर परिवहन को गतिमान बनाने की योजना है। प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति योजना के माध्यम से देश के युवा नागरिकों को रोजगार के अवसर प्रदान किए जाएंगे। इस योजना के तहत उत्पादन एवं उद्योग के क्षेत्र में वृद्धि होगी। वन स्टेशन वन प्रोडक्ट योजना को लोकप्रिय किया जाएगा। सुरक्षा एवं क्षमता वृद्धि के साथ 2000 किलोमीटर रेलवे नेटवर्क विश्व स्तरीय प्रौद्योगिक कवच के अंतर्गत आच्छादित किया जा रहा है। बेहतर सुविधाओं के लिए
मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, आई एम सॉरी,
इस तरह से रेल को विश्व।
थैंक यू वाजपेयी।
धन्यवाद मैडम, आप मुझे समय दिए और खासकर भारतीय रेल कामकाज पर बात करने का और जो रेलवे में सरकार ने जो कुछ काम किया है और इससे पहले भी जो काम इस इलाके में हुए हैं उसके बारे में बहुत सी बातें यहाँ पर रखी गई और बहुत सी चीज़ें प्रेसिडेंट के अभिभाषण पर या उनके भाषण पर उस वक्त भी बहुत चर्चा इस सदन में हुआ और बहुत सी चीज़ें सरकार के तरफ से बताए गए। मुझे खुशी है कि ये रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट एक बहुत बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट है जिसका मैं भी थोड़े दिन के लिए यानी एक साल के लिए मंत्री था। ये बहुत ही बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट है और हमेशा ये इंडिपेंडेंट डिपार्टमेंट रहता था, ऑटोनोमस रहता था और इसका हिस्ट्री 170 साल से ज़्यादा है और ये एक देश का लाइफलाइन है जिससे कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर तक रेल से जुड़ा जाता है, आसाम से लेकर गुजरात तक रेल चलती है। तो इसका प्रोग्रेस तो बहुत पहले ही हो चुका है। चंद जो बचे कुचे थे वो भी चल रहे हैं। लेकिन जब मैं भाषण पहले भी सुना तो उसमें तो हर भाषणकार ऐसा बोलने लगा कि ये रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट का जन्म ही 2014 से हुआ। अरे क्यों नीरज, जरा चुप बैठो। आपके पिताजी हमारे बड़े दोस्त भी थे, सीनियर लीडर थे। नहीं सो रहे ना, इसलिए बोल रहे। क्योंकि हमारा गुलबर्गा को 3 दफा आना हुआ उनको, चंद्रशेखर, मोहन धारिया, कृष्णाकांत। अब सब लोगों के ऊपर केस उस वक्त हुआ था। तो अरे कांग्रेस 69 में 70 में गुलबर्गा आए थे। कांग्रेस फोरम फॉर सोशलिस्ट एक्शन।
सर आप टॉपिक पे
चलिए मैडम, खैर
प्रधानमंत्री बनाया था, बीजेपी नहीं।
तो आज जो ऐसा बात कर रहे हैं कि हर प्रोजेक्ट, और ये रेल 2014 में ही इसका जन्म हुआ। आज लोग इतने परेशान हैं कि एक तरफ प्राइवेटाइजेशन की गूंज उठ रही है और इससे कर्मचारी बड़े चिंतित हैं। और ये एक ऐसा बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट है जिसमें बहुत से लोगों को नौकरियां दी जा सकती है। पहले तो ये अच्छा चल रहा था, लेकिन क्या वजह थी कि रेलवे बजट को फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट में मर्ज किया गया। अब फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट के पास हर वक्त जाना पड़ता है। पहले तो बोर्ड बहुत से डिसीजन लेती थी, डिस्क्रिशन उनके पास था, और जरूरी कामें जो होना है वो जल्द से जल्द कर देते थे। लेकिन आज हर चीज को क्यू में ठहर कर फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट से मंजूरी लेनी पड़ती है। तो ये इससे क्या एफिशिएंसी ज़्यादा हो गई या कम हुई, मुझे मालूम नहीं, वो मिनिस्टर अपने उत्तर में बताएंगे। ये आज़ादी के बाद हमको ये रेलवे एक बड़ी जर्जर स्थिति में मिली थी, और खासकर इसका 40% रेल लाइन पूरे पाकिस्तान में गई थी, बाकी का हिस्सा हमारे पास था। और प्राइवेट कंपनियां राजे महाराजाओं के सबके रेलवे थे, वो कम से कम 42 राजाओं के और प्राइवेट कंपनी के मिलके जो लाइन थी, उन सभी को एक सिस्टम में आज़ादी के बाद नेहरू जी ने लाया। और ये मर्ज करने के बाद रेल डिपार्टमेंट इतनी बड़ी कि इसको 6 जून में बांटा गया, ताकि काम इसका बड़े एफिशिएंट के साथ होने दो। और खासकर 80-90% गरीब लोग जो सी क्लास कोच में बैठते हैं, जिसको पहले 3rd क्लास कहते थे, तो उससे ही ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जाते हैं। लेकिन हम लोग उधर ध्यान कम देते हैं और दूसरे चीज़ों पे अपना ध्यान ज़्यादा है। अब उदाहरण के तौर पर मैं सुन रहा था, जब ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट का भी बजट यहाँ पर पेश हुआ तो हर चीज का क्रेडिट वही लोग लेने शुरू करें जिन्होंने शुरू में कुछ नहीं किया था या जब मौका मिला उस वक्त भी नहीं किया था। देखिए, डेडिकेटेड फ्लाइट कॉरिडोर जम्मू कश्मीर हो या नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो, ये जो परियोजनाओं के बारे में इनकी बुनियाद तो कांग्रेस सरकार ने रखी, लेकिन हमारे योगदान को जनता से क्यों छिपा रहे आप? भाई ये इस साल प्रारंभ हुआ, इतना काम हुआ था और इतना काम हमने किया, आप क्रेडिट लो। आप ऐसा बोल रहे कि को हर चीज जो उस वक्त हुए उसका जिक्र करने को भी आपको थोड़ा शर्माते होंगे। क्यों नाम बोला? क्योंकि जैसा पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का नाम आते ही जो जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े हैं वो लोग भी ऐसा कूदते हैं कि ये कहीं जवाहरलाल नेहरू नाम कहीं और का है। अरे जो आदमी 13.5 साल जेल में रहा और देश के लिए लड़ा, अखबार निकाला, अपने घर को ऑफिस बनाया, उसके बारे में आप ऐसे बातें करते हैं कि वो कुछ भी नहीं है और सब कुछ आप किए हैं, तो ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। और मैं आपको और एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ। कश्मीर की भी जिक्र हो गई थी उस वक्त। जो 212 में हमने पीर पंजाल की 11 किलोमीटर से लंबी सुरंग बनाकर जम्मू कश्मीर को रेल से जोड़ा। मैं खुद भी गया था एक 11 किलोमीटर का सुरंग ये करते हुए। और जम्मू तवी उधमपुर लाइन 13 अप्रैल 2005 को पूरा किया, उसका भी क्रेडिट आप ले रहे। बारामुल्ला से काजीगुंड लाइन 28 अक्टूबर 2009 को पूरी हुआ। वैष्णव देवी यात्रा के लिए कटरा तक रेल पहुंचाने का काम भी हमने किया। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट की ज्यादातर प्रोजेक्ट्स यूपीए की देन है। 10 साल तक डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे और वहां से राज्यसभा से चुनाव जीतते थे तो उन्होंने बहुत कुछ उस इलाके में काम किया, लेकिन उसका जिक्र भी नहीं करते। अरे इतनी जेलसी, इतना हेट्रेडनेस अगर डेमोक्रेसी में रहा तो बड़ा मुश्किल है। ये डेमोक्रेसी ऐसे इस ढंग से नहीं टिकती। इसको आप जो अच्छा काम हुआ उसकी सलाह करो, जो नहीं हुआ जहां टीका करना है आप टीका कीजिए। हर बात को तोड़ मोड़ के एक जमाने में जम्मू कश्मीर गया था, उसके बाद वाराणसी भी गया था, तो उस वक्त वहाँ के लोगों ने कहा, खासकर हमारे बेंगलुरु के लोगों ने, साहब हम बेंगलुरु के इतने नॉर्थ इंडिया के लोग हैं, राजस्थान के हैं, बिहार के हैं, यूपी के हैं, कश्मीर पंडित हैं, सब लोग हैं, हमको अपने वाराणसी को जाने के लिए या वैष्णो देवी जाने के लिए और अपना अजमेर जाने के लिए कोई ट्रेन नहीं। तब मैंने खुद वो स्वामी जी के पास जाकर कहा कि आपकी ट्रेन बेंगलुरु से काशी तक 1 महीने में चलेगी। हमने चला के दिखाए। वैष्णो देवी के लिए यशवंतपुर टू वैष्णो देवी मैं करके दिया, और उसके बाद अजमेर के लिए वो भी पूछे तो वो भी करके दिए। और उसमें कोई पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं था। हमारा मकसद यही था कि सबको सहूलत हो, और ये पॉलिटिक्स बाहर करेंगे। जब चुनाव आता लड़ेंगे, आप अपने उसूल बोलते हैं, हम अपने उसूल बोलते हैं, ठीक है, आपकी आइडियोलॉजी की जीत हो गई होगी, मेरी आइडियोलॉजी को स्वीकार नहीं किए होंगे, उसके लिए हम लड़ेंगे और लड़ेंगे, मजबूत करेंगे हमारे उसूलों के लिए। लेकिन ये नहीं किसी को एक गाड़ी देना तो भी पार्टी सोचते हैं, किस बच्चे को सीट देना वो भी पार्टी बेसिस सोचते हैं, कोई ईएसआई हॉस्पिटल देना अभी आप सोचे नहीं, आगे सोचेंगे आप, देना है तो भी पार्टी को सोचेंगे। हाँ, क्या मांग रहे?
Kindly don't divert, please.
तो साहब मेरा कहना यह है
Member, don't divert.
कि डेवलपमेंट सबसे मिलके होता है, अकेला आदमी नहीं करता। मैं जब ईएसआई के हॉस्पिटल खोला और जोशी साहब यहाँ नहीं है, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से जब मैं जाता था, उनको प्रिसाइड करने के लिए मैं बोलकर उनके सारे काम करके देता था, क्योंकि वो फायदा सिर्फ जोशी को होने वाला नहीं है, उस इलाके के पूरे लोगों को फायदा होने वाला है, चाहे वोट किसको भी देने दो। आप हमको इन्विटेशन भी नहीं भेजते, बुलाते भी नहीं, और जो लोग हमसे काम लिए और जिनके साथ हमने काम किया और वो भूल जाते हैं, और आप समझ रहे हैं कि और 50 साल आप ही रहने वाले हैं। अरे आदमी की आयुष्य तो देखो, याद देश में 75 साल 66 इयर्स एवरेज है, अब तो 69 हो गया है, इससे ज्यादा तो आप बचने वाले नहीं है। क्यों दुश्मनी? काम भी नहीं करते, हेट्रेड पॉलिसी, और कुछ किए तो भी हमने किया, ठीक है, जितना किया उतना आप करो। 7 साल में आप सब कुछ किया। मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूं, अभी भाषण में वो हमारे हाँ वो साहब ने बोला कि हमने ब्रॉड गेज इतना बनाया, बहुत कुछ ब्रॉड गेज बनाया साहब, नैरो गेज, मीटर गेज, ब्रॉड गेज, इस सब को अगर किसी ने जोड़ा, वो पीवी नरसिंह राव ने निकाल कर पॉलिसी, और मनमोहन सिंह जब ये फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर थे उस वक्त शुरू हो गई, और हमने वो पूरा किया। लेकिन वो भी क्रेडिट आप लेते हैं। उसके बाद में आप और एक बात मैं आपके सामने कहना चाहता हूं कि ये ब्रॉड गेज का फायदा सिर्फ किसी तेलंगाना में नहीं हुआ, इसका फायदा कर्नाटक को हुआ, महाराष्ट्र को हुआ, आसाम को हुआ, तमिलनाडु को हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश को हुआ, ये यूनिगेज का, तो इसका भी आप क्रेडिट लेते हो। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट विजन 2020 पूर्वोत्तर के सभी राज्यों की राजधानियों को 2017 तक रेल से जोड़ने की बात थी, जो आप नहीं कर सके। लेकिन ये लमेंडिंग सिलचर ब्रॉडगेज का असली काम हमारा था। उद्घाटन जाके आपने करके बोला, ये भी नहीं बोला कि कम से कम मनमोहन सिंह साहब के जमाने में शुरू हुआ था, बचा कुचा काम हमने किया, ये भी आपके जबान से नहीं आता। अरुणाचल में 7 अप्रैल 2014 को हमने रेल पहुंचाई। मेघालय की रेल लाइन हमने मार्च 2014 तक बना के दी थी। और बनारस के बारे में तो आप क्या ढोल पीटते हो, क्या ढोल पीटते हो कि रेलवे स्टेशन देखो, लाइट देखो, ये सब। साहब, ये जो वहां पर बहुत बड़ा रेलवे इंजन का, डीजल इंजन का कारखाना किसने डाला? ये लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने शुरू किया, और वो हमारे जमाने में हुआ। और इंदिरा जी बनारस का शानदार स्टेशन उन्होंने बनाया। और पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी जब कभी भी जनरल मैनेजर्स, जोनल मैनेजर्स की मीटिंग होती थी, उसमें जाके बैठते थे देखते थे और कुछ कमियां हैं तो उसको ठीक करने की सलाह देते थे। लेकिन आज इतना होने के बाद भी, और वो रेल से भी सफर करते थे, लेकिन आपको तो 8,000 करोड़ का हवाई जहाज ही चाहिए, उसी में बैठ के फिरेंगे आप रेल से नहीं जाएंगे, रेलवे स्टेशन पे ठहर के फोटो खिंचवा लेंगे या रेल डिब्बे पे आपकी फोटो लगा लेंगे, लेकिन ये आपने करना। साहब थोड़ा ग्राउंड रियलिटी को समझिए। हो गया प्रचार में आप आ गए, प्रचार से ही पेट भरने वाला नहीं है। लोगों को जब तक काम नहीं मिलेगा और लोगों को जब तक उनकी रोजी रोटी मिलेगी नहीं, तब तक वो चुप नहीं बैठने वाला है, वो लड़ते रहेगा। अगर हमने कुछ अरे वोट तो ऐसे लोगों को भी मिलते हैं। आपके इलाके में अगर कोई समाज में उसकी एक्सेप्टेंसी नहीं भी है तो ऐसे लोग भी वोट लेकर असेंबली में आते हैं, मालूम है ना आपको। चुप बैठिए, आप मत बात करिए। अगर
नो कमेंट्स प्लीज, नो कमेंट्स।
2012 और 13 में भारतीय रेल अमेरिका, चीन और रूस जैसे 1 अरब टन से ज्यादा माल ढोने वाला खास देशों में शामिल हुआ। ये तो आपको मालूम है। इन देशों के साथ उसके साथ हम आ गए। ये 12-13 में ही हो गया था। और आपका फोकस प्राइवेटाइजेशन पे है, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, क्योंकि आपने घोषणा की थी। आप बोले तो आप नहीं थे उस वक्त, यानी आपके पहले की। क्या है, 150 गाड़ियों का प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को देने का ऐलान किया और वो आपने कहा कि इसमें लाखों लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी। ऐसा आपने ही कहा। तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि 150 ट्रेनें, लाइनें आप प्राइवेटाइज करने वाले हैं। और जब आप ये बात कहते हैं, अगर हम बोलेंगे बार बार तो आप नहीं, प्राइवेटाइजेशन नहीं कर रहे हैं हम, ये झूठ है, ये सत्य से दूर है, तो ये भाषा बोलेंगे आप। लेकिन आपने तो बजट में कहा था लास्ट ईयर। और आज एविएशन सेक्टर हो, शिपिंग सेक्टर हो, ये सेक्टर्स तो आप अमीरों के हवाले कर दे रहे हैं, किए हैं। और ये रेल भी अगर कर देंगे तो गरीब बेचारा मर जाएगा और उसकी बद्दुआएं आपको लगेगी। इस पर सोच लीजिए। तो
नो कमेंट्स प्लीज,
आपको
नो कमेंट्स प्लीज।
देखो,
No comments,
आप ये भी कहें और प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी कहे, मैडम, अरे इस देश में हवाई चप्पल पहनकर चलने वाला आदमी हवाई जहाज से सफर करेगा। लेकिन मैडम उसको तो बोले आप, अरे आपका ऐसा ही है जैसा गैस पहले फ्री दिए, अब उसका 1,000 रुपये हो गया, चलो चुप बैठो। तो आपकी बातें ही अलग होते हैं, आपके करने में कथनी में अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं, बोलने में अलग चीज़ें हैं। तो मेरा कहना यह है कि आप जो बातें कहते हैं तो उसके मुताबिक चलते नहीं, और ख़ास करके ये प्राइवेटाइजेशन की आइडिया जो बार बार आपके दिमाग में आ रही है रेलवे के लिए, वो छोड़ दो। अगर आ गया तो इससे गरीब पूरा तंग और तबाह हो जाएगा। और इवन आपको जो चीपेस्ट सामान मिलता है रेल से, जो उसकी फ्लाइट में जो जाते हैं सामान, वो भी महंगे हो जाएंगे। तो इसलिए मैं आपसे यही अपेक्षा करता हूं कि आप लोग इस प्राइवेटाइजेशन के दायरे में मत लाइए, क्योंकि आपने ये बात कही है, मैं देखा
कि एक केसी राममूर्ति यहाँ नहीं है, उन्होंने उनके एक अनस्टार्ड क्वेश्चन नंबर 1746 उन्होंने कहा था द एम्स एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ नेशनल मोनेटाइजेशन पाइपलाइन। अब दूसरे भी क्वेश्चन है, मैं इसके ऊपर नहीं जाता। तब आपने ये कहा था कहाँ कैसे कैसे, तो रेलवे स्टेशन के बारे में आपने कहा था ये प्राइवेटाइज करने की बात। न्यू दिल्ली, मुंबई, नागपुर, मैडम आपका गांव भी आ रहा है, तो अमृतसर, देहरादून, ग्वालियर, साबरमती, नेल्लोर, तिरुपति, पांडिचेरी, स्टेट इन विच assets identified located। ये अब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता प्राइवेटाइज करने की तरफ जा रहे थे। अभी क्यों रुका मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन ये आपकी घोषणा और ये सदन में आपका इस प्रश्न का उत्तर है, तो मैं यहाँ पर पटन पे रखूंगा। फिर दूसरी चीज, आपको ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो, क्योंकि आप तो ब्यूरोक्रेसी से आए हैं ऐसा सुना और विद्वान भी है, ठीक है, लेकिन ये प्रैक्टिकल काम भी अलग होता है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन अलग होता है, चलाना अलग होता है और लिखना अलग होता है। तो मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ। ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो बुरी तरह बिगड़ गया। रेलवे की माली हालत का सबसे बड़ा पैरामीटर ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो है, इसको तो आप मानते हैं। यूपी में इसका औसत 91.7% था, जो आज के आपके राज्य में ये 96.07 हुआ। और ये मेरा नहीं है, सीएजी ने 2019-20 के ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो को 10 साल में सबसे खराब माना। लक्ष्य 95% था, लेकिन पेंशन को जोड़कर 114.35%। तो मैं ये सीएजी का रिपोर्ट पढ़ूंगा, क्योंकि हमारे बातों पे आपका कम भरोसा रहता है। कम से कम आपकी जो आपके सीएजी जो इंडिपेंडेंट अथॉरिटी है, और उसी के ऊपर बहुत से भाषण भी आपने करके हमारे सरकार को टोकते रहे, बदनाम करते रहे, उसी का रिपोर्ट मैं बोल रहा हूँ। देखिए पेज नंबर 16, प्यारा 1.6.1 ऑन ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो। ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो के बारे में वो प्यारा में क्या कहते हैं? Against the target of 95% in the budget estimates, the operating ratio of railways was 98.36% in 1920। यानी 100 रुपए कमाने के लिए 98 रुपीज आप खर्च करते हो। This meant that railways spent 98.36 to earn 100 rupees as compared to the operating ratio of 97.29% during 1819, और हमारे ज़माने में तो 95 था। There was a deterioration in 1920, ये CAG का कहना है, मेरा नहीं। Further, had the actual amount कितना 48,626 crores required to meet the expenditure on pension payments of zonal railways being appropriated to the pension fund instead of 20,708 crore. The railways working expenses would have increased. With the increased working expenses, the OR would have been 114.35 परसेंट। ये उनका ही कहना, मेरा नहीं। तो 114 रुपए खर्च कर परसेंटेज। तो ये उसके बाद में 2021-22 में द यूनियन बजट 2021-22 document, if it has been mentioned that with the required level of appropriation to pension fund from railways revenues in 1920, the operating ratio would be 114.19%. Thus, OR of 98.36% shown by the railways does not reflect true financial performance of the railways. This is CAG report. इसको तो मानते नहीं आप, यादव जी, इसको तो मानते नहीं। ऑलवेज मैं भी पब्लिक अकाउंट्स कमेटी में थे, आप भी थे, मालूम है। नहीं, तो मैं उनको बता रहा हूँ, देखिए ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो आपके ज़माने में कितने बड़ा है, 114, जो एक ज़माने में 93, 94 था, 95 था, आप बढ़ के आप इतना हो गया है। ये सीएजी पॉइंट आउट कर दिए है, ये इसका क्या मतलब होता है आप ही सोचो। फिर उसके बाद में आपका तो ऐसा है साहब, 4 आने की मुर्गी 12 आने का मसाला। हमेशा आप 4 आने प्रोजेक्ट पे खर्च करते हो, 12 आने एडवर्टाइजमेंट खर्च करते हो, सब एडवर्टाइजमेंट। तो इसीलिए आपको अच्छा दिखता है, क्योंकि वो सिर्फ फोटोआं देखते हैं। अगर एक्चुअल ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी देखे तो ये हालत आपकी है, और सीएजी ने आपके धज्जे उड़ाए। दूसरी चीज, इन बातों को छिपाकर आप तो प्रचार करते हैं, और मैं यही कहूँगा कि भारत की जो रेल है ये जनता के खून पसीने से बनी हुई है, लोगों का पैसा है, लोग देते हैं, और उसको बचाना और उसकी आमदनी बढ़ाना और उसको अच्छा रखना, ये हम सबका काम है। और सरकार इधर ज़्यादा ध्यान दे, ताकि रेलवे के ऊपर किसकी फोटो लगे उसको जरा छोड़ दीजिए। हमेशा पैसेंजर को मदद करने के लिए हम लोग ये फ्लाइट चार्जेस या मालगाड़ी होती है उसमें ध्यान ज़्यादा देते थे, क्योंकि आमदनी वहाँ बढ़े और पैसेंजर को कम दाम में हम पहुँचाएं। लेकिन आपको इसकी चिंता नहीं है, घाटे में बता कर किसी प्राइवेट को देना, ये मकसद रखते हैं, इसीलिए इसको रोज घाटा 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 बनाते हैं। ये मत करो साहब, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने वाला, और कम से कम पहले तो 1980 में ये 18 लाख लोग काम करते थे, उसके बाद में घटते घटते 13 लाख हो गए, अब आपके ज़माने में तो फिर 12 लाख हो गए। और उसमें से मैं आंकड़े आगे आपको पढ़ के बताऊंगा कि आप जिस ढंग से आप चला रहे हैं, तो अब घटते घटते ये हो रहा है कि 2,65,000 पोस्ट खाली है और 3,18,000 लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल बेसिस डेली वेजेस पे हैं। अगर इन लोगों को रेगुलराइज नहीं करे, या जो अब रेगुलराइज है केवल 9,67,000, और इनको कोई सुविधा नहीं मिलती, इनको कोई पेंशन नहीं मिलता, तो जो डेली वेजेस पे हैं वो भी वैसी कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल बेसिस पे हैं, वो भी वैसे ही है। तो इसीलिए, और खाली पोस्ट इतने हैं, लेकिन कम से कम अगर नौकरियां रही तो SC/ST को रिजर्वेशन मिलता है, OBC को रिजर्वेशन मिलता है, और आजकल आपने EWS उनको भी अपर कास्ट के लिए जो उसमें गरीब है उनके लिए भी आपने एक प्रावधान किया है। लेकिन इसको कहाँ मिलेगा? आप नौकरियां घटाते ही जा रहे हैं और जो खाली है वो भर रहे नहीं। तो आप बोलिए आपका मकसद क्या है? जो लोग स्वाभिमान से जीना चाहते हैं उनको आप गुलाम बना रहे हो, और गुलामी में रहने के लिए आप प्रोत्साहन कर रहे हैं। एक जमाने में बाबू जगजीवन राम जी जब थे तो रेलवे में भर्ती जब भी खाली होते तो जल्दी भर्ती करते थे। बाद में हमारे ज़माने में भी कोशिश किए, लेकिन इधर इधर ऐसा एक वातावरण तैयार किया जा रहा है कि एफिशिएंसी नहीं है। क्या कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल लेबर में एफिशिएंसी होती है अगर उसको परमानेंट नहीं बनाया? क्या डेली वेजेस वालों को उसमें एफिशिएंसी आती है? वो तो बेजार से काम करता है। आप लोग एक इन द नेम ऑफ लिबरलाइजेशन, मेरे गवर्नमेंट में भी किए होंगे, मैं नहीं समझ, लेकिन मेरा ये वैयक्तिक राग तभी भी था, आज भी है, आगे भी रहेगा। आप गरीबों के पेट पर लात मार के अमीरों को बचाने की कोशिश मत करो, उनके हाथ में ये रेलवे देने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। और ये रिटायर भी हो रहे, भर्ती करो। फिर उसके बाद में मैं और एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ। आपने चुनाव के मद्देनजर रखते हुए ही बहुत काम करते, बहुत अच्छा करते हैं। आपकी केमिस्ट्री, आपका फिजिक्स तो नहीं बोलता, केमिस्ट्री तो बड़ी अच्छी रहती है। वोट लेने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, कैसा। आपने चुनाव के हिसाब से 15 फरवरी 2019 से वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू करे। क्या? वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू कर दी। 3 साल में आप केवल 2 ट्रेन चला सके। 3 साल में 2 ट्रेन वंदे भारत। अब फिर आप अनाउंस किए हैं 400 वंदे भारत ट्रेन चलेगी। तो जो आप 3 साल में नहीं कर सके, क्या आप वंदे भारत 400 ट्रेन 1 साल 2 साल में चलाएंगे? तो क्यों ऐसा लोगों को झूठ बोलते हो? झूठ बोलकर वोट क्यों लेते हो? या सत्य से दूर बात रख के क्यों कहते हो? कहो ना, जितना होता है वो करो। तो इसीलिए मैं आपको ये आंकड़े दे रहा हूं, आप ही के पास से लिए सो आंकड़े हैं। 400 वंदे भारत चलाने का ऐलान आपने कर दिया। इससे साफ हो जाता है कि आपकी नीयत में कुछ गड़बड़ी है, खोटी है। टेक्नोलॉजी की बात आती, मॉडर्नाइजेशन की बात, ये तो मॉडर्नाइजेशन होते जाता है।
मेरा निवेदन है कि LOP है, सब लोग हम लोग सम्मान करते हैं, इस नाते नहीं हो सकता है मुंह से निकल गया। झूठ शब्द इन्होंने कहा है जो संसदीय नहीं है, कृपया उसको निकाल दिया जाए।
क्या है? What is that? झूठ। अरे उसीलिए तो मैं बोला सत्य से दूर।
We will examine and appropriate decision will be taken.
मैं अपने आप को करेक्शन कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि ये यादव साहब हमेशा उठाते हैं, सॉरी यादव साहब हमेशा उठाते हैं, वो बुक लेके बैठते हैं। तो
सर आपको 3 मिनट ही है, तो कम से कम 3 मिनट ही
मुझे आप मत सिखाइए। तो मैं आपसे नेशनल रेल प्लान बना दिया, और आपने क्या कहा? आपने सीधे 2050 तक के लिए नेशनल रेल प्लान बना दिया। 30 साल बाद क्या होगा किसको मालूम? 30 साल ये प्लान, अरे कोई पंचवार्षिक योजना होती या नीति आयोग से भी 5 साल 10 साल का कोई योजना होती तो हम समझेंगे इसमें कोई सत्यता है। 30 साल का, 30 साल पूछने के लिए मैं यहाँ नहीं रहूँगा, बोलने के लिए आप वहाँ नहीं रहेंगे, और देश के लिए आप मार्गदर्शन करने वाले भी नहीं है 30 साल का। तो ये ऐसी झूठी बातें बोल कर, यानी सॉरी, सत्य से दूर बातें बोल के
हो गया।
नहीं,
Don't disturb.
सत्य से अलग बोले तो क्या है?
सर बोलिए सर, you have 2
नहीं, मैं
minutes.
क्यों, मेरे को जो भाषा आती है वही बात करूंगा मैं।
Honorable member, please
चलिए,
continue. You
आप
have 2 minutes left.
लेकिन उनसे भी बेहतर है, और दुनिया भर में योजनाएं 5 साल 10 साल के लिए बनती है, लेकिन आप तो केवल चुनावी योजनाओं के लिए ये जोर कर रहे हैं। और बजट में ये कहा कि पीएम गति शक्ति, वो बजट में क्या करना है कुछ नहीं बोले, लेकिन पीएम गति शक्ति क्या, इसमें एविएशन और जहाज, सारी चीजें आपने बोली, और पीएम गति शक्ति के तरफ ज्यादा ध्यान दिया। रेलवे के बजट के ऊपर और रेलवे को सुधारने के बारे में आप कुछ नहीं बोला। फिर दूसरी चीज जो हम आपके सामने ला रहे हैं कि बुलेट ट्रेन, मोदी सरकार पहले रेल बजट में 2014-15 में कहा 2022 में बुलेट ट्रेन चलने लगेगी। 14 सितंबर 2017 को इस प्रोजेक्ट का भूमि पूजन हुआ, लेकिन बुलेट ट्रेन का काम बैलगाड़ी के जैसा चल रहा है, इस रफ्तार में चल रहा है। 1,08,000 करोड़ रुपए की प्रोजेक्ट, इसकी टेक्नोलॉजी आप जापान से लोन ले रहे हैं, जापान से टेक्नोलॉजी ले रहे हैं, और ये जापान को खूब उसका पैसा मिलेगा।
Honorable LOP, you'll have to move towards concluding. You'll have to move towards concluding your speech, please.
No, नहीं, थोड़ा है, 4 मिनट। देखिए, रेलवे मिनिस्टर का, मैं रेलवे मिनिस्टर से इसके बारे में आप देख लीजिए, क्योंकि 1,08,000 रुपये इसके लिए खर्च हो रहे। और पहले आपने क्या कहा था कि ये 2022 में चलेगा, और मैं जब रेल मंत्री था इस प्रोजेक्ट को वैयक्तिक रूप से इसको अपोज किया। क्यों अपोज किया? मैंने कहा कि 500 किलोमीटर रेल लाइन बनाने के लिए आप कितना खर्च कर रहे हैं? 1,08,000 करोड़। लेकिन आई अंडरस्टैंड, ये भी लोकसभा का क्वेश्चन ही है, उसी का मैं आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूँ। इन एन अनस्टार्ड रिप्लाई इन लोकसभा in 2015, government said that the cost of 1 kilometer of high-speed rail track is 100 to 140 crores, यानी 1 किलोमीटर के लिए। 2014-15 में 1 किलोमीटर के लिए
You'll have to conclude, honorable member.
नहीं, मेरे को तो टाइम दिया गया है 40।
आपका टाइम 40 हो गया, देखिए 41।
मैं खत्म करता हूँ, 5 मिनट में खत्म करूँगा।
5 नहीं सर, मूव टुवर्ड्स।
देखिए 14-15 को एक कॉस्ट 1 किलोमीटर के लिए क्या था, जो गरीबों के लिए आज हम जो ट्रेनें चलाते हैं वो रेल की, दैट इज राउंड अबाउट 10 करोड़, वो 140 करोड़। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता था कम से कम 11,368 किलोमीटर रेल बिछा सकते हैं। तो उसी लिए मैं भी उस वक्त इसको अपोज करा, लेकिन आपको मालूम है कैबिनेट में कौन सी भी चीज़ यूनानिमसली हो जाती है, जिसका कोई हम बाहर बहस नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन ये प्रोजेक्ट को देख, क्योंकि वो शुरू नहीं हुआ था अभी, आप इसको रोक सकते थे और रोक कर 11,368 किलोमीटर इसको बना सकते थे, जिससे गरीबों को ज़्यादा फायदा होता था। बहुत से एरिया में रेल ये चलते थे। और उसके बाद में मैं
Honorable member, kindly conclude.
अब ये देखिए, मैं पहले ही बहुत से चीज़ों पे बोलने वाला था, इसीलिए चुप बैठा कि वो क्वेश्चन आवर भी चलने दो, वो भी चलने दो। अगर ऐसा टाइम बर्बाद होता तो मुश्किल था। लेकिन एक ही दो चीज़ आपके सामने रखे मैं अपने भाषण को ख़त्म करूँगा, क्योंकि ये बताना ज़रूरी है कि आमदनी में भी काफ़ी गिरावट आई। एक तरफ देखिए 18-19 में 1,90,000 करोड़ था, 19-20 में यह कम होकर 1,75,000 करोड़ आया, और 20-21 ये तो छोड़िए, कोविड का पीरियड था, आप बोलेंगे कम हुआ, तो ये एक तरफ ये है। और आपके रिवाइज्ड एस्टिमेट्स में भी आपने जो सुधार के लिए पैसे लिए थे 25,000 करोड़ रुपए, उसमें भी आप 18,000 करोड़ खर्च किए हैं। तो पैसे रहते हुए एक तरफ खर्च नहीं, दूसरे तरफ आमदनी भी आपकी घट गई है, तीसरे तरफ आपके खर्च भी बढ़ रहे हैं। ये सारी चीज़ें क्या दर्शाती है, तो ज़्यादा आप लोग इस पे काम करना है। और हमारा जो रिसोर्सेस गैप है 31,814 करोड़ रुपए का, ये भी आपको इस गैप को मिटाना है। तो मैं आखिरी में यही कहूँगा कि जो ये पेंडिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, कि उस वक्त बहुत बातें करते थे जब इस सदन में या उस सदन में, भाई आपके सरकार में तो 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के पेंडिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, आप कैसा करेंगे, क्यों आप वायदे करते हो? लेकिन साहब, आपके सरकार में 7,53,000 करोड़ की प्रोजेक्ट्स पेंडिंग में, उस वक्त टीका करते थे, आप इतना पेंडिंग, तो वो पैसे कहाँ से आप लाएंगे, कब खत्म करेंगे, ये जवाब आपको देना है। और बहुत सी बातें और भी है, फिर जैसे ज़्यादा मैं नहीं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि रेलवे की जो हालत है ये बदतर मत करो, दिन पे दिन इसको नेशनलाइज, जो पब्लिक सेक्टर है, इस पब्लिक सेक्टर, एक मिनट, पब्लिक सेक्टर्स के रूप में रखो। और भारतीय रेल रोज 13,523 यात्री गाड़ियां हैं, 9,146 मालगाड़ियां हैं। तो इसकी लाइफलाइन जो बनी हुई है, मैं पहले कहा, इसको बरकरार रखना है। तो आप किसी की बात मत सुनिए, आप इवन मोदी साहब की भी बात मत सुनिए, क्योंकि रेलवे का सुधारना है। आप बोलिए, अरे कई बार ऐसा होता है जब आप आर्ग्यू करेंगे तभी वो सुनेंगे, अगर आप आर्ग्यू नहीं करेंगे।
Honorable LOPG, kindly conclude.
No, 1 minute. तो इसीलिए सर, मेरा सुझाव है, गरीबों के हक में और बेहतर बनाइए इस रेल को, प्रयास कीजिए। स्टेशनों के नाम बदलने या अपनी फोटो लगाने से काम नहीं चलेगा। देश को मजबूत बनाओ, रेल को मजबूत बनाओ, गरीबों को बचाओ और प्राइवेटाइजेशन मत करो।
Thank you, Honorable LOP.
धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
Dr. Kanimozi, NBM Shomu.
Honorable Chairperson, thanks for the opportunity given to me to speak on the working ministry of the railways. I want to tell you one thing to our honorable members of this House. We all know, just a few years back and even now, only the railway tickets were for sale. But now the railway department itself is for sale, madam. This union government has stuck to what it knows the best: privatization and selling of the assets, DFC privatization, Concor disinvestment, railway station privatization, train privatization, the list goes on and on and on. Exactly.
No comments,
Selling
please.
from
No
railway
comments.
tickets
Let us speak.
to the railway department. What a development we have. Thanks for the union government for selling the railway department. Respected Chairperson, Indian Railways is the 4th rail network in the world with a workforce of nearly 1.3 million employees. Remarkably, out of the 1.3 billion Indians, nearly 23 million passengers travel in 13,000 passenger trains across 64,000 kilometers of rail daily. The livelihood of crores of our people is dependent on the railways. Whether the union government is willing to unite this nation or not, the Indian Railways have been doing a noble job for the purpose for the Indians. The reason I mentioned did, which is in the past tense, because now the Ministry of Railways has also started spreading this union government's propaganda of social injustice, dominance and hate politics. Honorable Chairperson, few examples are, nearly 200 years ago, old organization has largely subsidized travel expenses for millions of Indians daily since independence. It offered concessions to 53 categories, including those for senior citizens, disabled persons, students, sports persons, and medical professionals, etc. But now it has all been withdrawn, no concessions to senior citizens, disabled persons, and students, as well as aiming for the profitability. Before independence, only the railways had worked for the main purpose, aiming profitability, but now the union government also for the same profitability they are aiming. Are we in a non-independence era? Can we call this as a social injustice? Honorable Chairperson, I request the Honorable Minister to consider resuming the concessions for at least the unreserved and the sleeper class passengers. Madam, I humbly remind the Honorable Minister of Railways that he is the chief representative for the PSU, which is in the Republic nation, and he is not a CEO of any MNC. In this place, I thankfully remind our Laluji, who was running this ministry for the poorest people of India, and at the same time brought a huge profit from the revenue of this department. Nowadays, we are widely talking about the awareness about the environment, but he was a leader who thought about the 15 years long ago. If my memory is right, he introduced the mud cups for selling tea in the railway stations. In
Kindly,
that way, Laluji was also
you can
selling.
respond when you get the chance. You respond when you get the chance. Madam, you continue.
In my memory, if my memory is right, he introduced the mud cups for selling tea in railway station. In that way, Laluji was also selling tea in the railway station. Yes, he was selling tea in the railway station, but he never sold the railway department. Since it's a pride for me to thankfully remember our Bihari Dravidian leader, social justice warrior, Honorable Laluji now. Honorable Chairperson, we are aware that the food, clothing, shelter, and the basic necessity of any human mankind in this world. Every government has the duty and the responsibility to ensure that the people are getting these basic necessities to its fullest. Among the very few ministries, Railway Ministry has also the opportunity to serve the people with food, which is unique culture identity of any humans. But as of now, the Indian Railways is doing a major abuse on the people's cultural identity. To quote a particular incident, which has also come on all the social medias, people from my state traveling from Coimbatore to Chennai via the Shatabdi Express were imposed to consume foods like roti, shahi paneer, dal datka, fatafat bel, and chana jur garam. Please correct me, colleagues, if I'm wrong in my pronunciation, because these words are not coming in my mouth, and how do the people of my state eat this when they are traveling? We have our own foods like our idli, dosa, pongal, sambar, our own vada, which is a cultural identity. Then why are the foreign foods being imposed on our passengers? Likewise, the ministry is forcing their cruel propaganda on the people who have a unique cultural identity. These kinds of imperialist practices unleashed on the indistinctive identities of the state are antithetical and disruptive to any Indian unity. Can we say this as dominance? Chairperson, I have a long list which is much needed for Tamil Nadu. I just have a few to mention here, and I will give a separate request letter to the Honorable Minister. Kindly consider it. The long pending new railway line, the Rameshwaram Dhanushkodi project, the Madurai Bodinayakam doubling project, and the fourth line between Chennai Beach and Chennai Egmore, then the Pamban Bridge, all this, and the meager amount of rupees 303.42 crore has been allocated for various railways electrification works in Tamil Nadu, which is not sufficient for the progress of the electrification process. Madam, the following railway projects need the government attention and generous funding, but unfortunately the amount allocated in this budget were partly and insufficient. I urge the government to allocate substantial funds for the execution of the following railway projects: the Dindivanam-Senji Thiruvannamalai, the Dindivanam Nagari project, the Attipattu Podur project, the Erode Palani project, the Chennai Kadalur project, the Madurai Arupukottai Thoothukudi project, the Sriperumbudur Guduvanchari Avadi project, the Morapur Dharmaburi project, and the doubling project of the Katpadi Viluppuram section also. A meager amount of rupees 1.5 crore has been allocated to Salem Karur Dindikal doubling project as against the project cost of rupees 1,600 crores. There is no justification in this. Similarly, for the rupees 650 crore Erode Karur doubling project, the center has allotted only 1 crore. This is the third consecutive budget in which the center has given very meager funds to the Tamil Nadu projects. For Madurai Bodi Gorge conversion work, the center has just allotted rupees 125 crore, and for the Vanchi Maniachi Nagarkoil doubling project, rupees 425 crore, and the Thiruvananthapuram Kanyakumari doubling project, 700 crores, which is still less. Honorable Chairperson, under the fund allocation for the new railways lines, Southern Railways has been granted a partly of rupees 59 crores for 11 projects, out of which 10 projects have been allocated only a token amount of rupees 1,000. Give a separate request letter to the Honorable Minister. Kindly consider it. The long pending new railway line, the Rameshwaram Dhanushkodi project, the Madurai Bodinayakam doubling project, and the fourth line between Chennai Beach and Chennai Egmore, then the Pamban Bridge, all this, and the meager amount of rupees 303.42 crore has been allocated for various railways electrification works in Tamil Nadu, which is not sufficient for the progress of the electrification process. Madam, the following railway projects need the government attention and generous funding, but unfortunately the amount allocated in this budget were partly and insufficient. I urge the government to allocate substantial funds for the execution of the following railway projects: the Dindivanam-Senji Thiruvannamalai, the Dindivanam Nagari project, the Attipattu Podur project, the Erode Palani project, the Chennai Kadalur project, the Madurai Arupukottai Thoothukudi project, the Sriperumbudur Guduvanchari Avadi project, the Morapur Dharmaburi project, and the doubling project of the Katpadi Viluppuram section also. A meager amount of rupees 1.5 crore has been allocated to Salem Karur Dindikal doubling project as against the project cost of rupees 1,600 crores. There is no justification in this. Similarly, for the rupees 650 crore Erode Karur doubling project, the center has allotted only 1 crore. This is the third consecutive budget in which the center has given very meager funds to the Tamil Nadu projects. For Madurai Bodi Gorge conversion work, which has been going on for the last 10 years, the center has just allotted rupees 125 crore, and for the Vanchi Maniachi Nagarkoil doubling project, rupees 425 crore, and the Thiruvananthapuram Kanyakumari doubling project, 700 crores, which is still less. Honorable Chairperson, under the fund allocation for the new railways lines, Southern Railways has been granted a partly of rupees 59 crores for 11 projects, out of which 10 projects have been allocated only a token amount of rupees 1,000. Such a generous approval from the Railway Minister. This has been the case ever since this government has removed the standalone budget in 2016. In August 21, the central government launched the National Monetization Pipeline, NMP. Under NMP, the value of railways assets to be monetized is estimated to be 1.5 to a lakh crore. This union government, and it is about 26% of the value of the assets of the union government covered under the NMP. Again, why the service organization is a nation depend on the private players. Honorable Chairperson, the funniest part here is the ministry is not ready to allocate funds for the development projects which is initiated by the ministry itself, and at the same time, the railway minister is not ready to approve the proposal from the state government of Tamil Nadu, which is funded by the state government. Is this the ministry implicating stating that it is not ready to undertake or approve any kind of support of the development projects for the state of Tamil Nadu? Can we call this again as a hatred politics? Honorable Chairperson, for your kind note, one of the long-standing demands from the Delta districts of Tanjavur, the opening of a new railway line from Tanjavur to Pudukkottai, the survey for which had been completed and submitted by the British just before independence. Even few years back, a survey was done again, but it was shelved. If it is completed, around 60 kilometers will be reduced from Rameshwaram to Chennai in main line and also the fuel cost. This long-standing request of passengers from Rameshwaram is not only from Tamil Nadu, it's from all over India because people visit from all over India to that place. Respected Chairperson, Madam, Tamil Nadu people are totally dejected to see such a large-scale injustices done in as far as the railway needs to the state are concerned. Let me remind the Honorable Minister and this union government, we are not different from you. We are also MPs elected or nominated to serve the interests of the people. Just because you have numbers and the government today doesn't mean you have the right to have a vendetta against those who did not vote for you. Remember, power is not permanent. You shall reap your karma. Learn from our Honorable CM Tamil Nadu through M.K. Stalin, who works for the state of Tamil Nadu and not just for the people who voted for them. To protect this federal Indian constitutional structure, state autonomy should be protected, unique cultural identity should be valued, the need and the sensibility of the people should be honored. The present government and the minister should understand they are running a ministry in democratic republic nation. I would like to record this in the August House that Tamil Nadu is the second highest contributor to the central exchequer. Deserves better than this. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Shri Ayodhya Rami Reddy.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk on working of Indian Railways. Ma'am, as you are aware, we are all aware, Indian Railways is considered the backbone of our country, and rightly so. Its importance as a means of public service became apparent during the pandemic. The way Shramik trains were stranded for people to carry, also for food items, for medical supplies, oxygen, etc. And also railway coaches were converted into isolation wards. The railway employees served as frontline workers. So this great asset of our nation stood, when the pandemic came, it stood ahead of everything and really worked in the larger interest of our nation. 75 years of our independence. If you ask me, have we really given as much to this industry or to this sector? I don't think so. We just used this asset so far. The time has come for next 75 years, how we have to reshape this asset, our great national asset. We need to plan it now. I am sure the Honorable Minister, he himself is a technocrat. He understands the sector reasonably well. I am sure this government and this minister will give a direction and also a proper planning and a vision and a mission for next 75 years for this industry, for this sector. I have few suggestions and also few demands. My suggestion is to the minister, please come out clearly with the next 75-year plan, 25, 25, 25. Public-private partnerships Please understand, railways are very conservative, very cautious, as I see them on every front. Even the PPP, they are never allowing the asset to completely sell out. They are giving only on the lease model, which means asset is, end of the day, it's going to come back. It's going to manage well. It's not that, it is going into some private hands, etc., etc. No. So let us all understand, this house we have to understand. If we have to take this country and this railways to next level, we need a lot of money. We also need a vision. We also need the right kind of models. Otherwise, next generations are not going to spare us. So, as I told, actually, we have used this asset for last 75 years. We have not given anything. Let us start working on that. These public-private partnership initiatives must be encouraged. You have to come out clearly with the deliverables around the infrastructure, digitization, technology, services, and the models in which you are going to ultimately give the value to the user. That is the Indian public. I am sure, you have to come out with the best of the consultants. Please bring in the best of the global practices and then come out with clarity. Indian Railways, when I see them, a very good talent, knowledge, and skill is there within the railways. But the point is, we have to now, most of it was done traditionally last several years. Now we have to come of age and we have to completely revisit, in taking this to the next level. Certainly the manpower also, when I looking at the future needs, one, technology, and secondly, manpower certainly need to be strengthened, and competent people have to be brought in. The newer technologies, when we see the high-speed trains, bullet trains, that is the order of the day. We have to certainly bring in, but let us see, techno-economically how they are going to be viable. I'm sure you have the competency to understand that. Then most of our railways have to be made green, environmental friendly. On every aspect, we have to bring in the strategies and operational methods to see that all the entire railway aspect, the entire integration, and also all the stakeholders around railways have to be environmental friendly. And then long-term sustenance has to be brought in around every aspect that we are going to address around this. Sir, few demands. As you are aware, Andhra Pradesh is deprived on several fronts after its division. We have lost most of our assets. We want you to please help our state. Wherever we are losing out, this may not be the platform where I want to tell everything, but we have given a lot of submissions. Please note that the state is really losing out on several revenues. So kindly help on implementing our projects with innovative methods. Wherever our contributions have to brought in, we are getting, we have some problems we are facing. We want you to please look out, come out with new concepts, help. It will be win-win for both of us. Sir, especially the most important is South Coast Railway Project. PM Gati Shakti was the highlight of the budget speech, focusing on driving economic growth through 7 engines, railways being one of them. Madam Finance Minister also mentioned that speedier implementation would be one of the focus areas. Sir, this is one area, ma'am, I want to help, in implementing projects. Railway certainly is failing on timely implementation of the projects. A separate, dedicated teams have to be brought in. Timely implementation is a must. We want you to look at it. I also want to say that under these timelines for the coastal railway zone, if you look at from 2014 June till now, it's just at the DPR stage. So very, very sad state. Kindly we want you to help. dissolution of Walter division. Madam, this is one of the very important for the people of Andhra Pradesh. We request Walter division should be continued, and we want the railway infrastructure in Visakhapatnam has to be supported with the SCOR headquarters as well as the Walter division. And this will not involve any extra expenditure, ma'am, and we want this support to be given. Vacancies in railways. We want, while the implementation thing can be taken up, but existing whatever the gaps are there in the recruitments must be taken up. Discontinuance of concessions for senior citizens. This is one important thing, ma'am. Through you, I wanted to convey to the Minister, Honorable Minister, that kindly look into all the supports that were extended prior to COVID-19 must be reinstated. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Shri John Brittas.
Thank you, Madam. We have a concept for the railways, single largest public employer, the vehicle of economic growth, and virtually the artery of the nation. Sir, for last several years, because of the policy paralysis, policy somersault, unprofessionalism, and lack of finance, we have been depleting in this area. I don't want to elaborate on that because many members have already spoken about that. Sir, just to cite two statistics. In 1950, railway had 84% share in national goods transport. Now it is hardly 28%. Passenger transport is more pathetic. From 79% in 1950, it has come down to 12%. I'm sure that the minister will not oppose me on these statistics because he must be sure about all these facts and figures. Sir, we all talk about the social causes, and during the pandemic, the minister has been very benevolent. When I visited the minister, he was asking my chief minister, do you want any service from the railways? So what has happened? 2021-22, the passenger revenue increased by 191%. As he hiked the rate fare by 200 to 350%. This is the service he gave to those hapless people who were trying to escape to their safe havens in their villages. Sir, Madam, I will just come to a topic which is obviously agitating the minds of an average Malayalam. Last several weeks, one issue has been burning in Kerala. That is Kerala issue. And unfortunately, Prasanna Ajari, while he opened the discussion, he was telling about the Honorable Minister, a so astute, able, ebullient, erudite administrator. I also have my admiration for the Minister. But last several weeks, in the context of Kerala, he has been cheering for the disruptors and jeering at the performers. This is what has been happening with regard to the performance or the attitude of the minister towards a very important project of Kerala. Madam, now let us come to this semi-high-speed railway. Many of the members who have been speaking have been arguing for such railway projects in the states, including Ashwini Vaishnav's very favorite state, that is Orissa. Madam, the cabinet, the union cabinet took a decision on 30th December 2015, that is government of Shri Narendra Modi. It said that here on the state should be partners for the railway projects. Developing the railway projects should not be the sole responsibility of the central government. The states have to come forward and to be collaborators of such projects. Sir, we are a poor state. We adhered to the decision of the cabinet. We signed joint venture with the railways. What happened, madam? Now they are saying that, look, we have several issues with regard to the project. They should realize the fact that the Silver Line is owned by not only Kerala government, it's also by the railway. They have 49% of the share in the joint venture. Now the minister is distancing away from the project and joining the disruptors to defeat this project. His every word and deed is adding fuel to the fire. He doesn't recognize that. And madam, he has been giving lengthy interviews to many newspapers and television channels. I have read diligently an interview which he had given to the Times of India. Our cardinal goal is to develop semi-speed and high-speed railway tracks in this country. Isn't K-Rail Silver Line a semi-high-speed project which you should be supporting? Why you are opposed to it? Madam, while replying to the debate in Lok Sabha, I was carefully listening to the minister. He was saying that, see, he is concerned about the genuine environmental concerns attached to this project. How did he come to know that? Mr. E. Sridharan, the metro man, came and briefed him as part of the BJP delegation. All of a sudden, he got a revelation that the project has a lot of pitfalls, environmental issues. Doesn't he know the fact that the metro man, technocrat, is turned to be a BJP politician and a candidate in assembly and an aspiring CM candidate who already opened his office in Palakkad? Madam, I would invite attention of the Honorable Minister how his cabinet colleague, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, behaved when such delegations came and visited them. What did he do? Nitin Gadkari gave a patient listening to them, gave them vada pav and sent them back. He continued with the project. I expected Ashwini Vaishnavaji, the poster boy of this government, see, he is younger to me, though his hair is grey, but he is much wiser to me, I agree that. But I expected that he would give some, kya, प्याज की किचौड़ी देके उसको वापस भेजे. Instead of that, he has got a revelation that there are a lot of environment issues. Sir, Mr. E. Sridharan, when he drilled every mountain in the Konkan region, raised the hills, filled all the water bodies, he was called somebody who tamed the nature. See, now he is finding a lot of environmental issues. So what has happened to Konkan Railway, sir? Ashwini ji, you have been talking about the railway tracks getting submerged in the rains. What is happening to your Konkan Railway? Every monsoon you have a separate schedule. Tell me a day when exceptional floods were in Kerala. When was the track submerged? You had a complete lockdown of Chennai for almost 1 month. Don't you permit railway projects there? Should you play petty politics? Think about your predecessors. They all failed. That's why Modi ji brought you there. You also want to fail? History will not absolve you, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. I am just cautioning you. I really want you to perform. You are such a person with high caliber. But you should not indulge in petty politics. That is the only issue. Sir, short personal attack. I am just responding to him. Now, sir.
Please conclude now.
I am just quoting a letter. Written by none other than the finance minister of this country. She sent a letter to my chief minister saying that, please move forward, engage JICA, finalize the designing of package which would facilitate co-financing, and in the meanwhile, land acquisition and other clearances may be expedited by the agencies. They don't even allow us to have a social impact study. There is a collaboration between Congress and BJP there. Both are hand in glove. Even Muslim League. Sir, this time he needs to...
He is on a point of order.
He is interrupting me.
He is on a point of order. He will have to.
I am not yielding. What is the point of order?
Don't do that.
Sir, He also has.
He is in a point of order. I have allowed point of order.
Place it on the table of the House. I will not stop. I will not stop my speech because
Letter was not written to the honourable member.
I will not stop my
The letter
speech.
was written by the finance minister to the chief minister.
Sir,
and if it is you are in the possession of it, keep it on the table of the House. Table it. Otherwise,
Sir. A minister should not be allowed to disrupt an ordinary member. This is a wrong practice which is being said.
You conclude now. Your time is over.
I need to get
Your
this
time is over.
I need to get this time granted. Sir, my only submission to the honorable ministry is that, sir, we are all partners in this project. We came to this joint venture because your cabinet took the decision. If there are deficiencies, let us sit together. You guide us. Instead of jeering at us and collaborating with the disruptors, you sit with us, guide us, let us think, put our heads together and see how we need to tread ahead. Instead of that, don't play petty politics.
Thank you.
No, sir.
No. Your time is over. I have given you 3 minutes more. You got 3 minutes more because of me. No.
Sir,
Next speaker now.
3 minutes I need 3 minutes, sir. Sir, I would always.
I have given you 5 minutes more.
I would always want
because I came.
No, I need 3. I was disrupted.
No.
Sir,
that time is also over.
Sir,
now you come to. I am calling the next speaker.
Sir, please.
I am calling the next speaker.
No, now I am concluding. Sir, if the railway were to be professional, sir, a project which was announced in the railway budget in 2008, hardly 120 crores, a Neyman terminal. 14 years, even the DPR hasn't been approved. I wrote the minister. This is the extent of professionalism they have. And
Thank you. The next speaker, M. Thambudurai.
And I would exhort the minister to please tread about the petty
Yes,
politics
Mr. Thambudurai.
and don't listen to his colleague,
Thank
Mr.
you.
V. Muralidharan.
Nothing will go on
He is also
record.
part
Only
of-
Thambudurai, whatever he says.
It must not be vested, sir. I am given very small time. Thank you very much to give me time to speak on the railway budget, sir. I rise to speak on the Indian Railway demand. First of all, let me congratulate Honorable Railway Minister for expressing categorically in the other house that this government does not intend to privatize the railways. On behalf of ADMK, I welcome the declaration of the non-privatization made by the minister. I once again thank you very much. Sir, before the start, I want to say, before I go into the details of the railway demand, I would like to place on record our gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, and also the Railway Minister for naming the Chennai railway station after our beloved leader and a great champion of the poor, Dr. Purachi Talevar MGR. We disciples, not only in Tamil Nadu but also living all over the world, will be eternally grateful for this wonderful gesture. I am also requesting the government to install a statue of Dr. MGR in the railway station premises for the generations to come to remember the great son of India. That is my request, sir. Our railways play an important role in our economy, national integration, and employment of the youth of this country. India Railway Network is recognized as the largest railway system in the world under one single management. Our Prime Minister has envisaged a $5 trillion economy for India by 2024, and towards that goal, our railways contribute a large way. To complete ongoing projects in Tamil Nadu, Rupees 3,865 has been allotted. These projects include 25 new lines, gauge conversion, doubling projects covering 3,077 kilometers. Considering the fact that the total estimated cost of those works is rupees 28,370 crore that may be allocated. But is not, that is the original demand for that project. But our Honourable Minister only allotted 3,865 crores. It is a very meager amount. Therefore, I request you consider it to enhance the amount. Sir, I want to know what is the one station, one product idea was announced in the budget. It sounds interesting and it is planned to enhance the future opportunities for local business and supply chain ecosystem. I request the Honourable Railway Minister to enlighten the House on this one station, one product concept and what kind of work has to be done to implement this idea. Sir, I would like to now come to the things, what are the demands of Tamil Nadu, because the time is limited. I am requesting you allow me 2 minutes to highlight certain demands which we require Tamil Nadu, sir. Tamil Nadu years back, the Chennai Kadalur via Mahabalipuram Coastal Railway and Siripuram Guduvanjari is a very important project that has to be considered. The Chennai Kadalur new project needs completed as East Coast link from Chennai to Tuticorin and it will an alternative to the present congested route via Madurai. Sriperumbudur Guduvachari line will be connecting important digital clusters with the trunk routes which attracts more freight traffic. Sir, one of the main demands which is always raising from 1984 onwards when I was Deputy Speaker in the Lok Sabha, when Madhav Sindhya was Railway Minister at that time, a nearer railway line between Jolarpet and Bangalore via Hosur, Bargur and Krishnagiri has been our demand for several decades. This has been surveyed many times, but it has to come to the force, already announced. I hope that it will come, sir. Hosur is a fast becoming an industrial production center. It has been upgraded into corporation from a municipality. The existing Chennai-Bangalore line is highly congested. Therefore, this project is very, very important that has to be taken up, sir. Sir, I would like to attention of the minister that I would like to mention 12 years ago, the Railway Board has taken up the survey, but it is not yet started. But announcement is there. I request you to consider it. One more thing, sir. As our other members are requested, Karur is also I represent as many times as a Lok Sabha member. The railway line Trichirappalli to Erode, that has to be doubled via Karur. And also Karur to Salem has to be doubled. That's a demand. And also the expresses which are going, special expresses via Karur station, that has been stopped. That is a request. It will be an industrial center. That is more. And also facilities must be given more in a Karur railway station. That is our demand, sir. And also, sir, the western region of Tamil Nadu has been long neglected train connectivity for several years. The time works between Erode and Palani still remains a dream. Palani is a holy city and pilgrimage center for the Hindus all over the world. Considered is our Tamil guide. We always respect our Tamil God. Therefore, most of the Tamil people at the international level, they are coming there to worship that place. Even Kerala people are coming to the Palani, they are also taking a spread. Therefore, considering the tourist importance, so government should act fast and sanction the new lines I mentioned, sir. Sir, in our the Railway Minister in his budget speech mentioned that Prime Minister Gati Sakti will be given extra trust and the Indra Railways is said to see that its highest ever capital expenditure of rupees 2.45 lakh crore for 2022-23, which is 14% higher than the revised estimate of the rupees 2.15 lakh crores. And Honorable Railway Minister has said that Indian Railways spending 96.98 rupees for every 100 rupees %. It is a welcome development. Kindly ensure that the states which contribute more to the growth of the GDP and tax collection must be encouraged and they must get sufficient and more allocation. While it is important to keep in mind the needs of the underdeveloped states, it is also equally important not to make developed states suffer. Therefore, I am requesting you that you have to allocate more funds to Tamil Nadu. Long pendings as a project must be completed. As I requested, sir, our dream project, that Jolarpete to Bargur, my native place, then Krishnagiri, Hosur, Bangalore. It has
Please address the chair, Mr. Tambudurai.
When this project comes, Pondicherry also be connected, and the Pondicherry state, Tamil Nadu state, Karnataka state, 3 states will be benefited. Therefore, a big project, please consider it. That is my request, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bisambar Prasad Nisad.
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। मैं समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष अखिलेश यादव जी, अपने सदन के नेता माननीय प्रोफेसर रामगोपाल यादव जी की तरफ से रेलवे बजट 2022-23 में चर्चा के लिए भाग ले रहा हूं। मानवर, जब रेल का बजट अलग से होता था, पूरे देश की निगाहें रहती थी कि आज रेल का बजट पेश होने वाला। पूरे देश टीवी पे रहता था, देखता था, रेडियो सुनता था। लेकिन जब से मेन बजट में मिला दिया गया तो लोगों का इंटरेस्ट खत्म हो गया। लोग प्रतीक्षा करते थे कि हमारे इलाके में कौन सी ट्रेन चलने वाली है, कितना किराया बढ़ने वाला है, कितना घटने वाला है, क्या क्या होने वाला है। मानवर, हम देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा रेल का जाल हमारे भारत में है और सबसे ज़्यादा यात्रा हमारे भारत के लोग करते हैं। लेकिन कुछ दिनों से देख रहे हैं कि जब से निजीकरण का मामला आ गया, रेलवे के किराए बढ़ा दिए गए। जो पैसेंजर ट्रेनें थी, मेमो ट्रेनें थी, उनको उच्चीकरण करने के नाम पे उनको बढ़ा दिया गया। जहाँ दुगना तिगुना किराया बढ़ा दिया गया तो लोगों में हताशा और निराशा आई है। चूँकि रेलवे सबसे ज़्यादा एम्प्लॉयमेंट, रोजगार देने वाला विभाग था। जब से निजीकरण का शुरुआत हुई तो लोगों में हताशा आई है। खासतौर पर मैं SC ST OBC के लोगों, जब निजीकरण हो जाएगा तो आरक्षण खत्म हो जाएगा, लोगों को नौकरियां नहीं मिलेंगी और जो भी रेलवे स्टेशन माननीय मंत्री जी ने उच्चीकरण के लिए दिया है, तो जो बड़े बड़े रेलवे स्टेशन हैं जहाँ पे अच्छी आमदनी हो सकती है, उनको तो इन्होंने निजीकरण में देने का काम किया। वहाँ पे रेट बढ़ा दिए गए, पार्किंग रेट बढ़ा दिए गए, प्लेटफॉर्म टिकट बढ़ा दिए गए, अन्य उसके लिए घंटे के हिसाब से कर दिया गया। मानवर, इन्होंने कहा था कि बुलेट ट्रेन चलाएंगे, 400 वंदे भारत चलाने के लिए 3 साल में बनाई योजना। तो हम समझते हैं कि हमारे देश में जो स्थिति है, जब से माननीय मंत्री जी की सरकार आई है, पूरे देश में अन्ना प्रथा चालू कर दी गई है। सांड और गाय घूम रहे हैं सड़कों पे, रेलवे पटरी पे। जब तक उनकी रेलवे पटरी की हम सुरक्षा नहीं करेंगे, हम देखते हैं, हम झांसी गए थे, रोज 10-5 गाय और सांड कट रहे हैं रेलवे स्टेशन पे। यात्री बैठते हैं, खाना डाल देते हैं, खाना के चक्कर में आ जाते हैं, उस चपेट में, ट्रेन की चपेट में आ जाते हैं। तो इनको बचाने के लिए हमें रेलवे लाइन की सुरक्षा के लिए उसकी बाउंड्री पूरी जब तक नहीं बनाएंगे तब तक हम फास्ट ट्रेन जैसे विदेशों की तारीफ हम सोच रहे हैं तो नहीं चला सकते। मानवर, हम देख रहे हैं कि चूँकि कुछ अपनी मांगे कर ले, नहीं तो मंत्री जी आप घंटी बजने रहेगी। मानवर, खजुराहो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पर्यटक स्थल है, तो खजुराहो, कालिंजर, सिमौनी धाम, फतेहपुर बायर, रायबरेली होकर के नई रेल लाइन का सर्वे हुआ था। मानवर, चलाया जाए, जिससे एक सर्किट बनेगा टूरिस्ट का। बांदा फतेहपुर रेलवे स्टेशन में स्वचालित सीढ़ियाँ बनवाई जाए। मानवर, उत्तर मध्य रेलवे फतेहपुर के गेट नंबर 49 पर RUB पुल का निर्माण कराया जाए। फतेहपुर बांदा रेलवे स्टेशन का आधुनिकीकरण कराया जाए। मानवर, हमारे यहाँ फतेहपुर से उधर से बहुत से लोग जाते हैं मुंबई, सूरत, वापी, उनके लिए कोई ट्रेन सुविधा नहीं होती है नज़दीक से। तो फतेहपुर से सूरत, वापी होकर के, मुंबई होकर के नई ट्रेन चलाने की मेरी मांग है। मानवर, ठहराव तुलसी एक्सप्रेस मानवर बांदा से चलती है तो इलाहाबाद से, प्रयागराज से, इसको जो है प्रतिदिन किया जाए, वीकली चलती है। उत्तर मध्य रेलवे के अंतर्गत नरैनी महोबा बाईपास रोड पर निर्माणाधीन ऊपरगामी पुल का शीघ्र निर्माण कराया जाए। रेलवे लाइन का केवल ऊपर का काम शेष है, बाकी साइड का काम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने करा दिया। मानव ट्रेन नंबर 1298 7 व 12988 सियालदा अजमेर का ठहराव फतेहपुर रेलवे स्टेशन में कराया जाए। प्रयागराज से चलने वाली दुरंतो रेलवे दुरंतो एक्सप्रेस की ठहराव की फतेहपुर में मांग है। मानो इस तरह से माननीय मंत्री से निवेदन करेंगे, क्योंकि आप तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन देश के नौजवानों की निगाह आपकी तरफ है। लोग पढ़ कर निकल रहे हैं, नौकरियां जब नहीं मिल रही, इधर कोरोना काल में उसमें काफ़ी नौकरियां चली गई हैं, तो आप जो संविदा पे लोग लगे हैं तो उनके ठेकेदार शोषण करते हैं। उनके लिए कम से कम सुरक्षा हो, उनकी स्वास्थ्य के लिए, उनके बीमा के लिए, उनका फ्यूचर क्या होगा उसके लिए, क्योंकि जब चाहते तब निकाल देते हैं, जब चाहते रखते हैं। तो मानो जो संविदा पे लोग जो ट्रेनों पे काम करते हैं, प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम करते हैं, तो उस पर निगरानी रखी जाए। उसके लिए एक सर्वे करा लिया जाए कि जो लोग लगे हैं, बहुत लंबे समय से लगे हैं, तो उनको हटा दिया जाता है 1 साल 2 साल। और उसमें भी मानो हमने देखा है कि ठेका 2 साल 1 साल का बहुत उसमें इतना पैसा ले लेते हैं कि उनकी तनख्वाह पूरी जो मिलती है तो उसकी रिश्वत में ही चली जाती है। इसका भी सर्वे कराया जाए, इसमें जांच करने की जरूरत है कि मानव जो संविदा कर्मी हैं, बेचारे गरीब लोग हैं, उनको जो है निजीकरण से उनका आरक्षण का कोटा का नुकसान न हो। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
धन्यवाद। द नेक्स्ट स्पीकर इज वी मुरलीधरन। Can I call Binay Bisam for 3 minutes? Because you will speak for about 15 minutes. Binay Bisam, yeah.
Or he can speak?
No.
We called him.
No, he will speak longer.
Yes, we called him, and he's a good friend of ours. Yes, let him speak.
He should be first. He will be replying. He should be always first.
It's your turn, please. I have called your name.
No. Let him speak. He is a senior leader.
Minister has yielded, so you can speak.
No, sir.
Please. No. I have called your name, please. When I have called the name of Binay Bisam, he will speak. He will speak. Minister will not speak now. Please. Why do you? I don't understand.
You called him first, and then returned from that position. Please call him.
He called him, but he got up.
Please call him. He got up.
You want to? Mr. Bisam, you want to speak? You want to speak or not?
BJP and CPI.
You want to speak or not? Otherwise, your turn will come in the last. You will miss the chance.
It is after Murali. After you called him first, and I stand with your mates.
And he yielded, and he had given chance to you.
I request you to stand by your mates.
No, I have called him now. Now if you do not speak, then it will go. Your name will go to the last. It will come in the last. Yes, Muligan.
Yes. Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, the House is discussing the functioning of the Indian Railways, the discussion on the Ministry of Indian Railways. And Indian Railways, as it has been mentioned by many members, is one of the largest railway networks in the whole world, spreading across almost 70,000 kilometers of network with almost 2.5 crore passengers traveling every day, more than 13,000 passenger trains, and around 7,500 railway stations. It's recognized as one of the largest railway systems under a single management. The Indian Railways, under the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, is on the way of Atmanirbharta. it has become the pride of India. It has moved away from the UPA era when it was unpredictable mode of transportation and has become the safest, trusted and on time, most efficient growth engine of Indian economy. And I must congratulate the Honorable Railway Minister for introducing the policies which are investor friendly, investing in the infrastructure of railways, and it has moved quickly to enable foreign direct investment in railways to improve infrastructure for freight as well as high-speed trains. There has been many engineering.
Please don't.
There has been many. I will come.
Let him
come back.
finish. After that you can.
Don't worry, sir. I will manage. There has been many engineering landmarks that has been achieved by the Indian Railways. The longest tunnel on Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla route, which is 12.758 kilometers. The 111-kilometer stretch between the lower Himalayas, Katra, Banihal section, which is also under progress at a rapid pace. And the project which is at the highest altitude railway network in the Pir Panjal mountain range. All these are, I would consider, the landmark achievements of Indian Railways, which makes it the pride of India, the pride of the whole world. Regarding capital investment, during the period of UPA 2009 to 2014, the capital investment was 45,980 crores in railways. Whereas during 14 to 19, the first 5 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, it almost doubled, went beyond that and went up to 99,511. And this year, in 2022-23, again I must congratulate the Railway Minister for having a record capital allocation of 2,45,800 crores. Sir, this is a great achievement that the Indian Railways have achieved under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. I can go on and add on many such things, but I will also would like to add that the budget allocation, it has not been limited to only the difficult areas of Northeast or the Kashmir Valley or the areas in the other parts of the country, but spread across every region. And Kerala has benefited. I would like to thank the Railway Minister for the benevolent support that Kerala has been receiving. During the UP era, the average allocation from 2009 to 2014 under the UPA2 was 372 crores, a total outlay. And Kerala had almost 8 ministers in the government of India during the UPA period. And eight ministers in the UPA era from Kerala, representing Kerala, and we got an average of 372 crores. It's you are all friends. So, from 372 crores, last year, 21-22, the allocation got doubled and went up to 871 crores. And again, this year, I must thank the Honorable Railway Minister for allocation of 1,085 crores for 22-23. Thank you, sir. Regarding the ongoing projects, the railway line doubling projects, the facilities in the railway stations, the overbridges, the facilities for providing lifts for the sick and the Divyang passengers, for senior citizens, the video surveillance systems, the central monitoring system, all these aspects, there has been progress that has been made in Kerala, and the people of Kerala are thankful to the Prime Minister and the Railway Minister for this support for the state of Kerala. Just now while speaking, my friend Mr. Britas, he mentioned about the support that they require from the Government of India. Of course, the Government of India has been trying to implement, and he also quoted from the, I don't know, he got the information from the Cabinet decision of 2015, where it was mentioned that the railways wanted that the state should share the burden of expansion of infrastructure development. And, sir, I have an answer given by the Railway Minister to the colleague of Sri Britas, party colleague, and also two members, Mr. A.M. Arif and Advocate Dean Kuriakos, on 2nd February 2022, where the issue was about Shabari Rail Project. And Shabari Rail Project, the minister says that in 97-98, the cost estimated was 550 crores. And now the anticipated cost is in 2017-18 is 2,815 crores. But the Government of India, the railways, I must quote the statement, says that railways had requested Government of Kerala via letters dated 6/9/2011, 22/12/2011, 8/10/2012 to share at least 50% of the cost. Again, these are all earlier governments. After that, during this, after that, during this government also, Ministry of Railways had latest letter on 11/1/2020. Before that, 6/2/2018, 1/3/2018, 3 letters during the period of this government. And let me conclude. Please, I am ready to place it on the table of the House. I only requested you to place the letter you quoted on the table of the House. I didn't run away from that. And the Railway Minister says, because of lack of support from the Government of Kerala, and because the Government of Kerala didn't respond positively, that project couldn't be undertaken, and they couldn't solve the law and order issues that arose. Now let me come to the latest issue. The Government of Kerala said that we don't have money to support 1,000 crores. 2,085 is the allocation, is the estimate for the Shabari project, and requested that 50% may be shared. Government of Kerala says that we don't have that much money. And now the Government of Kerala says that we are coming up with a project of 1 lakh crore. Where is the money going to come from? Where is the money going to come from? And you say that, and you accuse that.
Mr. Britas, don't make
I'll come to that.
Don't make running commentary.
Don't worry, I'll come to that. And the 1 lakh crore, and they accuse that BJP is playing petty politics. We saw what the politics was being played here. What was the response of your party when the high-speed rail corridor railway project was being implemented from Ahmedabad to Mumbai? Your party opposed that. You said that railway projects, high-speed railway is not at all required. So then how do you come up with such a project in Kerala? You are opposing projects in other parts. And here also, I saw parties which were opposing high-speed rails in their states now supporting CPM's arguments. Parties which had opposed. I will come now. My government.
You wait.
I will.
Finish. I will. Don't make it. No.
Wait. Be patient.
Mr. Peters, please sit down. Please sit down.
See now the state government, now the people of Kerala are on the streets for the last 1 month protesting against the unilateral move of the Kerala government over the Silver Line project, so-called Silver Line. The state government is misleading the people of the state, despite the government of India making it clear, despite the railway ministry making it clear that it has not approved the project. The government of India, the railways, very specifically the honorable railway minister on the floor of the other house mentioned that the DPR that is submitted is faulty. It needs to undergo detailed study. It is not yet approved, but the government of Kerala goes ahead, and if I would like to share with the members of this August House the way the people were treated. The protesters were treated.
Please don't.
And now,
Don't interrupt, please.
The government of
Don't
the
make running
representatives
commentary.
of the
Don't make
government,
running commentary.
the representatives of the
You did
of
not give
their
him
party,
chance. Please be seated.
they say that this opposition is ill-motivated. This opposition is motivated by other interests. They say that communal forces are on play. They say that there is a second liberation struggle in the coming. Who says that? Is a 6-year-old girl. 6-year-old girl who was weeping because the police dragged her mother in front of her. Dragged her mother. The male police dragged that woman in front of that 6-year-old girl, and that girl was weeping. And the state government says that right of children are affected. So we will take case against the mother. We will take a case against the mother. Is it the planning of second liberation struggle is being done by a 6-year-old girl? Do you feel that 6-year-old girl will start the second liberation
Please be
struggle?
seated. No interruption will go on record. No interruption will go on record. Please be seated. Please continue.
See, the government of Kerala says that we are not doing the land acquisition. We are only doing the social impact assessment. What is social impact assessment? Laying yellow stones on the trespassing the houses. There are some houses, there are some places where the revenue authorities, they scaled over the compound wall and went into the house, the compound, tried to have the survey stones planted there. No traffic survey, no geotechnical survey, no environmental survey, and no social impact study. And the so-called, leftists were considered to be people who are for the poor. That was the days many decades ago. But now I don't agree that these leftists can claim to be the proponents of the poor. So in the name of surveying and social impact assessment, they are laying stones on people's land. They have been forcing people to do it using the police force and without advance notice. What does the Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act of 2013 say? It very clearly mentions about social impact assessment, how it should be done. It says that local bodies have to be consulted for the SIA, even at ward and village level. Has it been done anywhere? Never. It has not been done anywhere. So the government says we are doing social impact assessment, and social impact assessment doesn't mean terrifying the people, displacing the people.
Let him finish. He is about to finish. No, please. Let him finish. He is finishing. No. No. You have another. Okay. You have another speaker. You brief him. He will speak.
आपकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है.
A law which his government has repeatedly tried to amend. But today he is using that law to justify his position. I congratulate him.
Let me clarify.
Yes.
Let me clarify.
Clear करो.
Yes. Let me clarify. See, in Kerala, the government says we are doing the social impact assessment. It is their government's claim, not my claim. And I am quoting this rule to them. At least they should have followed that. They should have followed that. So they should have followed that. They who were proponents of that, they should have followed that. So now let me conclude. Let me conclude.
Mr. President, let him conclude. Please be seated.
So,
no interruption will go on record. No interruption will go on record. Please be seated.
Sir, I'm concluding. Sir, it's a serious law and order situation that is emerging in Kerala. The protesting, the innocent people are beaten black and blue. They are being threatened. The chief minister, many other ministers, every day, they are threatening the people who are coming on the streets to protest. It's not led by any political party. It's the ordinary human beings. I have visited personally many of the places where people were beaten by your police. I went being the people, because when the so-called representatives of the people, they beat the people, then we have to go. Being the representative of the government of India, I went. People told me, I have only 3 cents of land. Where do I go if this house is taken away from me? Where do I go if this land is taken away from me? So I would like to request the Honorable Railway Minister. I want to request the Railway Minister. Sir, government has announced 400 Vande Bharat trains. I would like to request, Kerala requires, people want fast mode of travel. Kerala requires fast mode of travel. At present, the double lining is going on. I would request that the railway be pleased to sanction a 3rd railway line, one exclusively for freight and the other 2 for the passenger service. The upgrading, one more point, upgrading the tracks so that 160 kilometers per hour train can be run on that tracks. 160 kilometer per hour train. That is Vande Bharat. And if that can be done, and then run Vande Bharat, Kerala is 500 kilometers. 160 kilometers per hour means Kerala can be from one end to the other end. It can be connected in 3 to 3.5 hours. and the Chief Minister says the new railway line is to connect to the other end to this end in 4.5 hours. Vande Bharat will connect it in 3.5 hours. Why do we want a new rail with 1 lakh crore when Vande Bharat can do that? Sir, one more point. One more point. Why I am finishing. One more point. The announcement that has been made of the alignment, it's not clear whether it is on embankment, it's on with pillars, or there will be barriers. Whether it is embankment or barrier walls, it's going to be a ecological disaster for the entire state. We had suffered 2 floods. We had Oki and Kerala people, sir, because of the wrong policies, the wrong policies of the government in power. Don't punish, don't punish the people of Kerala. I request the Honorable Railway Minister to look into this aspect and take a view, a considered view, looking at all these aspects and see that such disastrous projects are not supported by the government of Narendra Modi ji under your leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is K.C. Venugopal. Mr. Venugopal, your party time is over. I am giving you a few minutes.
Little bit. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Letter, please.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for giving me an opportunity to participate in the demand discussion of Indian Railway. We are all really proud of Indian Railway, which is the 3rd largest network in the world. Currently, the railway budget is primarily funded from 3 different sources. We know that. One is budget support from the central government, then extra budgetary support resources, primarily borrowing, and public-private partnership. Then the most important thing is internal resources, including passenger revenue. Surprisingly, over the past years, so many years, extra budgetary resources is increasing every day, including loans and privatization. Internal resources is coming down. Whether this is good for a healthy economy or not, I think Minister can throw some lights on that area. Because actually in the year 29-20, EBR was 83 crores to 47.33. 2021, 1,28,567 crores. And last budget it is 1,01,500 crores. The government is heavily depending upon EBR, basically including loans and privatization. We know when we are taking loan for developmental works, the burden of interest will come on common people only. Finally, the people will suffer. Therefore, in long run, this will depreciate the overall financial situation of the railway. Therefore, I think Minister will give some light on these things. Mr. Muralidharan already pointed out about the Vande Bharat mission now. We have announced 400 new Vande Bharat trains, 2020 to 23. Whether we are equipped to build this much Vande Bharat train, or what is the government plan about that? I would like to know about that. 2-3 concerns I have to share with the Honourable Minister. Earlier times also, during the question hour, I took the opportunity to bring into your notice about the senior citizens' issues, their concessions, so far not solved. Therefore, that's not, that issue is not solved. I raised that issue in the Parliament. That issue is not solved. The concession of senior citizens has been suspended since regular train stopped operation in 2020. With the COVID pandemic relaxed, the railway has resumed train services also. What is the stand on the government on the senior citizens concession? We are talking about so many things about the senior citizens upliftment, their benefits. But what is the clear stand on government on this thing? I would like to know about that. In 2020, the railway used to give concession in 53 categories, including senior citizens, students, sports person, and medical professionals. Out of the 53, only 15 categories are now getting concession. Earlier, 50% discount was given to senior female passengers. We are talking about women empowerment. And 40% to male passengers in all classes. That is not already stopped. That is already stopped. Therefore, it should be reviewed. I think Minister will give some concrete positive reply on this regard. Sir, I am coming from Kerala. I am representing Rajasthan. Therefore, both the states need some railway assistance financially. Even though we are having so much financial constraints, I think the Ratlam Dungapur via Bansara via new rail line project was sanctioned in railway budget, but work is in slow process. Completion of Ajmer Savai Madhapur is also a lane project in Rajasthan. It should be expedited in a bigger way. Kerala, all over India, now the passenger services has been commencing, started. But few only. I think in Kerala only one passenger train already, Trivandrum Nagarkovil, has been started so far. Common people are using this passenger train only. The express trains are used by the regular passengers or something. Common people, ordinary people using passenger trains. Therefore, Minister should consider about starting passenger train all over India in a full-fledged manner. Then coming to the major thing, 1.1, which is very important things. I think the Honorable Bittas raised the issue of Silver Line project. Muralidharan also told. I'm very sad to say that, Honorable Chairman, sir. Our CPM colleague and we together fought against the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train. Why? Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train, 1,25,000 crores from public exchequer. It is not on a priority-based project. The people are suffering to travel in ordinary coaches. The lack of coaches is there. Lack of railway tracks is there. Government is not modernizing in any way. They are concentrated, Modi government concentrated on Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train. CPM Central Politburo passed a resolution against that project. We stand together with the Congress and CPM stand together to fight against that project. Still, I am thinking Maharashtra unit of CPM is totally opposing that project. Why this hurry of Silver Line project, my dear colleagues? Why this project? 30,000 family is going to be evicted. Kerala is the God's own country. We are calling it the God's own country. Why? The natural beauty of the Kerala, ecological fragileness of Kerala. But now we are hearing the crying sound of people, children's, elder women's. You can even see, imagine a communist government is bulldozing this anti-environmental project like this. Can you imagine? I can imagine a BJP government which is totally sponsored by corporate groups is doing bulldozing this type of things. Can you imagine that a communist government is bulldozing all these things? Therefore, the Honorable Railway Minister, the survey thinks the stone is putting everywhere on the name of central government. They are telling they are got in principle sanction from you. That is why they are putting stone. Every morning, some of the family members, they come to see the sun every morning, but instead of seeing the sun, they are saying some stone is putting in their house as a villain of their life. There is no environmental impact study. Here only mentioned that there are two floods we faced. The people of Kerala are in a very difficult situation. They are in a very difficult situation.
Please conclude.
No, sir, 2 minutes only. I'm concluding.
See, your party doesn't have time, but the chair has given you time.
They are now telling 65,000 projects. They are talking about 65,000 projects. But now it will come around 1 lakh. Where is the money is coming, sir? Where is 1 lakh crore is coming? There is a thing. There is a line is there. There is a line. Yes. Whenever we are talking about the common people, you will tell that BJP and Congress together. You people are together. CPM and BJP are together to kill us. No doubt. We don't want BJP support. We don't want BJP support. I'm concluding. I'm concluding. Sir, I'm concluding this. Sir, I'm telling only one thing. There is a clear-cut railway. We have 4 airports, sir. Kannur, Kozhikode, Kochi, Trivandrum. In Kerala, we have 4 airports. Bullet, this high-speed, semi-speed rail. How much will be the passenger fare? We know that. Develop these 4 airports, brother. Have Udan scheme. Make use of Udan scheme everywhere. Develop the existing railway line. Take the government of India support to expand the existing railway line. Then you do that. Without doing that, if the Kerala government is bulldozing there, I would like to ask the railway minister, it is the minister's duty to clear that. Whether the government is given the sanction for this project, whether the DPR has been approved, whether environmental study has been conducted, any economical impact study has been conducted, then why? Socio-economic study. Then the surplus which is causing the common man of the Kerala.
I am calling the next speaker.
The common people is there in Kerala.
Thank you.
Whether the minister is going to intervene, stop these things. I would like to have
Thank you. The next speaker is Ajit Kumar Bhuya.
Thank you.
That's over now. Mr. Bhuya, he is on a point of order. Under what rule?
Rule 235.
235.
Rule 235. Rules to be observed in council. Rule 235. Rules to be observed in council shall not interrupt any member while speaking by disorderly expression or noises or in any other disorderly manner. सर ये क्या हाउस चला, ये केरला डे है क्या कि केवल केरला पर 1 घंटे से डिबेट हो रहा है? तो इसलिए सौती महोदय ये रूल 235 का जो है ये डिसोबेंस हो रहा है सौती महोदय.
Yes, I agree. No interruption. I have announced no interruption will go on record. Now, Mr. Bhuya, please don't interrupt him. Please don't interrupt him, please.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir, for giving me an opportunity to the discussion of the working of the Ministry of Railways. Sir, the railway is a mode of transport, but also connects people across the country to have a strong sense of nationhood. Poor people use this mode of transport for both short and long destinations. But some recent decisions by government in the railway sector has generated a very strong perception that it is going the Air India way. Sir, traveling by train, a general class, one can get a sense of the price that the common man pays for the slow pace of decision making by the powers that be. The pathetic sight of overcrowding, even traveling on the rooftop of the train, do not they deserve humanly treatment? This is my question. So this is naturally the result of a shortage of additional courses and locomotives, and more important, the apathy of the system. I feel a sense of frustration when I am told that the courses and locomotives are not sufficient to match the needs. How long will the average rail traveler have to put up with sleeping on the floor just like cattle? The poor man's transport system, without a doubt, is in mass. The railway has become like an orphan with none to care. Sir, those who die in railway accidents are maximum the poor and all they get an ex gratia of rupees 5 lakhs. Is the worth of a human being just 5 lakhs? Is it correct not to care about safety and then equate the lives of people with money? Sir, the entire railway board is demoralized, and one can witness a collapse of transport for poor people. We need to act fast, and the need of the hour is to have a national railway policy. We need a robust system, and railways cannot and should not be used as personal property. The time has come to look beyond politics as the railways are concerned. Sir, railway is a subject matter of the whole nation, whole country. But I will talk about matters pertaining to Northeast Frontier Railways, and perhaps House will appreciate this. Sir, Northeast Frontier Railway started its operation on January 15, 1958, around 64 years ago. The truth is that 64 years not is a short period of time. In fact, there has been no significant development on the Northeast Frontier Railway. This is really embarrassing and sad. Progress of work in the second line between Bongaigaon to Kamakhya via Goalpara is very slow because of congestion in lines. Passenger trains between Kamakhya and Bongaigaon require more than 5 hours to complete a travel distance of around 150 kilometers. The government should take steps to speed up the work and set a target for early completion. The conditions of the retiring rooms of various stations in Assam are pathetic, and it requires improvement as per standard applicable in other parts of the country. The concession that is admissible in rail tickets discontinued in the COVID-19 situation is yet to be restored. The senior citizens of the country are the worst victim because of this. Train number 55754, 15754 Guwahati-Alipur Intercity needs to be taken back to its original time, 14.20, so that local passengers can avail the services as before. There are no services from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. from Guwahati towards Rangya Junction, Nalbari, Barpeta Road, etc. for suburban passengers. Next. Since December 2018, an amount of rupees 9, sir, I want to draw the attention of the minister. It is very sad and also interesting that since December 2018, an amount of rupees 90 lakhs were due to the Tinsukia division in the name of maintenance, which has not been paid yet. The station masters themselves have to look after the station maintenance due to lack of employees. Since December 2018, the maintenance cost of the station from their own pocket. Cost of the station from their own pocket. This is one example of the failure of the highly claimed Swachh Bharat Abhijan. From Makum to Lidu, which is 45-kilometer stretch, there is only one station master operating the entire stretch. Again, the stretch from Johat railway station to Fakating railway station, approximately 67 kilometers, remains closed in the daytime. In this stretch, only one station master has been doing night duty continuously for a long time. This can become a big threat to the life of railway passengers. The railway platform of the historical heritage Shivsagar town is still not completed. Till now, there are only 200 meters of the platform. The passengers of many mail express trains, including Rajdhani Express, have to suffer for this. According to rules, such important railway stations need at least 400 to 450 meters of the platform. So because of this, many passengers have to stand outside the platform. Because of this, senior citizens, Divanga, physically challenged people, women and children in particular are the worst sufferers. Fakating Junction under Tinsukia division is another important junction, and many trains cross in this junction. Accordingly, there are only 2 platforms in the junction. Many passengers trains stop on line number 3, which has no platform at all. Because of this, the passengers are facing lots of problems.
Please conclude now.
5 minutes they have given me.
No, I have given you 7 minutes.
I am dealing with the Northeast. Perhaps you will appreciate this.
I understand. Please conclude now.
So after the withdrawal of lockdown, local train services, including short distances services, have been resumed in several states. But the delay in the resumption of local trains in Assam has hit the livelihood of common people badly. Due to the non-restoration of local train services, those who have the most suffered are the economically weaker section of the society, including students and patients. Besides employees, farmers, petty traders, and vendors who sell their products in urban areas on a daily basis are also in trouble.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you, Mr. Bhuya.
Sir, one more point. There are many tourist places in Assam which are interconnected with one another, and the resumption of local trains is the most important thing for the development of the tourism sector. Sir, train services should have passengers-friendly timings. Lower Assam people are passing through harrowing times in the name of traveling to Silchar. In view of tremendous traffic jams on road, it takes almost a day to arrive at Guwahati station from suburban places nowadays.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir,
I think you have to conclude now. I am calling the next speaker.
Sir,
Please.
I have raised this issue in the House
Thank you.
early, and I wrote a letter to the Honorable Minister, Railway Minister also regarding mentioning all these problems, but nothing is done so far. So I hope this time the Minister will take note of this, and thank you.
Thank you. Binavisan, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if it was a personal debate, I wouldn't have liked to oppose my friends Ashwini Vaishnav. I regard him as a learned man, as a good friend.
Everybody is your friend.
Maybe more than you.
Like me.
But at this moment, I am on my legs to oppose your demands and your railway way of doing things.
Policies.
Your policies are not for the good of the nation,
For the railway.
not for the people's benefits. Sir, everybody knows that the railways are the lifeline of this country. I remember the famous quote from Karl Marx. 190 years ago, you should know it with us. 190 years ago, 170 years ago, when the railways began in India, Marx wrote about that. He wrote that by starting the railways and English education in India, the British colonial masters are becoming the unconscious tool in the hands of history. He was right also. The purpose of the Britishers to start the railways was not for the good of India. It was meant for them to bring the timber logs and the cotton harvest to the ports of India to be exported to the Manchester or to other British place of industries. That was the purpose. But that railways changed the face of India. That railways gave a new momentum for the freedom struggle. That railways allowed the people of India to know each other. And that railways kindled a great enthusiasm for the freedom struggle of this country. In that way, we regard the railways as the greatest concern of India. The BJP should remember that.
Yes.
So that railways, under now, in your rule, is facing lot of troublesome days and policies. That policies are really doing a lot of disaster for the real growth of Indian railway system. Sir, the biggest employer of this country is railways. biggest employer. It employs 30 lakhs of people. But today, it is nurturing unemployment. I expect the minister to tell here the extent of vacancies that exist in the Indian Railways today. I request him to make an assurance to this House that when these vacancies are going to be filled. My friend Ashwini, I am very sure you know what has happened in Patna. It was 1.25 lakhs of people who were trying to get the job as applicants. How much were the vacancies announced? The proclaimed vacancies were only 35,000. For those vacancies, 1.25 lakhs of young people, they applied. Most of them are well qualified. Engineers and professionals, they applied. And the chaos that happened in the streets of Patna, in parts of UP, it is known to you. And it shows how adamant railways are not to fill those vacancies. This House demands you, considering the gravity of the unemployment situation of the country, please fill the vacancies now. Make a statement here, where you will reply that these vacancies can be filled by a different span of time.
All contract left.
That is what I expect from you.
Contract.
People are retiring in the railways now. And when people retire, no new recruitments are happening there.
Contracts.
All are contracts.
Yes.
Those people who are retired are again coming back as contract employees.
No social justice.
They are exploited. So railways as a PSU is supposed to uphold the social concerns and obligations. And now under you, the social responsibility of the government, of the railways, are completely forgotten. And you talk about railway growth, and that growth trajectory is not a truth. That's why we oppose it. Yeah. Sir, as we see in every sector of the country, railways are also seeing the wrath of privatization. The railways are also for sale. And your government is very keen for that. We know that you are very, very interested to sell the railways, the tracks, the stations, everything for private sector. You tried for that.
Freight corridor.
We know, sir, the time is...
Yeah, I believe.
No, this is injustice.
Now your time starts.
Yes, sir. He is giving a warning only.
Please continue.
Only he started now. Yeah. Main
Sir,
come to the silver lake.
Wait, don't, please.
Please don't disturb him. His time is over. 5 minutes over now.
Sir, Jayarab and Bittas are coming together to oppose me in this. Yes, to prevent my speech.
No, please continue, sir.
Sir, start begin, sir. Starting you start.
Yeah.
Please start.
Sir, I am coming to certain issues which we face.
Fast.
We believe very firmly and very strongly that Kerala is a part of India. And this government often forgets that. Yes. Just to name certain projects, what's your approach on the railway zone for Kerala? Yes. Tell us, where is that coach factory that you promised for Kerala?
Exactly.
What has happened to it? What about the doubling of the lines?
Yes.
What about the improvement of the gas system? What about the concessions that you have stopped in Kerala? What about the passenger trains that you have wound up? These are the answers that we expect from you.
Thank you.
My dear friends, please explain that. And sir, we want to tell you very categorically, the new pension scheme that you offer for the workers from the next year is anti-worker. It's not for the worker. So don't go with that. We expect that the railway employees need a wage revision. Lakhs and lakhs of them are waiting for that. Please make an assurance here that what will happen to the wages, which is very due for the improvement and revision, that has to be strengthened. Sir, what's your policy on the privatization? What is the truth behind the Vande Bharat train? You promised 400 Vande Bharat trains. How many? Only 2. only 2 out of 400. That shows.
Please conclude,
That
Mr.
shows the
Vishal.
bankruptcy
Your
of the
time is
government.
over.
Sir, the same way, we can see that the bids that you have made for privatization of the trains and routes, in 12 clusters, you offered 151 trains. You know it.
Thank you.
Out of that, how many came?
Thank you.
Bidders were not even 0 for 9 clusters. For 9 clusters, no takers. And out of the 3, there were some takers. How much was it? Only 5 bids. That means even the private sector, they don't believe in you. Your friends they are. Your cronies they are. Your cousins they are. But even they are not believing you. So please see that railway has a social obligation.
Thank you, Mr. Vinay.
Don't forget that. One word on the K-Rail.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is over. It is time of.
No, sir.
I'm calling the next speaker.
One word on K-Rail.
Calling the next speaker.
One word on K-Rail.
Please.
One word. That word is that Kerala government is a left government. That government will not forget the rights of the people. That government will not forget the concept of the environment. And the government has assured that K-Rail will be implemented only take into consideration the people's rights and concerns and the environment. That's the position of the Kerala government, which was stated by the Chief Minister always, and we stand by that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramnath Thakur ji.
धन्यवाद। आपने रेलवे के कार्यक्रम पर चर्चा में भाग लेने का अवसर प्रदान किया, इसके लिए मैं आपका आभारी हूं। महोदय, हमारी सरकार का मूल मंत्र परिवहन से परिवर्तन है। प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति योजना का पूरा फोकस देश में परिवहन के आधार पर ढांचे के निर्माण को तेज करना है। इस वर्ष के बजट में रेलवे को 1,40,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का आवंटन किया गया है, ताकि आमान परिवर्तन, विद्युतीकरण, रेलवे स्टेशनों पर यात्री सुविधाओं का विकास, नई रेलगाड़ियों के परिचालन, नई रेल लाइनों का निर्माण जैसे विभिन्न परियोजनाओं को तेज गति से पूरा किया जा सके। यह भी खुशी की बात है कि सरकार के इस वर्ष के बजट से आगामी 3 वर्षों में 400 नई वंदे भारत ट्रेनों का चलाने की घोषणा की है। मेरा आग्रह है कि इन क्षेत्रों पर विशेष ध्यान दिया जाए जहां ट्रेनों की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि वहां से बड़ी संख्या में लोग रोजगार के लिए देश के विभिन्न स्थानों पर जाते हैं। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपसे निवेदन के तौर पर सरकार से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं। रेल गरीबों की सवारी है और इसमें गरीब लोग ज़्यादा जाते हैं, आते हैं। 170 वर्ष पुराने की सवारी है ये गाड़ी। इसमें आपने परिवर्तन किया है, सुविधा दिया है, लेकिन और आवश्यकता है। इसमें मैं 2-3 बातों की तरफ सुझाव के तौर पर निवेदन आरजू कर रहा हूं कि रेलवे में 18 लाख लोग कार्य करते थे लोग, तो रोजगार का सृजन होता था, आय होते थे। लेकिन मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि जो पद खाली हैं उन पदों को भरें, समय सीमा के अंदर भरें, तो लोगों को सुविधा मिलने का काम करें। दूसरा निवेदन मैं कर रहा हूं कि 8 वर्षों से मैं कई बार रेल बजट पर मैं सुझाव के तौर पर निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि पूर्व रेल मंत्री रामविलास पासवान जी ने बिहार के हाजीपुर, भगवानपुर, महुआ होते हुए कर्पूरी ग्राम में वहां के लोग ट्रेन को नहीं देखा है, ट्रेन पर नहीं चढ़े हैं, नहीं सर्वे हो चुका है, लेकिन मैं 8 वर्षों से निवेदन कर रहा हूं, अभी तक उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो रहा। हो रहा है। इसलिए आपके माध्यम से मैं रेल मंत्री से निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि उस सर्वे को रेल लाइन बनाने में रेल पर वहां के लोगों को चढ़ने का मौका दें और यश के भागी बने, यह मैं इनसे निवेदन कर रहा हूं। छोटा निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि कोरोना 2020 में 24 मार्च से रेल बंद हो गए थे, जाने आने के रेल बंद हो गए थे। अभी तक रेल तो शुरू हो गया है, लेकिन जिन स्टेशनों पर ट्रेन रुकते थे वहां अभी तक इनका आदेश नहीं हुआ है कि ट्रेन रुके और टिकट कटे। ये हम आपके माध्यम से इनसे निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि इस चीज को चलाने का काम करें। छोटे छोटे स्टेशनों का सौंदर्यीकरण के लिए मैं कई बार निवेदन कर चुका हूं, रेल बस पर मैं बोल भी चुका हूं, लेकिन अभी तक उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो पाई है। तो हम निवेदन करते हैं कि छोटे छोटे स्टेशनों पर सौंदर्यीकरण का काम करें और गरीबों को चढ़ने के लिए जो उपाय होते हैं उस पर ये अमल करें। रेलवे की खाली जमीन 66.66 लाख एकड़ जमीन पड़ी हुई है। कई बार हम कह चुके हैं उन जमीनों पर कोई उद्योग धंधे लगाने का काम करें, कोई मॉल बनाने का काम करें, कोई पार्क बनाने का काम करें। अभी तक छोटा छोटा काम ही रेल बजट पर माने बोलने के बाद भी आम समस्याओं पर इनका ध्यान नहीं जा रहा है। इस पर ध्यान जाए, इस पर ये कार्रवाई करने का काम करें। और मैं आपसे बड़े दुख के साथ रेल मंत्री जी निवेदन कर रहा हूं, आप अफसर रहे हैं, जब गांव में पंचायत से समस्या का नहीं होता था हल तो लोग अफसर के यहां जाते थे, और जब अफसर के यहां से काम नहीं होता था तो वो विधानसभा, विधान परिषद, लोकसभा, राज्यसभा में आते थे और जनप्रतिनिधि के माध्यम से जब प्रश्न होते थे, भाषण होते थे, उस चीज पर ध्यान देने के लिए तो उससे क्षण के बात निकलती थी और काम होता था। हमारा महत्व खत्म होता जा रहा है। लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में, विधान सभा में, विधान परिषद में जनप्रतिनिधि के बोलने के बावजूद भी काम नहीं होता है, तो बोलने से क्या फायदा है। मैं 2-3 बात कहकर अपनी बात समाप्त करना चाहता हूं। क्या रेल मंत्री जी 2020 और 2021 के बजट में जरा हमारी तरफ भी ध्यान दिया जाए, उधर नहीं ध्यान दिया जाए। आपने
हमारे पूरे ध्यान आपके ऊपर है।
जिन माननीय सदस्यों ने प्रश्न के माध्यम से, बजट में बोलने के माध्यम से आपसे जो निवेदन किया था, आरजू किया था, क्या बैठकर अपने अफसरों को अपने चैम्बर में एक 2020-21 और 22-23 के बीच में जो कितने माननीय सदस्यों का काम हुआ, इस पर आपने कभी चर्चा की है अपने अफसरों के बीच में? मेरा कहना है नहीं की है आपने, नहीं की है आपने। और आप अफसर तो मीटिंग में कह देते हैं कि हाँ ठीक है, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा। मैं गुस्से में नहीं, जिस पृष्ठभूमि से मैं आया हूं उस पृष्ठभूमि के तहत मैं 3 रेल के मीटिंग में सम्मिलित हुआ। 27 नवंबर को, 14 जनवरी को और 17 जनवरी को सोनपुर मंडल, समस्तीपुर मंडल और पटना मंडल में सम्मिलित हुआ। अफसरों को निवेदन किया, आर्जू किया, विनती किया, प्रार्थना किया कि छोटे छोटे काम है, उन कामों पर आप ध्यान क्यों नहीं देते हैं? सर हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा। मीटिंग के बाद भोजन होता है, भोजन होता है, भोजन लोग करते हैं, लेकिन मैं बहुत दुख के साथ काम नहीं होता। इस सदन का क्या उपयोग? बोलने का क्या मतलब? हम आपके गठबंधन में हैं, हम पर भी तो ध्यान होना चाहिए। प्लेटफॉर्म जो बने हैं नए नए, मैं देखता हूं साहब। मैं 16 तारीख को जा रहा था ट्रेन से स्टेशन पर पहुंच गया और अनाउंसमेंट हो गया कि ट्रेन की सारी सुविधाएं चालू हो गई। वहां पता लगा तो बेड रोल नहीं, चादर नहीं, कंबल नहीं, तकिया नहीं, फिर दौड़ के आया डेरा, वहां से चादर ले गया, बिछावन किया। क्या है ये छोटी छोटी बात को ये आपको अच्छा लगता है? अच्छा लगता है?
आदरणीय ठाकुर जी, आप समाप्त कीजिए, आप समाप्त कीजिए।
अच्छा लगता है? यह मैं शिकायत के तौर पर नहीं, एक आपके गठबंधन में रहने के कारण जो पीड़ा है, उस पीड़ा को मैं व्यक्त कर रहा हूं और कह रहा हूं बिहार की गरीब जनता के ओर से कि मैं नहीं कहता तू सवेरा कर दे, मैं नहीं कहता तू सवेरा कर दे, दो काम में एक काम तू मेरा कर दे, रोशनी तेज कर दे कि मैं कुछ देख सकूं, नहीं तो घनघोर अंधेरा कर।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद।
इन्हीं चंद शब्दों के साथ आज रात में, कल सवेरे आप अफसरों को बुलाकर मैं जिन बिंदुओं को उठाया हूं, उन बिंदुओं को उठाने का काम करे और मुझ जैसे सदस्य को संतुष्ट करने का काम।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद।
मैं अफसरों को कहना चाहता हूं आपके माध्यम से, हमें भूलने की इजाजत नहीं है। अफसरों को कह रहा हूं, हमें भूलने की इजाजत नहीं है और तुम्हें याद रखने की इजाजत नहीं है।
धन्यवाद।
ये आदत तुम्हारी, तुम्हें हो मुबारक, हमें तुमसे कोई शिकायत नहीं।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद,
धन्यवाद,
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद। प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी, नॉट प्रेजेंट। अनिल अग्रवाल, डॉक्टर अनिल अग्रवाल।
सर, माननीय सभापति जी।
अग्रवाल जी, ये के रविंद्र कुमार ये जाना चाहते, थोड़ा बोलना था। अब थोड़ी देर बाद बोलेंगे।
तो सदनी टाइम ही खत्म होने वाला सर, मैं बोल के अपनी बात शॉर्ट में काम खत्म करता हूँ। माननीय सभापति जी, भारतीय रेल भारत की सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, कल्चरली सभी को जोड़ने की एक सूत्रधार है और लाइफलाइन है। भारत को एक सूत्र में पिरोने में ये काफ़ी मदद करती है। भारतीय रेल दुनिया में सबसे अधिक पैसेंजर्स ट्रैवल कराने वाली ट्रेन रेलवेज में से एक है और भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी लाइफलाइन के रूप में है ये। माननीय सभापति जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब देश को स्वच्छता अभियान शुरू किया तो उस समय भारतीय रेलवे ने भी उसमें बहुत बड़ा अपना योगदान दिया और भारतीय रेल ने भारत की जो ट्रेन के नीचे पटरियों पर मल पड़ा रहता था उसको दूर करने के लिए ग्रीन टॉयलेट्स का निर्माण करना आरंभ किया, जिससे बहुत गंदगी दूर हुई है। मैं इस मामले में आपको एक आंकड़ा भी आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। 2004 से 14 तक मात्र 9,587 ग्रीन टॉयलेट बनाए गए, जबकि 2014 से 21 तक 2,46,403 ग्रीन टॉयलेट बनाए गए। माननीय सभापति जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और माननीय रेल मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में रेलवे लाइन में बहुत बड़ी रेलवे लाइनों का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन किया गया, बहुत सारी लाइनों को डबल किया गया और सेफ्टी के लिए जो भी प्रिकॉशंस हो सकते थे वो सब लिए गए और उसी के तहत बहुत सारी नई ट्रेनें आरंभ की गई, जिसमें वंदे भारत ट्रेन, तेजस ट्रेन, उदय ट्रेन सभी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन्स हैं। इन ट्रेन्स में ऑटोमेटिक एंट्रेंस डोर इंफोटेनमेंट सिस्टम, एलईडी स्क्रीन सिस्टम, फायर स्मोक डिटेक्टर सिस्टम, पैसेंजर इंफॉर्मेशन प्लेट सिस्टम, जीपीएस बेस्ड पैसेंजर इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम, फायर एंड स्मोक डिटेक्टर सिस्टम लगाए गए हैं। माननीय सभापति जी, भारतीय रेल ने कोरोना काल में भी लोगों की जान बचाने के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम किया है। जब देश में ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो रही थी, फास्ट ट्रेन, स्पीड ट्रेन चलाकर लोगों को ऑक्सीजन उपलब्ध कराने का काम किया है। इन सब चीज़ों के साथ साथ रेलवे ने अपनी पंक्चुअलिटी बहुत बढ़ाई है। आपको पहले ध्यान होगा कि रेलवे में जब जाते थे तो पता लगता था कि ट्रेन बहुत लेट है। पंक्चुअलिटी ऑफ ट्रेन्स 94.17% हुआ है, जिसके लिए मैं माननीय रेल मंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। रेलवे में सेंट्रलाइज्ड ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल सिस्टम लागू किया गया है, जो कि ट्रैफिक प्लानिंग और रियल टाइम ट्रैफिक प्लानिंग बेहतर करता है। जैसा कि मैंने अभी आपको बताया भी कि रेलवे में इन सब सिस्टम्स के लागू करने से जहां एक और दुर्घटनाएं घटी हैं, रेल की स्पीड बढ़ी है ट्रेन्स की, वहीं रेलवे में लोगों को अपने समय से गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचने में आराम मिलता है। हम सब जानते हैं इस समय रेलवे केवल पैसेंजर्स के ढोने का काम ही नहीं करता, माल ढोने का भी काम करता है। और पहले अक्सर शिकायत आती थी कि जब रेलवे पार्सल पे हम सामान देने जाते हैं उसमें चोरी हो जाती है, तो रेलवे के उन पैसेंजर्स के लिए जो कि अपना माल रेलवे के थ्रू ढोने का काम कराते हैं, सीसीटीवी कैमरेज लगाए गए हैं। और इसके साथ साथ 63 रेलवे स्टेशनों का सौंदर्यीकरण कराया गया है। और जैसा कि अभी मेरे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने भी कहा कि रेलवे की भूमि का सदुपयोग किया जाए, उन प्लान्स पे भी रेलवे बहुत सघनता से काम कर रहा है। आप जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग अपने ऑफिस जाने के लिए डेली रेलवे का उपयोग करते हैं और बड़ी संख्या में स्पेशली जो मेट्रो सिटीज़ हैं वहाँ पे लोग काम करते हैं, अपना सीजनल टिकट बनाते हैं। बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बढ़ने के बावजूद भी रेलवे ने अपने जो रेलवे सीजन टिकट है उसमें कोई बढ़ोतरी नहीं की है, उसकी वृद्धि नहीं की है और वो अभी भी उन्हीं दरों पे लोगों को मिल रहा है। रेलवे ने जहां बहुत सारी नई ट्रेन चलाई हैं, पुरानी ट्रेनों की फ्रीक्वेंसी भी बढ़ाई है। रेलवे द्वारा बहुत सारी लग्जरी ट्रेन्स का भी संचालन किया है।
डॉक्टर अग्रवाल, एक मिनट रुक जाइए, अभी 6 बजा है। इफ द हाउस एग्रीज वी कैन टेक सम लिटिल मोर टाइम बिकॉज यू हैव द स्पेशल मेंशंस आल्सो। इज देयर सेंस ऑफ द हाउस टू extend for some time?
At least for once we should sit down. Lok Sabha is sitting till 9, 10.
Yes, the sense of the house is to go beyond 6. Dr. Agarwal.
रेलवे द्वारा बहुत सारी लग्जरी ट्रेन्स का भी संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिससे टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है और भारत के बाहर भारत की छवि भी बहुत अच्छी हो रही है। महाराजा एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन विश्व की सर्वोत्तम लग्जरी ट्रेन्स में से एक है। पैलेस ऑन व्हील्स एक बहुत अच्छी ट्रेन है जो राजस्थान टूरिज्म डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन के साथ चलाई जा रही है और बहुत सारे लोगों को उसका फ़ायदा हो रहा है और न केवल प्रदेश की, देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ करने का काम हो रहा है। बुद्धिस्ट स्पेशल ट्रेन चलाई जा रही है जो कि हमारे जो बुद्ध भगवान को मानने वाले लोग हैं उनके लिए काफ़ी सुविधा हुई है। डेक्कन ओडिसी एक ऐसी ट्रेन है, इंडियन लग्जरी ट्रेन है जो कि बहुत सारे हमारे लोगों को उनके गंतव्य तक ले जाती है और ये साउथ वेस्टर्न पार्ट में बहुत उपयोगी हो रही है। महोदय, इन सब के साथ साथ पैसेंजर रिजर्वेशन सिस्टम्स लगभग 3,274 लोकेशंस पे 3,274 लोकेशंस पे चलाए गए हैं जो कि लगभग 3,000 ट्रेन्स को डील करते हैं। ऑटोमेटिक टिकट वेंडिंग मशीन्स लगाई जा रही हैं ताकि लोगों को उसका फ़ायदा मिले। ऑनलाइन एंड मोबाइल टिकटिंग सिस्टम लगाया जा रहा है ताकि लोगों को बहुत इसका फ़ायदा मिले। ई टिकटिंग सिस्टम भी शुरू किया गया है जिससे लोगों को सुविधा मिलती है। और मैं एक चीज़ और आपसे बताना चाहता हूं महोदय, रेलवे क्रॉसिंग्स जो कि पहले लोग क्रॉस करते थे दुर्घटना के शिकार हो जाते थे, धीरे धीरे रेलवे उसको समाप्त करके वहाँ रेलवे ओवरब्रिज बना रहा है। रेलवे यात्रियों को सुविधा देने के उद्देश्य से पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में कंप्यूटराइज्ड PRS कम UTS टर्मिनल्स आरंभ किए जा रहे हैं जिससे लोगों को बहुत फ़ायदा हो रहा है। महोदय, रेलवे द्वारा फ्रेट ऑपरेशंस पे बहुत बड़ा काम किया जा रहा है। जहां 2019-20 में 1,11,472 करोड़ का बिजनेस किया गया, वहीं 2020-21 में 1,15,738 करोड़ का बिजनेस किया गया और इसके साथ साथ एक वैगन लीजिंग स्कीम भी लागू की गई जिससे कि फ्रेट में माल को ढोने में बहुत आसान हो रहा है। महोदय, इसके साथ साथ इंडियन रेलवे ने एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में भी काम किया है, क्लीन एनर्जी देने का काम किया है। इंडियन रेलवे द्वारा 103.4 मेगावाट विंड बेस्ड पावर प्लांट लगाए गए हैं जिससे कि क्लीन एनर्जी मिल रही है और वातावरण को ठीक करने के लिए 2020-21 में लगभग 93 लाख पेड़ भी लगाए गए हैं। तो रेलवे ने जो ये काम किया है ये सराहनीय है। मैं माननीय रेल मंत्री जी को, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के निर्देशन में जो काम कर रहे हैं, देश को एकता में पिरोने का काम कर रहे हैं, एकता अखंडता के लिए रेलवे काम कर रही है, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में इस बजट के माध्यम से रेल यात्रियों को बेहतर सुविधा देगी और देश के लिए जो एक हम इकोनॉमिकली $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं उसमें भी सहयोग करेगी। धन्यवाद।
The next speaker is K. Ravindra Kumar. You want to speak tomorrow? All right. Fauziya Khan.
Thank you,
If
sir.
you are speaking tomorrow, Fauziya Khan will speak now. Tomorrow you can speak. You said you will speak tomorrow. No, the time is extended beyond 6. So,
when you are stopping.
no, you said you will speak
Sir,
tomorrow, so I called her.
Sir, let me
Please.
speak, sir.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, today the train of Indian democracy is in the hands of the NDA. But it is quite rightly said that driving the train doesn't set its course. The real job is laying the track. And so while the track is laid, the place that is deprived of development if connectivity doesn't reach that place, sir. I am talking of my own region, which is the Nanded division in Maharashtra. So this comes under the South Central Railways. In the railway budget, the South Central Railways have been allocated rupees 9,125 crores this year, which is an increase of 21% over the last year. However, only a share of rupees 575 crores has been given by them in turn to the Nanded division. Sir, a provision of 2,817 crores for ongoing new railway projects, and there's no provision at all for the Nanded division. All projects are in other divisions except this division, sir. Out of 5,517 crores allocated to the South Central Railways for doubling of lines, so 5,517 crores, only rupees 5 crores have been allocated for the doubling of Akola-Dhone railway line in the Nanded division. Sir, my question is, why is this division constantly neglected? One instance I would like to give you, sir. Purna is a very important junction in this division. Purna's headquarters have been shifted to Nanded proper. 300 acres of land is lying there unutilized with lot of buildings there. But a very sad thing that has happened yesterday, South Central Railways has written to CBSC to close down a school which was set up in 1903, a 100-year-old school, sir, which was a glorious heritage it had. This school has been decided to shut down. I think this is gross injustice. During recruitment also, the candidates from Nanded division hardly seem visible during the recruitment, sir. Therefore, Nanded division, sir, my request, my appeal, my prayer to you is, please shift Nanded division as a separate entity on the lines of Konkan Railways in Maharashtra, or please detach it from South Central Railways and attach it to Central Railways. I think that will solve the injustice. Sir, in my last year's speech also I had raised a request about the birthplace of Sri Sai Baba at Patri in the Nanded division again. There's a need for a new railway line as a special pilgrimage train from Aunda Nagnath, Manvat, Patri, Parli Vaijnath. All these are important spiritual places. It will be a very good move because so many devotees are there, and this would indeed help a lot to this sector, the spiritual sector, sir. Apart from this, new trains must be started from Nanded, Purna, Aurangabad in the Marathwada division to Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Tirupati, Ahmedabad and Calcutta. There are many other issues, sir, which I would like to give you. I'll give you in writing in my letter as far as my local area concerns are there. I would also like to request you for a cord line at Parbhani, where I live. That's my hometown. The ROR policy is a great hindrance to the development of these remote areas, backward areas, sir. This policy needs to be revisited because we will never otherwise develop. So rich areas which have good returns are developed and poor areas remain poor and deprived. A pit line at Aurangabad, sir, you have approved, you have sent me a letter that it will be approved, but the Minister of State says it will be approved in Jalna. So please clarify what exactly we are doing. Will the pit line at Aurangabad be sanctioned or at Jalna or both? Also, sir, a cord line is needed at Parbhani. Such a wastage of money, such a wastage of time is there at such a big junction. Sir, please give me 2 minutes.
Please conclude now.
So this cord line must come there, sir. Other issues I'll give you in writing. But I need to speak about a policy decision which there is speculation about, that is the privatization of railways. Sir, your words in the Lok Sabha did provide us relief. You have assured the House that the government is not looking at privatization, but the National Rail Plan seems to be saying otherwise. Because that seems to be fully inclined towards privatization, sir. And I would like to say that, God forbid, if the government has to do it at some point of time, we must remember that railways are the poor man's mode of transport, and it is used by almost 50% of people. It is important that a citizen from India must travel from one corner to another corner of the nation smoothly, comfortably, and at affordable prices, affordable ways. Because, sir, affordability and connectivity, I think these two are the most important priorities that should be there. So at the end, I will only say that there is hope. We have hope. Sometimes that light at the end of the tunnel is a train. So let's hope that this train carries us towards development, particularly our deprived Nanded division, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. K. Ravindra Kumar ji, will you speak today or tomorrow? Will you speak tomorrow? Tomorrow? Okay. Now we'll take up the special mentions now. Special mentions can be laid, only lay. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha.
सर, जिस दिन मेरा स्पेशल मेंशन होता है उस दिन लेइंग की रवायत हो जाती है. Anyway, sir, thank you so much. Chairman sir, Chairman sir, my special mention is with regard to the urgent need of conducting SECC data caste-based census, whereby the government must analyze and design policies for affirmative action and redistribution based on scientific data. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Srimati Fullo Devi Natam. आपको ले करना है।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, बच्चों में कैंसर के बढ़ते मामले की चिंताजनक स्थिति के विषय में है मेरा विषय। महोदय, मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूं कि आपने मुझे इस विषय पर बोलने का अवसर दिया। भारत में कैंसर के कुल मामले में बच्चों में कैंसर के कुल 5% मामले हैं। इनमें भी बालकों में कैंसर के मामले ज़्यादा हैं। इनमें भी देश के कुल मामलों के मुकाबले दिल्ली क्षेत्र में बालकों में कैंसर के मामले कई ज़्यादा सामने आए हैं। मैं पटल पर रखती हूं।
धन्यवाद। Dr. Yami Yagnik.
Yes, thank you, sir. I would like to bring to your notice, sir, that I am mentioning the matter of urgent public importance. Sir, this is relating to urgent measures for urban road safety. Sir, I would like to just read 2 lines of my special mention, that most metropolitan cities in our country are witnessing a phenomenal rise in vehicles and vehicular traffic. A stark feature of our cities is the road use patterns, which is highlighted by the use of non-motorized vehicles on urban roads. As per the road accident report for 2019, a total number of 4,49,000 accidents took place in the country during the year 2019, leading to 1,51,000 deaths and 4,51,000 injuries. Sir, I request the government, through you, sir, that there should be a central agency for road safety which would emphasize on the need to tailor road safety initiatives according to road users. That is why I request that there should be state-level safety departments to see that there is urban safety maintained and road accident.
Not present. S. Selva Ganapati. Please, you have to lay only.
Okay, sir, I lay them. Thank you, Chairman. The following matter of urgent public importance in the House, I would like to lay on it. The reconstruction of recently collapsed Puducherry Pier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sri Ajudha Rami Reddy Allah.
Thank you, sir. I I thank you for permitting me to talk on the urgent public importance matter in terms of the waste management. I call upon the central government to create appropriate modern waste management and disposal systems at all levels, including villages, as part of the Swachh Bharat mission. The dividend will be able to derive out of this investment will be huge in terms of health benefits and environmental advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Srimati Vandana Chavan. You have to lay only.
Sir, need for special law on soil conservation. That is my subject for the special mention. I lay it on the table.
Thank you. Sri G.C. Chandrasekhar.
Sir, I would like to talk about some centralized exams.
No, you have to lay, not talk about.
Sir?
Lay,
sir, lay, sir. I write to lay, sir, lay the paper. I would like to bring to your kind notice that some centralized exams today, how it is impacting in the states and especially to rural candidates. So let me give some example. UPSC recruitment
no
for
need of example.
IAS, IPS and IRS exams. The exam papers are only set in English and Kannada, English and Hindi only. That is not useful to the other regional languages, sir. That's why I urge the government take necessary action about this.
Thank you. Sri Neeraj Dangi.
थैंक यू सर। सर, ये महत्वपूर्ण विषय मैं विशेष उल्लेख के जरिए सभा पटल पर रखना चाहूँगा। नाबार्ड द्वारा प्रदत्त रियायती शॉर्ट टर्म फसली ऋण पर ली जाने वाली ब्याज दरों को स्थिर करने के साथ आधार वर्ष 2006-07 के मद्देनजर नाबार्ड द्वारा फाइनेंस पर 2.5% वार्षिक की दर से ब्याज लिया जाए तथा क्रेडिट लिमिट को उसी दर पर वर्तमान 40% से बढ़ाकर 7%।
धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद। The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 hours on Thursday, the 24th March 2022.